Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Good Logic. I want to first start off by apologizing that I did not end up streaming last night, despite my best intentions to do so. That did not happen. Basically, if you're wondering why I didn't stream last night, the Lagavulin hit me much harder than I anticipated. That's really what happened. So today, we get the cross-examination of Mark Tinsley. Very, very exciting. Now, I'm warning you, they say this is graphic. I don't really see it as being graphic, but people say you're supposed to warn it's graphic. Yeah, whatever. Viewer's discretion. Okay. I'm not going to show you anything bloody here. All right. Any questions? We all good? There's nothing happening so far in the trial. I actually have it up here on the other screen. I should bring it in here. We're going to bring this up. Margaret Devine says the behavioral panel did not consider many outside factors when reviewing the video. I found myself yelling at them. I can't tell. I spend my whole life, long before I was ever doing this, I was like that crotchety old man who'd be sitting there yelling at my TV. You stink. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. A lot of times when people hold themselves out as experts and they aren't any good at it, I get very frustrated. So I understand your pain. Anyway, so to catch you up, those of you who are not aware with this whole Tinsley thing. So basically, this guy has been representing the family of Mallory Beach, the girl who died in the boating accident, and was suing Alex and Paul to try and recover from them $50 million, which was supposedly they were willing to settle for like $10 million. And he started investigating into Alex's assets. He seems to have a very real animus toward Alex. It's a curious thing as far as what the situation is, where he's coming from. In the sense of, if you're looking to get money for a family, I know because I've done judgment execution, which was the first time I told Nick Recato that, made him laugh his socks off. So when you're looking to go after someone for money, you don't want them spending the rest of their lives in prison. You want them earning. When they're earning, it's easier to attach it. But I guess he figures this guy's going away for life anyway. Anyway, he donated $1,000 to a GoFundMe for the caretaker. He testified in this. When the defense learned about it, and he donated like 10 minutes after it was opened, so he knew it was being opened. I'm going to pull this up now. The trial's getting started right now. Don't want to be late. Judge just walked in. So the defense didn't want to testify. And the judge said, no, I'm going to let him testify, but it seems like good fodder. Good fodder for cross. Make sure my volume levels are good that you guys can hear it. I don't hear anything either right now. So not this second. Okay, that was weird. I don't hear it either. Now I hear something. Let me do this. Anyway.
Thank you. Good morning.
They're bringing in the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day number 15, state's case. The last objection was sustained. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you're to disregard the question and any response. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Tinsley, good morning. Morning.
Just to kind of reset the table from
Morning, my
where we
brother.
left off, you had testified about pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat.
Morning.
Correct.
And you had communicated to
little
the
low.
defense that the defendant was going to have to pay personally, correct?
Correct.
Not just the insurance,
Correct.
correct? And
Check,
you had been
Is that
told
better?
that the defendant
Little
was
better.
broke, correct?
That's correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. Had you filed a motion to compel States 402 seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had?
In October of 2020.
Could I have the elbow, please? And the screen, David, if you can help. All right. I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally COVID had kind of slowed things down in the court system.
Ultimately.
Shabbat shalom.
And
Cape
then you
Town,
had some
South
health
Africa.
issues that you were dealing with as well. Is that correct?
Wow.
At some point.
Thank
yes.
you. Have a good Shabbos.
At some point in time, did a hearing in the boat case that would include a hearing on this motion to compel that's on the screen get scheduled?
It did.
And when did it initially get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th, 2021.
All right, and let me show you an exhibit real quick. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 404 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, and what is that?
That is a communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on May the 30th.
Okay. All right, and what was the day of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th,
All right.
2021.
All right, and then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th.
Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection?
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right, but this email is related to that particular hearing, is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
All right, at this point, Your Honor, I move to admit States 404, I believe, without additional objection. Is that the particular email we were just discussing?
It is. And you're correct, the hearing was May the 11th.
May the 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. Haven't seen that refreshes your recollection?
Yes.
For the love of law, where we go one, we go all. Bless you. If you guys could sub up while you're here, I'd appreciate it.
Take a look at that and see if
Thank
you
you.
recognize this.
Just hit this like and subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. Next week, Nick is not going to be streaming on Wednesday or Thursday. I plan on filling in at that time as well for him.
I do.
All right, and tell me what this is, please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had been assigned the case about the hearing. John Tiller, who was Alec's lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer.
Yep.
So he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run long.
I'll
the
come back
day
to
of the
that.
hearing. He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right, and just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled and one of Alec's other lawyers could attend.
All right, so initially, the judge denied that continuous request, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't even get any delay out of it.
That ultimately resulted in it being continued.
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference. And at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
In the course of this litigation, given that we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular case been relatively aggressive in wanting to move this case forward to your assessment?
The judge knew that I was in Florida receiving treatment and was accommodating that. So, no, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready, and so I was back and we were ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer to take 4 or 5 into evidence.
Additional objection.
Submitted.
And down at the bottom of this email chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen, or I need to bring it back to you?
May 5th, 2021.
And that's communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that's relaying the need for the postponement for the chemotherapy treatment.
You could almost see it.
And then there were the communications from you related to that. Is that correct? Well, let me go right here. This is the response right there. Is that correct from Judge Hall?
That's the initial response, that he intended to go forward with the hearing as scheduled, and that Mr. Condon from the same firm could handle it.
I don't see a closed caption option. This is on Rumble as well, yes. It's on YouTube and Rumble. And Facebook. Ooh, who knew? Pam Ryan, welcome back. Go Charles. Thank you. Thank you. Not sure who Charles is.
To mark this States 406 and see if you recognize this particular document.
I do.
All right. And what is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's an email from John Tiller. So after the email that's on the screen saying I intend to go forward, John Tiller sent another email explaining a little more detail what's going on, and that he had, I believe it says he had spoken to me and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it if a party wants it continued and you don't object. And so that's what that's doing, is trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th date.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 406 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right, and the date on that particular email is?
May the 6th, 2021.
Did the judge ultimately, though, based on this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motions hearing, correct?
Well, he gave us a status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day was the motions hearing that included the motion to compel rescheduled for?
June 10th, 2021.
Going back to States 402, one of the matters that was on the table to be heard would have been your attempt to get compelled responses to this interrogatory from the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Seeking identification of his bank accounts.
That's correct.
Remember what day of the week, June the 10th, 2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30, that's my recollection.
And that was on June 7th, 2021,
That's right.
into June 8th, 2021?
I think I heard it's still June 7th when I hear about it, but yeah.
On June 8th, 2021, did you have any conversations with any of the lawyers involved in the boat case or any communications?
I believe so. I think that it was more of, there wasn't a whole lot of consideration to be given to the fact that the hearing wasn't going to go forward. It was sort of shock and horror of what had happened, and nobody really knew what to do in the moment.
Forgot about
Of
him.
course, that hearing's not going forward after this.
It did not.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 407 and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do. This is an email from Judge Hall's law clerk. Judge Hall's over the boat crash case to me and the lawyer for Parker's, as well as about the fact that the hearing's not going forward.
All right, this time I'd offer States 407.
Additional objection.
So admitted.
It would be kind of smart if you would actually explain
What's
to the
the date of that
jury,
email?
you know,
June 8th.
have him sort of summarize the
2021.
point,
What time?
so this way they know what they're getting from him.
4:24 p.m.
But he's trying to get in
I
that,
think
that there
there's
were
an email
delays that
from
were
John Tiller
caused.
that precedes this one that
That
morning.
Alex was successful in getting delayed, or in his attempt to get
Ultimately,
delays
there
by
were
killing
communications
his
the following
family.
day that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing.
It sounds
on the
funny
motion.
saying it out loud.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much immediately.
And at that period of time, was there any date set in the wake of all of this for it to be reheard?
There was not.
In the wake of the murders, did you generally understand or have an idea of at least what had happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of
That's right.
it. And did that have any effect, that tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effect on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together, if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have affected, I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case
It would have ended the case against who?
against Alex Murdaugh.
And explain that to the jury. Why? What had changed after this terrible tragedy?
Well, when you
Why?
have a civil case,
That doesn't make any sense.
Why would it end the case against
nice
Alex?
people get good verdicts.
I mean, the case didn't end. He ended up
Generally
settling after they were dead.
Yes, sir. Nice people get good verdicts. You really have to motivate a jury to want to help somebody in a civil case. And so if you compared, say, Attila the Hun with some sweet grandmother, who gets a better result? It's the sweet grandmother. If Alec is the victim of a vigilante, nobody's going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference what he did or how clearly what he did contributed. The case would be over against Alec. And so
Oh,
initially,
he killed his son so he could play the victim card.
it was.
This
it
is a
could have
whole
been
new
over. It
perspective.
appeared
We
that
never
it
heard
would- It was
this.
going to be over against Alec.
Well, he talked about this when he
Because,
did it in camera.
I had other defendants. I had.
Yeah, I know,
Parker's
but that's not what
convenience store
the
that
jury's
clearly
never heard
violated
this
its
before.
rules. And so,
No, that's right.
You wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy. So it would have been over against him.
It wouldn't have been over.
The
That's
sympathies
ridiculous.
of the case had changed if
It would
Alec
not
had
have been
truly
over.
his family
Because there's
been the
plenty of
victim some
sympathy. It's
vigilante
not
or something.
because Mallory
The
Beach doesn't become
sympathies
Attila
would
the
have
Hun.
changed if that had
She's
been
still, she's still a great,
Assessing
from the
those
perspective of a
sympathies and
personal
those
injury attorney,
emotions in a
a
case like
great
this.
victim to have because she's, young,
You do as a
beautiful,
plaintiff's lawyer, is that correct?
has
It's
prime
what we
of her
try
life
to
to look
do.
forward to. And she's
That's
deprived of
what
that.
Alec Murdaugh used to do as well.
So
when
the
he
case
was
is
plaintiff's
I
far
think
from
he
over.
was
That's a
good at reading
lie.
people
He's
and
outright
knowing what-
lying there.
Made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Nothing further at this time. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
This guy's
Thank
a
you.
slime ball.
He is.
Mr. Barber.
Personal injury attorneys. I like a few of them. A few I really
Good morning,
like.
Mr.
Good
Tinsley.
people.
Good morning.
That was
So
maybe just
defense
start
counsel
asking
with
a
hair.
couple of questions that I think
Hmm?
are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things. Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, it was other motions, correct? On June the 10th.
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process, right? In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end point.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony? There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
No, it's not finished. It's yes or no.
Your Honor, I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one
It's
of
a
his
yes.
questions.
He says it's a yes or no question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it.
Wow, what a jerk.
I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Quote. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified? Yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again and I could not understand what you said.
I
Was there an
I
explosion?
apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible.
please.
You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Whoa,
And redirect.
whoa.
You're asked about the motion to compel being another step in the process. Is that correct?
It was a way to put pressure on Alec.
But if
Wow.
after that hearing happens and an order granting a motion to compel had been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course. Is that correct?
Objection, pleading.
If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here.
Sure. The process starts on Alec's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document. That's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it. And nobody knows better what Alec's making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
He doesn't know what Danny Henderson knows.
Response.
Mhm.
Your Honor, he is, speaking of,
Speaking of response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation. And your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overrule the objection. You may answer.
Hmm.
How does he have
For
personal
instance,
knowledge?
Just
I
a
have
summary
submitted
claim that he knows what this other guy
phone
would do,
records,
and
not only
speculatively.
Alec's,
That's
his
the most
father's,
ridiculous thing. He never.
but we
There's,
also
there's no
had,
foundation
John
why
Marvin,
he would
Alec's
know.
brother's phone records.
Maybe he knows
um,
how much you earn, Branca.
Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
So as far as that short cross, it could be they're trying to
If an
dismiss
order
it
to
as not
compel
being as being
is
irrelevant
issued,
and
What
unimportant.
was going to be your next step if you had an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed, can potentially people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
That's speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain. That's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as to any subpoenas you issued for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Objection.
Absolutely.
Postmation.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Step down.
So that was wild. I think we all expected there to be I certainly expected there to be a
Next
lot
witness.
more cross-examination. No questions about the $1,000 that he gave to another witness and his ties there.
Blanca Simpson.
I mean, that's what we all anticipated.
Well, it may come out from another witness. They may be planning to call another witness to testify about that. Someone
This-
who's not this combative.
Yeah, but this guy himself gave $1,000 to a different state witness. Who else to their GoFundMe? Who else are they going to ask about that?
Well, anyone who saw it could be a witness about what they saw on the website.
Oh, so you're saying don't let him try and explain it away. Just bring
Yeah.
in some witness who says,
Right.
"I saw that this guy gave $1,000," and that way he has an opportunity to explain it away. I mean, I guess on rebuttal they could bring him in to rebut it, but that's really wild. That's really wild, though.
My name is Blanca Simpson, TURRUBIATE-SIMPSON.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ask me to pronounce that name.
Oh, for you to be here today.
Yes, sir, it is.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, Ms. Simpson, about yourself, where you're from, your family, if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please?
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
Thank you.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be good environment for raising children. So we made a decision, instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South
Gifford.
Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
It's a hard job, but not the
When
hardest job in the
we
world.
moved here, we had enough leave built
Just ask a
that
coal
we
miner.
didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and I asked I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And,
How many
So
kids
much for
you
the
have?
hardest job in the world.
Okay.
but I only had the 2 oldest ones at that time. And so he said the only job he had was a stalker. And I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. but I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for
A
a little bit.
a stalker?
So,
Stalker,
So,
shelf stalker, put stuff on the
Oh.
shelf.
I took that job. and
Look
then
how
within a
desperate she
week,
was to
I
get
got a
away from those
call
damn
from
kids.
another,
Yeah, seriously.
job that I had put in.
She was
where
willing to
it
become a
was
stalker.
Grazing or.
Didn't even know what the job was, just
harassment
wanted to get out of that
is
damn house.
In Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing. So I went there. After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental, medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also, a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers. In 2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left
Don't know.
Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing.
Okay,
Well,
let's get to
producing
why you're
reports,
here.
weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of staff members that were bilingual. So my job basically became profiling, interviewing, and associating.
I've seen
members,
expert witnesses who gave
inmate
shorter
population
resumes.
With gangs.
And how long did you do that?
From 2001 to 2007.
Oh, could be.
Not that anybody cares for this.
Could be a
Is that when I
former
first
client.
met you?
Yes, sir.
Did you help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Just burned, when you're the only, one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with the Hispanic population that had grown out quite a bit from the time I got there. And still having to do your daily duties in the office and nobody's helping you, you tend to burn out pretty quick. So
So if an
I
incident,
made a decision to leave.
so if an incident happened when they needed a translator,
I
Your
was
phone
call-
got called.
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
what did you do after that?
I went into real estate for a little bit.
This is
which was
crazy. Like,
Not
why?
so good, because that's when the market
Wow,
crashed.
this is crazy.
And again, for my,
A woman going into real estate.
education, what year
No,
is this when you quit
actually,
the
women do
prison?
really well in
2007.
real estate. I had a client once who was
And you're living where?
who
Some of them.
shot
In
in,
Brunson.
in
I'm sorry.
she worked with
Brunson?
Remax. Is that the big one?
So how long did you stay in real estate?
Shot up. My God, this
Maybe
woman had
about
no
a
education
year
at
and a
all,
half.
and she became multimillionaire within a few years.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired?
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended. She was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. Her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. one of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as I talked to her, she said, I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand. She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, I'm gonna find you an attorney. I'll look around. I said, and we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one. And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble communicating with her prior attorney. Don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you help with that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, sir. He told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex
you,
told
Farrah.
me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details. Because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translators.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case.
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir, I
Alex Murdaugh?
did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating or when there were accidents and the folks were injured. And if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. It wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether it was to get them signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something. And a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
So she thought Alec was a
And
good
that went
lawyer.
on for a period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that change into a caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate
You're
wasn't
Hispanic, so we thought of you first.
for me. And so I told I couldn't find
So
anybody.
racist.
I had asked around. And at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's
He probably
no
assumed
big
that
deal to me.
she knows
It's honest
Hispanic
work.
women who would do it.
I said that I would help her.
You were clearly qualified.
Yes, sir.
So what did you start doing for
I
either the
would-
Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh?
I started helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands, running to the bank for her.
And it's
Whatever
possible
she
the
needed me
state
to
went
do.
through her whole
When did that
CV to
start?
make her more relatable to the jury,
In 2007.
but that was long.
And were the two young children, or the two children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger? Obviously, they were younger. When you-
Yes,
Tinker
sir.
Tailor, soldier spy. This lady's done everything.
Would you
Yeah.
have interaction with them and/or Alex Murdaugh during this time period?
Yes, sir.
How often were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day.
Donde está la murder weapon?
Depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
How long did that go on before you stopped and tell them why you stopped?
I'm, I worked there with them on and off, like I said, not on and off, I shouldn't say that. Every 2 to 3 days, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe, I can't recall, it was a few months later or a couple weeks later. There was an incident at the house, and somebody had tried to burn the house. So that's when I actually went and started helping her more full-time, because she had to go through a
When
lot
did that happen?
of, a lot of the damages and all that. I helped her.
Someone tried setting
document
their
a lot
house
of
on fire?
whatever damages were done from the diesel and stuff that was spilled all throughout the house.
Oh my gosh.
And maybe
Wow.
I wasn't clear on my question. Did there come a point where you had?
So
Yeah,
there'd
we
been
didn't-
prior murder attempts?
Yes,
See
sir.
that before Maggie died, that
At
people
one
tried
point,
killing people tried
I
killing them.
suffered a stroke and I had to stop working.
That's like a
um,
really big
and go
deal.
through rehab for a while.
And what year was that?
That's astonishing. He was like, I didn't want to talk
17,
about
18 maybe?
that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So prior to your stroke and you had to go to rehab, how long did you work for the Murdaughs?
It was a few years by then.
Well, she's got a bad memory because she
You
had a
out
stroke.
after you had your stroke.
Yeah.
Blanca.
What?
Maybe almost 4 years.
Did there come a point where you went back and started working with Alex, with the Murdaugh family?
Yes, sir.
And tell these folks when that was.
Shortly after the boating accident, I reached out to Alex and Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me. And at that point, Maggie said that she would like for me to come back if I was able to. So I told her I would. At that point, I was feeling better, so I told her that I would go back.
You think she's going to testify about a
And,
healthy family
once I
or
went back,
unhealthy
it was
signs?
like I actually never left.
Because everything we've been hearing is about what a wonderful family man he
2015,
was.
not 2017. I
Yes, sir.
apologize.
Yes, sir.
So after your recovery, you started working and actually called them, the Murdaugh family, and said, if y'all need anything.
If y'all need anything, I'm here.
And I don't think anybody will dispute that was in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Time period.
Yes, sir.
So when you went back to work with the family after the boating accident, tell these folks, what were your duties then? What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would, and what I say by cashing checks for Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy doing other things. So she would send me to the bank to cash checks, to pay the people that she had working around the house. The main,
Go ahead, I'm
yes,
sorry.
sir. The maintenance line, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
And where were they living, the Murdaugh family, at this point in 2019?
Both places,
Okay, tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at both residences?
Yes, sir, both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, where was their primary residence?
Their primary residence was Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, and I'm limited what I can say in a murder case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town, and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS, just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
You planning to get a divorce?
Maggie might have told her.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June
That would be
7th,
hearsay.
2021.
Yes, sir.
You were working there for the
Dying
Murdaugh
declaration.
Yes, sir.
I was
That's a Monday.
a
We all know
divorce.
that, June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At the
At-
Moselle property for them.
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B. You can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it." And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
They weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, "Okay, no," her main comment to me always was, "No worries,
No worries.
no worries."
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said apple, and I believe she said pineapple first, and then they
Oh,
changed.
gross.
She came back with another text and said, "No, he wants orange." I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said. I'm not.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for
No,
orange Capri Suns?
No, sir.
This is very important, whether or not he got the orange Capri Sun. We need to know.
Shane was Mark States 54, Blanca.
Turns out he had orange Capri Sun already. This whole thing. whole thing was.
And
a
how do you
setup.
pronounce
Do you have
Capri
any
Sun
other-
in Espanol?
Text with Miss Maggie before you got.
Capri Sun.
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment. And she said that, in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And, she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So, she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready, for when Paul and they arrived at home. Well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone, where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home.
How is this not hearsay?
And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home.
What?
And because she really
This
liked
seems like
being at
complete
Edison.
hearsay.
And they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up.
This sounds
out
like
there
complete
that-
hearsay.
that CB
I don't know why they're not
had,
objecting.
done.
At CB Road.
Yes, sir.
So he's trying to
And he
paint
said
it
Alec had
as if
told Paul
he
to
would
come
plan to
and
kill
fix it
them,
because they were
and
planning
that's why
on
he made them both come home.
having a hunt that weekend, so he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So.
That's
he'd
why.
asked
That's why the state wants
Maggie
us
to
in.
come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Excuse
Maggie,
me, Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at Defendants 54,
I forbid a man organize
can
his
you read
family for the
that?
weekend.
text.
He said, thank you. I'm waiting at doctor.
Yes, it
Alex
is.
wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to
Because for
die.
all we
Hope he
know, she
doesn't
was
go
lying
down
when
there
she
to
said this.
sleep.
She
He
might
needs
have had
to take care of
reasons to
himself
lie.
as
That's
well.
why it's still hearsay,
And then
even
she
if
said-
she's dead.
I trust the Mexicans leave the door open. That didn't bother you.
No, sir.
When she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to.
Mr. Meadows, you're standing in front of the jurors.
I apologize.
I'm going to
When,
stand in the doorwell here.
You had just testified you didn't think she wanted to come home. Was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at Edisto?
Any chance she had.
Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer. She preferred
Very.
to be in Edisto.
It's very
And I
weird.
guess, was she at Edisto the Sunday night? Do you know?
not good
Where
lawyering
was she
either.
Sunday night.
I'm not sure.
Unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
People with multiple homes with this kind of money, folks, they can have a preferred home and still spend time at the others. It's not unusual.
I guess the point is that the only reason she was there is because Alex called her there. That's what the state wants.
Were you
wants the
on
jury to
schedule
believe.
June 7th time-wise? Were you running late? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
When
All
you
right.
walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir, he was in bed.
Was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. So how long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best of your memory, when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, a greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there. So he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
Idiot.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on and he was putting his coat on. And he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So
on
you
his shirt.
actually helped, I'm sorry, did you help move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Could be.
It's important.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve, I'm sorry.
Area
That
laundry
polo is a
cleaner.
short sleeve,
And did it have buttons on part of it or do you know?
just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer
It
put on
was,
top of it?
it was a dark color.
He put a tie on? He
Excuse
didn't have a
me?
tie with that on.
No, sir.
Tie with a polo shirt? What's wrong with you?
Man should be shot. The point is he was wearing different clothing when she saw him.
Well, he was
Now,
going to
Maggie
work.
had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you make?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice and some green beans.
You're a good cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Objection called speculation.
Maybe she brought tamales
Did
for the
you
jury.
see
I'm going to come back to
or
this
talk to
rule
Maggie ever
804A4
again after this
soon.
text or this phone call?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said, the dinner was on I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is no worries. Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working,
Yes,
law
sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No,
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
the next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning.
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky. And he said, B, they're gone, they're gone. And my initial thought was, did she go back to Edisto? I that thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend what
No,
was going
sir, I
on.
did not.
So this is the first
told me
person he
then,
spoke
said,
to
"No,
after he found the
Pete,
bodies.
They're
I don't know if it's
dead."
the first person.
Um,
He called a
and at that
lot of
point, I
people.
don't remember
Mhm.
because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes,
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't,
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead, I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over. But
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
he said him and Buster were at Almeda. So I told him I was going to Almeda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay. And so I went from my house to Almeda. And then when I got ready to leave Almeda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went into Moselle from Almeda.
Almeda to start with,
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
to comfort him.
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was gonna be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay. And I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance wise?
From the house, I would, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton or if I, you know, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th, right? 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now, as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back.
It's heartbreaking.
And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff.
It's very hard. When you feel that presence lost in the house, it's very, very hard. And she obviously cared a great deal about Maggie.
It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the
Well,
front
there's a
door to get
cognitive
in.
dissonance. Intellectually, you know they're gone, but emotionally,
Yeah.
It
you
felt
just can't believe it.
cold.
Right.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove and I was kind of I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And
Post-
the pots they were not in the sink and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants,
Laundry
a pair
goes.
of underwear, and her pajama top.
I mean, this is very heartbreaking and all. You have to wonder
That was very unusual.
how this is helping a jury know anything about
Because
who killed her.
she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house.
Yes,
You took care of the clothes.
yes.
And
Well, obviously, Alex is
trying-
guilty.
not to get too
Yeah,
personal, but
The
sometimes.
fact that there's laundry done
With the underwear
is
there,
clear
with the
that
pajamas
he
unusual.
he did laundry
Yes.
Why?
to cover up his crime. That's what they want us to think.
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
Pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
How would she?
Yes,
know
sir,
that?
because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
So we're supposed to think because he did
I may have just
laundry, he
missed
killed
it.
them.
You said, where were the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom, was, her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, if you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub.
Indeed, it
And
was not a
then
usual.
right here
It
is
was
the
not a usual
shower,
night.
And there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants.
The khaki
then,
pants.
As I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But that it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
So we're supposed to think he went and
When
grabbed.
you took care of the home, was that?
He grabbed
tell us how the
t-shirt
clothes
and
were
was
laid
too
out,
quick
the
to
shirts,
like.
the shorts were
That's why one of them fell off.
staying up on a shelf with shirts. How were they?
In the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. And then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box looking, Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean, were they T-shirts like I'm wearing right now, or were they T-shirts with pockets?
It was usually, they would be T-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
So we're supposed to think
put 'em
he
on the
hurriedly
shelf?
grabbed a T-shirt.
Yes, sir, I did.
And that
Did you iron a T-shirt?
because he was like
Yes,
trying
sir,
to
I
change his
did.
clothing, and that's why clothing was strewn in a weird way in the house. I guess that's what the state wants us
And
to think.
you washed all the clothes.
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his T-shirts. On the bottom
Now
drawer
this woman's
were
working for
the
closets,
pajama
closets,
pants
closets,
that he would wear,
closets.
or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the T-shirts were in one of those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts, the dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts. You know,
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021, okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
You tampered with the scene?
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you,
But we don't know when that happened. We don't know if that happened before
Did
the
you look
murder or
and
after
see
the
how
murder.
much
We don't know
was-
anything.
in the pots.
No, sir, I did not.
Like, I'm sure the state wants us to take something
Now,
from
you
this.
said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel,
It was damp.
what did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yes, sir, there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the?
Yep, that's true, Josh.
No cross.
There's really, I mean, is there anything really terrible about this? Like, I don't see how this is anything. This is like, okay. I mean, it was a crazy day for everyone. So things are not the way they normally would be. I don't really see where the state. This is not exactly a smoking gun to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
Stretch break.
That's pretty funny. Well done, Cheese Crisp. That's very funny. All right. So, while
This witness going to whip out a can of lemon pledge and a rag right now?
let me get to a couple of the super chats here. Drake says, so trash that you search the trail and nothing from any lawsuit for pages, nothing but court TV and law and cuck. Yep, that's what they do. They shove them up in the algorithm.
Please do not discuss the case.
So that's the way it's going to be. What are you going to do? Any advice for a Hungarian Polish Jew being called a Nazi for not agreeing with Antifa? I've been called a Nazi. So if you're Hungarian Polish, I'm supposed to tell you, and if you're Ukrainian, you almost certainly are. So
Please do not discuss your testimony. We'll take about 10 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
10 minutes. Thank you for holding the fort, Joe. My pleasure, Elena. Thank you for your support. I greatly appreciate. Glad to be here for you guys. Bell says, any chance of either inviting Emily on or jumping on her stream? It'd be fascinating to hear you guys discuss the different points of view. I would relish the opportunity to do that, and maybe join up with her by lunchtime or so. I don't know. I can. I'm not sure how I would do that. I'm not sure how to do that in a way that but yeah, I would love to do that. I'd love to hear her thoughts on this. She's great. Everything they bring is loaded with contradictions. Yes, there's a lot of confusion. This is anything but a crisp case for them. Charles, go to your favorite YouTuber person. That was funny. Yeah. Chicago Red says, did you see Buster giving the middle finger to a witness? Looks like he was biting the fingernail of said finger, but the thumb was also out. And subscribed also. Get the 100K. You deserve it. Hope it happens today. Amen. That'd be great if it happens today. I certainly want to get over 90 today. That would be nice. You know, that's my goal for today. I want to cross the 90,000 threshold and, you know, work my way towards that 100. So, yeah, if you can like and subscribe, that would be really, really awesome. Southern Brainwater says, are they sure it was in July instead of June? I noticed how in South Carolina, that's how they say that month. They say that month. It's like, yeah, okay. It's not really a compound word there, but okay. Joe and Branca, thanks again for getting Nick so spun up the other day. Did you see Brett Favre suing Shannon Sharp and Pat McAfee for defamation? Was he really? I didn't see that. Do you know anything about this? About
No.
I know he had some sort of he said some sort of stupid things. There's a lot of well, whatever. I remember seeing something about him where I was thinking to myself, man, he's really kind of dumb. But I don't remember exactly what it was. It was like a year ago. Joe Everyman says, this trial has cemented my hatred for the state in general. I think a lot of people have felt the same way. Smart move. Tinsley hates Alex. They aren't getting anything good from him. So let's talk. Can we talk about that for a minute? That very short cross and your thoughts. But it's just that they figured that they weren't going to get any good ground out of it. So they just said, why should we bump heads with him?
You just have to conclude they didn't believe it would be productive.
Yeah. I just sort of.
And you know that guy was relishing the opportunity to go on cross.
Yeah.
So they took that away from him. No one was more surprised than him that it was a one question cross.
Yeah. No, I think everyone was shocked. I think he was amped up for it. And he's clearly like your classic slimeball lawyer. But wow. All right. Austin Prissy says, is there a chance they're filibustering until defense can afford to keep their pro witnesses, extending discovery after a hit with speedy trial? Until defense can't afford to keep their pro witness? That doesn't seem like
expert witnesses, I think they mean.
Yeah, but I don't think that they're looking to drain his. I don't think that's part of their strategy. I don't think the state's figuring, we're going to drain their resources, and that way they won't be able to have their expert witnesses come in here. No, I wouldn't expect that. It's not really extending discovery. That wouldn't be extended. Discovery is a period of time that happens between the filing of the complaint and before a trial date is set. Is locked down. So it's not really extending discovery. But yeah. And thank you again for the welcome back, Farron. I appreciate that. Much love to you and Branca. Soldiering on with this, Raquetta definitely needed and deserved this break from this mind-numbing trial. LOL. I gotta tell you something. I don't know how he soldiered through it. And you too, Andrew. You've been there riding shotgun with him.
Since day one.
Yeah,
I didn't do voir dire, but
break. Yeah.
And I missed opening. I followed up on opening after it happened, but from the first day of the trial proper. Yeah.
Well, good for you. So I wanted to talk about this. This was a chat someone brought up that I wanted to talk about. So South Carolina Rule 804-8A4, death is an exception to the hearsay rule. This is not an accurate statement. When in a situation, in fact, I can pull up 804A here. Let me do that. Let me stop this screen here. And I'll pull it up for you. It's the same as the federal rule, which means that, we'll make certain South Carolina will make certain allowances, but it's not that it's not as if all of a sudden, as soon as someone drops dead, you can bring in anything that they want.
No, it's very limited categories of information.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, they actually say it's tailored around the it's tailored around the federal rule, and it's meant to mirror the federal rule. And basically, what they say is that when someone is dead, they're defined as being unavailable, and that there are hearsay exceptions. The following are not excluded by the hearsay rule if the declarant is unavailable. So, former testimony, meaning if the person had testified in court, and so that's not what that wouldn't qualify over here. A statement under belief of impending death, which is why Andrew made that joke about I want a divorce being like her final words. A statement against interest. So that's a statement which at the time the person's making it, they know that it's almost like a confession of sorts. It's hurting them that it hurts their pecuniary, like an admission that they owe money. So that would be that's a statement against interest, because why would someone admit something like that? But that's not, or a statement about personal or family history. So like, and when they say history, they don't mean like, that time at the Christmas party. What they mean is like, your birth history, when the person was born, where they were born, adoption records, marriage and divorce. But but that's basically the categories. So conversation type things, which Maggie said, like, I want you to get Capri Sun, that's technically hearsay. Now, the defense probably figured it's not hurting us. And even
Right.
with respect to the statements about Alex directing Maggie and Paul to come back home, they probably figured that's going to come out anyway, one way or another. So,
Or just doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Right. I mean, it's only excluded as hearsay if the opposing party objects.
Right.
Otherwise, the judge is just going to let it go forward. And people have to keep in mind the purpose of the hearsay rule is that statements made out of court, they lack kind of intrinsic characteristics of inherent credibility, right? There's no way to evaluate their credibility. The witness themselves is not there. You can't check their demeanor. But if there are other characteristics of credibility, then those statements can get around the normal hearsay exclusion. Some of those characteristics of inherent credibility are the statement was prior testimony, so it was made under oath before, for example. Or it's a statement against interest. It's reasonable to believe that no one's going to make a statement against interest unless it's true. You don't falsely make up statements against interest. Right. Things along those lines.
Right. So, yeah, my point is, it's not you seem to the person who wrote that seemed to think that once someone's dead, hearsay doesn't apply.
That anything can come in, but that's not true.
That's the furthest thing from the truth. I don't want anyone to walk away with that belief. So that's why I wanted to address that. Arden says they're not objecting because testimony doesn't hurt them. I think that's correct. Grimsborough said the facts closed were around the house is consistent with dirty dishes on stove, expected but absent. Poor housekeeping is the norm. That's true. The world is constantly seeking entropy, right? Is that what it was? Is that the phrase? I don't know. Did Alex shower before he went to his mom's? Doesn't sound like an unusual activity. That's this whole thing with the clothes being strewn around. If he said he was napping and then he basically went and changed, and got dressed. So he probably figured, I'll let the maid get it.
Well, right? They have a maid, right? I mean, if they tended to pick up their own clothes, they wouldn't be paying a maid. The house would already be neat.
Right.
And what's the point they're trying to make? That the clothes are dirty or unusually laid about, but the kitchen was unusually clean? I mean,
I don't even understand what that means either. Yeah, apparently the pots were washed, but the clothes were...
Oh, they weren't washed. They were just put in the fridge, which would be very consistent, by the way, with any of the many people who came to the property that night and early that morning. They see the pots in the stove. They're like, well, it's kind of gross to leave pots of food out all night.
Right.
I don't know how they normally do this, but I'll just stick them in the fridge.
That's a good point. Yeah. There'd been a crowd of lawyers and other people there the night before, mostly dudes. They probably put the pots in the fridge. Look at that. She's talking about the morning after, not the night of. Yes, she was talking about the morning of the 8th. So 1 hour behind, but this guy is a slime ball. Yes, that guy was a very, very big... Tinsley is a very big slime ball. His body language analysis used for behavior looked at Alex's first recorded statement and did not believe him at all during the first night. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see that. I didn't see...
People see what they want to see.
Often. Want to get to 90K subs? Okay, unsubscribing and then subscribing. God bless you. Thank you so much. I can tell you this. I was actually when I was on my strike, I was like looking at people who are sub to me, and there are people that I know have been subbed to me and did not unsub, but have been unsubbed. I'll give you one name. Nate the lawyer is not subbed to me like right now. He's a good friend of mine. I was just on the phone with him, talking with him about splitting channels with him. I know he didn't voluntarily unsub from me. So, yeah, it happens because when you're going through your list of subs, I don't know if I first found this now. You can dissect them by size order, like how many subscribers they have.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you can see who's subbed to you. It's very easy for you to find whether Nick Ricade is subbed to you because he'll be in the top 10 of people. You know what I'm saying?
Who?
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, Bear Ashby says law is never about guilt or innocent of the truth. That's
not if you mean in an absolute sense. Yes, of course. It's a human system.
That's true. William Paquette says, thanks for covering this mess today. The trials keep me entertained as I work in my studio. I'm originally from North Jersey, so your New York prick accent feels like home. Cheers. I'm actually in North Jersey right now myself. You're probably a stone's throw away. But don't come stalking. So,
hey, can I pitch my book to your audience? I got a screen you can share here.
Yeah, do it.
Let's see. Where is it? No, I have to find it. Damn it. Oh, here it is. Can you pop that up?
Yes.
All right. Oh, you got to take down the banner, though. They won't be able to see the URL I set up for you, just for your show.
Oh, wow. Look at that. I get my own URL.
Best-selling book, Law of Self-Defense Principles. Check it out on Amazon. 5-star rated, well over 1,000 reviews. Bestseller in their criminal law sector. But don't buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and shipping and handling. I'll give you the book for free. I only ask you to cover the cost of shipping the book to you. Get the book for free. Real physical book, folks. Real physical book. And you can get this for free at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. That's /Joe. And if you'd like to get the beautiful hardcover edition, and it makes a wonderful gift, folks. Looks great on the bookshelf. Beautiful book. You can get the hardcover of that same book at lawofselfdefense.com/GetHard.
And I'll tell you, it is my privilege to have the America's premier expert in self-defense law. And it's not an exaggeration. He's a guy who knows how to handle a gun. And he knows better than anyone what steps someone needs to take so that, God forbid, if you ever find yourself in a situation that you need to use a gun to protect yourself, that you don't just save your breathing life, but you save your freedom as well because you take the proper steps so that you don't get convicted because you did something wrong.
As the back of the book says right there on the screen, be hard to kill and hard to convict.
Amen. So make sure you guys check that out. And yeah, use the promo code so this way he knows where you found me, where you found him. Because otherwise he thinks like, why am I coming here to this guy?
That's right. That's exactly right.
So many times I had that conversation. I'm like, no, someone's going to sign up. Trust me, they will. But enough about our personal relationship here. Palmyra Productions says, Joe, I had to reset to you 3 times last month. It's been ridiculous. You see, this is what I'm talking about. They literally unsub, and people think there's some people who's like, no, Joe, people, you're alienating, and that's why people are leaving you. I've actually had people tell me this, and I'm like, stop it. It wouldn't be the same ballpark number of people day after day after day. It just doesn't work like that. That's just not how it would be if I did something that alienated people, if I said something that really rubbed people wrong. So the initial flow, I would basically, while you're hopefully constantly going up like this, you would all of a sudden have a downturn and it would be a steep drop. And then that would start to slowly, and then you start working your way back up. You wouldn't have a steady decline, like a little hump type of thing like that, because that's just not the way. That's because people who are alienated by it, they leave right away. And when they hear about it, some might not hear about it right away. So on the first day, if you do something wrong, do something that the public shuns, they reject. So a channel my size could, let's say, lose 3,000 people in a day or over a weekend, and over the next few days they'll start losing 100 and then 50 and whatever, and then that tapers off. There's no such thing as someone losing 30 people every day for weeks, for like just out of the blue. It's like the same 25 to 40 people but it's a new 25 to 40, a new 25, new 25, new 25, and it's like, and it starts to accumulate like over like a period of a couple of months. You see like, oh my god, I just like lost like 400 subs, and I have 600 subs, 800 subs just bleeding away. And then they come back to me and they say, I didn't even realize I was unsubbed from you. So it's part of the life, I guess. Moni2489 says, when my son passed, there were a lot of people in my house, and they tried to help by putting the things away. Didn't know where to put them, done the best they could. Yeah, that's exactly what we see happen here. All right, we're coming back into the trial right now. So, one last fun fact: 83% of statistics are made up on the spot, but 100% of you would love seeing good food made. Check out Forged Ardor, a new YouTube channel for food. Well, thank you, Noah. Check it out, Forged Ardor.
You may bring the jury.
All right. So I don't feel as if the state really moved very much of a needle or provided much compelling information for the jury to take notes on. Oh, let's remember about the moved
No notes.
pots.
No notes for this jury.
Right. Yeah, what's the deal with that?
Every court does it different. Sometimes they let you take notes, but then they won't let you take the notes with you. Or they'll let you take the notes around, but they won't let you take them into deliberations. Or they'll let you take them into deliberations, but you can't look at anyone else's notes. I mean, I get it. A lot of judges don't want the jury taking notes because a lot of people, if they're writing stuff down, they're not listening to what's being said next, and they're missing testimony.
It's kind of ridiculous. All right, new members, Jane Zanis. Welcome to the following. God bless you. Hope you enjoy your stay.
And what if these jurors were taking notes? They'd have filled up 1,000-page spiral notebook by now with nothing substantive in it.
With nothing. It's true. Orange, Capri, Sun. Riser Nakaro. Whatever.
What did they used to call those funny books in keeper finders or something in high school? The ones that would unfold and they had little pockets.
Oh, Trapper Keepers.
Trapper Keeper. That was it. Yeah.
Rizano Kairu says, I prefer the intangible, ephemeral version of the book. Well, oh well. What are you going to do? Squishgar says, I don't know what it is, but maybe because I'm on YouTube Premium, but I've never been unsubbed from a channel. Oh, that's good. I'm happy. Palmyra says, not to mention, if it wasn't for locals, I would never get any notifications. I've never gotten more than 2 or 3 notifications from YouTube for you.
I hear that a lot. With respect to Rumble.
Yeah. And that's why I urge you, if you can sign up to locals as well, that would be really cool. Link is in the description below. You don't need to be a paying member, but at least if you want to get notifications for where you can find me, I'm pretty good about keeping up on that.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So that way, even if I'm not my own channel, I join Nick, or I go on Nate's or on Civil, or wherever I go. I try to let people know where they can find me.
Mr. Harpootney and Mr. Waters, if you all will be seated.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Simpson,
Yes, sir.
I'll come back to that.
I think where we left off, let me kind of try to refocus myself.
Look at that.
Show you what's in the state.
Tucker Carlson proved again last night. He knows crap about self-defense law. Please don't get hard.
I'd be glad to go on the show.
I'll hook you up.
State 7.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those
Can't
pants?
hear your response.
Yes, sir.
You recognize those pants in state 7?
Yes, sir.
How do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Where were these pants kept in state 7?
The left dresser. And the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They
that?
weren't, they
She
weren't in the
knows.
ones where,
I know where those
he had
pants
one
belong.
drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends, you know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
What type of detergent
You know
did
what
you
drawers
use?
these were in?
Yes.
That's not me, folks.
It's not me either. That's the trial.
If
That's
you
court.
know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these shorts he liked to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now, this shirt that's also in States 7, had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you've testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Now,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are apparently having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right, look at me this way, I'm sorry.
I don't think this guy's a good litigator. The objective is you
Had
want to
you
make the
cleaned
witness
this
the
shirt?
star.
It's in State
You're
7.
not supposed to be taking over.
You tell her she's got beautiful
prior to
eyes.
June 7th of
Would she like to
2021.
cook for him?
I probably
Did she
did.
do his laundry?
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Just Frank thanks for what both you guys do. They sure don't like SJWs. Thank you. I'm one of the good.
You're an SJW now?
Well, I assume that this is because I had the quotation because CNN said, you know,
Now, could we
what
please?
SJW
Oh, that, right.
State
Yeah.
306, please?
And Angel, you're wonderful. So is Branca. You both be
Can you see, would you look
Thank
right
you so
there
much, Jillian.
at your monitor?
I try and tone Andrew down. It gets impossible, especially if he doesn't have those nuts he keeps popping in his mouth.
Clementines this morning.
Oh,
That was
all right.
breakfast. Yeah, they were good.
Possibly other witnesses testifying against Alex with hopes to get a GoFundMe since they see how much money Shelley
Right.
got.
Jesus, I should set up a GoFundMe for having to suffer through this trial.
Now, this, who's in the picture?
It's pretty funny.
Alex,
And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be a pair of loafers,
Loafers.
house shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet,
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
the Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet,
And what color is that shirt?
just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Sperry shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see those Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Case of the missing shoes. Nancy Drew.
I love my chat.
Did he ever wear Maggie's underwear? Did he wear underwear under his pajamas?
Did you stay on and work for a period of time for Alex Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir. I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir. They did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After
had to wear a French maid
Maggie
outfit.
and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after
Mr.
the,
Murdaugh.
yes, I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did in fact you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what, were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of. And my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there. And it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the
In
dog?
fairness, they had a
Yes,
tractor.
sir.
Tell these folks what were the dogs' names?
It wasn't a
Great.
push mower.
And Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home.
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but could, at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of, will people play that now, please, so we get it to the video, the kennel video?
Next, they're going to call the dog to testify.
What are we getting out of this post?
Is that the shirt he left for the
Post-murder
office in that day?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
If only one of the dogs had been
Never seen
Scooby-Doo,
Bubba
they
with
would have solved
an
this
animal
already.
in his mouth.
Yes, sir.
All right, Tell them about that, please. Please do.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch them?
Yes, he would.
And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically that's what he.
Are these live chickens?
in your
Yeah.
experience in being there, was
Well,
it easier
to
for a
start live.
family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn.
So he's killing these chickens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
I can't even imagine how this is leading the jury to understanding who killed Maggie and Paul. I'm like, maybe am I missing something here?
They're just crafting a possible means by which this guy, Alex, could be guilty of these murders.
Right. I
Which is
understand.
fine if you're trying to decide whether or not to investigate him, but it's not
Yes,
guilt
sir.
beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean the little house?
It's up on the prairie.
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there? If anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave. And he said, B, I need to talk to you. And he said, come here, sit down. So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, I got a bad feeling. He said, I got a bad feeling. He said, something's not right. And then he said, well, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video. And he said, you remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt? That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention, he said, well, you know what, I was wearing that shirt. He said, in the, that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
So this is trying to make it look like he's trying to
Using your
plant in
common
her
sense, but
mind
it appeared to
that
you
he was wearing
trying
that
to
shirt.
Say, I was wearing this shirt.
Speculation.
Objection is sustained. That's the form of question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked that if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
Ms. Blanca.
So that could show a guilty mind.
Maybe he doesn't remember what shirt he was wearing.
Right. I'm saying the point that he's trying to get her to the way she worded it is that he was saying, you remember that shirt, that Vinnie Vine shirt I was wearing, as if like, sometimes I think we feel as if we say it like that to someone, it sort of you're planting a false memory in their mind when she knows, and if she didn't cognitively remember, it'd be like, oh yeah, that shirt you were wearing.
It's possible. It's
I'm not
also
saying-
how
I'm
she
not-
felt.
I'm not saying this means he's guilty. I'm simply saying that's what the state wants the jury
Do
to
you
take from.
recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card. He said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay. And he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done. He said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he gonna go to get appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
John, we'd offer say 455, 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for, you want to tell me? I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment, tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
With your permission?
Yes, sir.
So I'm looking up Vineyard Vines because someone in the chat here.
Sorry, Your Honor, we sort of just talked surprise.
I sent you a link, brother.
455, 457.
If you want to pop in.
Reserving our previously made objections. I apologize.
Yeah, Vineyard Vines sells button-down shirts. It's not a T-shirt.
What
So
previous objection?
it's very weird.
You said
The
reserving
previous
your
objection-
previous
I
objection.
apologize, I'm so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Did it without objection. Go ahead.
455, I'll stand right here, okay? Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
And that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully and don't go any farther than my answer and ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Murdaugh?
We did.
So anyway, it's probably Vineyard Vines, even though she's saying Vinny Vines.
Couple other questions.
Apparently, they
I know
sell
everybody gone sitting
button-down
down.
polo shirts and T-shirts. So it doesn't really tell us
In
anything.
addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
Gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
You remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? When did you, do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
But she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house in Edisto. She had some pillows that she was gonna return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious
better.
about anything?
She had a conversation with me. She had a conversation with me a few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanca," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
You're said.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Oh my God!
I object
Well, I
to,
know you objected and
but he is.
I understand your objection. And, well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
And he should know better than that, especially to ask that type of question.
Well, strike it.
Yeah, strike. Yeah, move to strike.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
Yeah, okay. So, as I said earlier, she can't testify about anything Maggie said to her. That's hearsay, just as it would be if Maggie is alive. It's not fixed. It's not cured just because she's dead. It's still hearsay because we don't know whether or not Maggie was telling her the truth, and there's no way to cross-examine Maggie to find out whether she could have just been making stuff up when she was having this conversation with Blanca, with the housekeeper. So, it's a real hearsay problem. It's a complete hearsay problem. Now, they let the state get away with hearsay earlier when it was about testimony that they didn't really care. I guess they figure it's not really hurting them at all. But now, when the whole motive is that supposedly, all these concerns about money and all
Yes,
this other
sir.
stuff,
If everyone will be seated.
and now they want to try and show that Maggie had money concerns based on the statement she made. That's a hearsay issue that they're objecting to.
We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about his statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay.
Yep.
I would move for mistrial. I think it's
Wow.
unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of
Yep.
financial misconduct.
He's never going to get this mistrial,
And
but he wants to put it on the record.
I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not mistrial, because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
It was wrong.
Mr. Meadows.
That question, I don't have to say it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
we're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule, how she was, and that's all I was going to listen. That's it. I won't go, and hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected. It just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in there.
That's a complete
We'd like
lie.
you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
Failure to object to earlier hearsay does not mean you can continue.
803.3, the following are
soliciting
not
hearsay.
excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness.
But this declarant's not available.
A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition,
That's
such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but
not
not including
anxiety.
a statement
not
of
money.
memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's, and maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before we rule on that. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
But it's not the same thing. Maggie was not, unless she's going to say Maggie said, I have anxiety
sir.
about money.
right.
She was
can't give her
worried
impression.
because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
Sure, because her husband can make plenty of money.
This moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer her. I asked for the money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there. That long.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403, 404, the and raised gestile. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, putting financial stress on her. There's not any, she's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused, that is Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind
Yeah, why do we care?
on financial issues.
Why do we
I don't
care
know
she
how
had
that-
anxiety
how
about
that
financial
relates.
issues? Did that
Think
give,
further.
that gives Alex a motive to kill her?
We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled. Anything else?
The point to that testimony was that they cared about each
Let's
other.
take a
Not that
1
they-
minute
Not
stretch
that they had
before
no
the jury comes
pressures.
back.
Not that there weren't any pressures, but the point being that they were a loving family. This is not. If it was testimony refuting that there was a loving family, that's one thing. But the testimony that what the judge basically said is, you're right, it is hearsay, but we have an exception to hearsay when it comes to about someone's state of mind. But the problem is that her state of mind is irrelevant, because the whole point here is we're trying to figure out what was his motive. Even though I still think that this whole 5 days spent trying to prove motive is ridiculous. And so
how does her being anxious about a lawsuit, which anybody would be anxious about a big lawsuit, what does that have to do with the relations within the family?
That's right. That's exactly my point. And the judge is saying, well, because there was this testimony that was brought out on cross-examination about what a happy family they were, I'm going to allow this to counter that narrative, to refute it. And I think that her state of mind is relevant to show that it was not such a happy family. But the problem with the judge seems to be missing, which makes no sense at all, is that there was not any testimony saying that we had no pressures. It was testimony that they loved each other, and that there was genuine love between the family members. And this is not refuting that. Her anxiety about money is not testimony showing that, well, secretly Maggie hated Alex. It's just that she had stress about it.
It's pure speculation. Because if we posit that they were a happy family, it would still be reasonable to be stressed over the lawsuit.
Of course.
If we posit they were an unhappy family, it would still be reasonable to be stressed about the lawsuit.
Right.
There's no connection unless we just choose to speculate a connection.
It's so ridiculous. This is so wrong. This is terrible. I had a Rumble rant earlier from Nick Like the Soup asking, I miss Tinsley Cross. Did he get stuff like an upcoming and coming actress in Weinstein's office? No, he got one question, and then so that's it. The question is, when would there have been
Denying the objection, the motion for mistrial is also, that motion is denied.
Can't believe it.
Bring the jury back.
Unbelievable. There's really only one question asked on cross, which astonished me, and I expected to be that he was going to go punching toe to toe. And what Andrew speculated, I think, is the best rationale to explain the defense's decision not to go through a lengthy cross, is that they felt there was very little use they were going to get out of him. He's a smarmy son of a gun lawyer. So there you go. Speaking of smarmy son of a gun lawyers.
Hey.
I've about had it up to here with this witness Blanca and the hearsay bullshit.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I may or may not have 3 bottles of wine in me at this point, so please
Beautiful.
disregard everything that I say from this point forward.
All the better.
We call that a good start.
Kangaroo.
Well, that's what I call it too,
Justice.
but apparently other people don't. They call it alcoholism.
They call it DWI.
Look, it says Kangaroo Court. This isn't justice. I had a whole bunch of questions that came in as soon as this whole thing went nuts. So let's block you out for a second.
He was outside in
Thank
his
you.
inside shoes.
The last objection
His wife has been murdered. Undeniable proof, right
is
there.
overruled.
There you go.
And you may proceed.
We'll come back.
Ms. Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
Now the state is now encouraged to reach even further.
All anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. 30 million is what she told me.
Man, this housekeeper don't know what side of the bread hers is buttered on.
You what's marked 2 9s?
You pose a question there's an objection, the court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. You
Posed a separate question.
yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question.
What was she
That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or
I
you
don't.
forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed.
She was, what was she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with
This is
that
brand new.
How is this
Lost
This didn't
in?
come up in the proffer.
She said he doesn't tell me everything.
This is new. It's speculation. It's like about 18
What?
different objections.
How is this now to her emotional state?
That has nothing to do with. Well, I guess that should, and I guess it's actually more relevant if you're talking about her emotional state. But this is really, this is just so wrong.
Yeah.
Excuse me, entered as 297.
Now she got in there that Maggie thought that Alex was a liar. Wow. That's way harsher than anything she said in the proffer 3 minutes ago.
Get back. Get back.
It's not new.
Quit, Edge. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Get back. Hey, he got burns now. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. There's a chicken. Come here, Dad. Get it. Quit.
What axe to grind does the help have?
Had
in
you
this
seen
case?
that before?
Yes, sir.
We have no reason to think
And,
she's
and I
extra,
think
right?
maybe in prior statements or something that, had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And if previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum in interviews that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did. At a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV. Have you seen it?
I have. There's only 3 voices: Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
And you say that emphatically. Why, do you know that?
She was scared. It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
She did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
Sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did. He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
So what?
Well,
Obviously,
Paul,
literally
you
an
familiar
untrue
with his
statement.
habits as far as cell phones?
Not the times
In
that
the
he was
literal
there at the
sense, yes.
house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone.
Is that on his phone or playing
But that's the
music?
extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you've talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yeah, so there was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
You didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
I gotta tell you, if he was cleaning up like bloody clothes and stuff like that, the last thing you use is a white towel.
Thank you for indulgence. A few seconds, Judge.
That's my speculation.
Right?
I mean, he's not an idiot, right? We're not assuming he's an idiot.
Especially if
It's
he's
the next
masterminded
day.
this whole thing. Yeah.
Why wouldn't he have taken a shower by the next day? Maybe he took a shower just before she came.
Yeah.
Played a little country music on his phone. Well, he was always on.
If I did this, I'm sorry, Judge. Is the individual in states? Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And
Would you please? Is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harpoon?
Sitting
and
right
Mr.
there. Yes, sir.
and the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Have you ever seen these shoes again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
So those are important questions. Because even if he changed clothing, she's the housekeeper. She should know where that the clothing is.
Shoes. Have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's to
That's all,
me
thank
the most damning evidence that she came forward with. The one person who would have been cleaning that clothing, assuming that it didn't have blood on it, assuming he
So-
just took it off.
It's negative evidence, right? Just because she hasn't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. It's not like she saw them with blood on them.
Right.
It's negative evidence, and it's still circumstantial.
All the evidence is going to be circumstantial. I'm trying
my
to
name's
look at
Dick
this
Harpoon,
fairly. I'm
and
not
I
saying he's
represent
guilty. I'm saying that
Emmanuel with Alex,
if you're sitting in the
right?
jury, you can understand why
Yes,
that's
sir.
something that's an
I
important,
don't think we've ever
an
met
important
before,
piece
have
of
we?
evidence.
Yes, we.
We've met.
Yes, sir. at
This
the
whole
time.
case is negative evidence.
Maggie's
There's
here.
no gun. There's no fingerprints on the guns. There's no fingerprints on the
There's
bullets.
no
There's
gun.
fingerprints on the magazines. There's no bloody clothes. There's no blood on
Alex
his
always
clothes.
referred to
So
you when
therefore, he
people
must
ask
have
who
done
you
it.
are as
No,
a
I'm
friend,
saying
correct?
you
That
have
is
to admit
correct.
the
Never
missing
called
clothing
you
is
his
a little bit strange.
housekeeper, right?
But
She's the
the
housekeeper.
prosecutor has to show it.
He always, when he
But
introduced you.
that's what they're saying. Where's the clothing?
That is correct.
Where'd it go?
Now,
That's the prosecution's
you've
problem, not
also,
mine.
I think in
No,
multiple
I
interviews
look.
with,
I'm not saying
um,
to convict him for that, but I'm
I
saying
know
so.
other
If
folks
someone wants to ask that
described,
question,
I
it's a
think the
reasonable
words
question.
were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Slade?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? Maggie was his all.
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that. Objection.
You restate the question, please.
Sweat asked you if you'd ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection you're on.
You restated the question. You may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically.
Like the
He
most
didn't
male
care.
answer
She
ever.
wanted a specific white. And he
This is
just
some first
didn't
world problems.
But you never saw them have any violent
What
arguments.
shade of
or
white do we
argue
want?
about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on, it wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
That an uncommon complaint.
Making all that
with
money
husbands and wives, or
for the
wives
beach
to
house.
husbands. Want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that
Right. Do you ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
all the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th
Yes, sir.
and then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table, or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul just killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay, his sister, Lynn, do you know Lynn?
I met her at Maggie's, when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the,
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
you can ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
I'm going to make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and, well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the Kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
Needs entrance.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the Kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection.
Need to hear the question.
I'm sorry.
The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the Kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right, but you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
It was invisible
And
to
were they
them.
going from room to room? Were they
Like
looking for
maid.
things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay. But that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel.
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house. And I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor? Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex, and he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
What?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken a
That
shower?
wasn't unusual. No.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to,
Trying to
whether there
show.
was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. Do you know on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. And matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir, he
knew.
did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
There you go.
That's correct.
That explains the missing clothing.
And were you aware that Swed
It's
had
a great job.
confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know now.
Okay. A white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over at his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your
when,
Honor, objection.
Basis for the objection.
Grounds.
To which question?
To that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay,
there.
you don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objections over.
Why?
Right?
What?
Correct.
Okay.
Speculation.
Now,
I mean, speculation is fair,
If
so you just
somebody-
rephrase it. You don't know whether he wore the shirt.
alleged
Right.
that those khaki pants was at what Alex was wearing the night of
I'm going
the.
to object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say
This is good.
Alec Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he,
Objection.
Objection sustained.
okay. Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
He washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be,
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
There appeared to be no bloodstains on those
Okay,
pants.
okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody after a murder had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes?
Objection.
Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objections overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I
Answer the
didn't
question.
know, as
Answer
far
the
as what
question.
you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower? that
Good.
day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in that bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left,
Yes, sir.
and maybe even a shirt you can't remember.
Yes, sir, possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt.
Not objection.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember? I'm doing like Mr. Meadows now. I forgot the question,
Remember?
but let me see if I can get this back.
I like
on track.
that
These
subtle dig.
interruptions are
It's like
getting me a little
when I do
askew.
something stupid, I'm being like the other lawyer.
So I think you've already asked and answered that. Now, let's talk a little bit about,
He's done a great job in showing all the
let me talk a
lack
little bit about
of,
the cell phone
of
service
evidence
in Moselle. You
that
had
the
a cell
state
phone?
has,
Yes, sir.
And the
implying that
servicer
he's
was who?
innocent.
What was it, Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off, or the call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir, if you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were gonna lose your signal.
Okay.
All right.
So it would not be unusual at the Kennels, if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting texts or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you kind of knew the areas. At least for me,
So maybe
I already
Paul
knew
never
that
got
if I
those
had to
texts.
make a
Maggie never
call
got
or
those
send a
texts.
text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the Kennels?
At the Kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were gonna lose signal.
Great.
Okay.
This is
Now,
good for
at
the
the Kennel,
defense.
do you know what area you could get a call, keep that? I mean, was there, you just talked about up at the house, there was a sweet spot, if you'll.
Yes, sir.
pardon my language. Was there a sweet spot down at the Kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the Kennels, but I do remember, Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible, for making calls or getting calls.
Or
This is
make-
playing on the
getting texts or
murkiness of
getting
the
texts?
timeline.
Exactly.
They die at 8:40,
Now,
8:45, 8:50,
Because
9
they
o'clock.
stopped texting.
Yeah, they stopped
let me
texting maybe
talk to
because
you a
they
little bit
were in a
about
poor reception area.
This conversation.
Even though they
in
normally
August
respond right away, maybe they didn't get it till
of
20 minutes
21.
later.
After the murders.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection,
I'm sorry, I'm just asking if he told you something.
objection.
Cross-examination.
Not objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question,
Did,
number one. Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
did he tell you that he just finished
Objection.
Oh, shut up.
meeting? Do you want me to
Seriously.
pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room.
Jack in
Ooh, the
box.
prosecution's gonna get whooped.
This Jack in the Box keeps popping out of his chair and popping out of his chair.
Have you objection? Have you object? Get the question
You don't
out,
know
then
his
make the
question
damn
yet?
objection.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. He's done a great job of showing how much evidence should have been in the house, but was not, if indeed he had murdered his wife and kid. So that was a great job eliciting that from this witness here, and that's very important. And he did a great job also of explaining away or giving the jury a basis to say, yeah, maybe there's
what
good
is the
reason that she
question?
never saw that shirt again, and not something illicit.
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
So, what's the specific question?
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he just come from being interviewed by Swed?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it's respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement is hearsay that.
No,
he wants
it's
to
giving
do that. He wants
context
to
Yeah.
do
to
it.
the
He's trying to offer
testimony they
defendant's
elicited
statement
earlier.
Without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of
It's
the
Res
matter. asserted.
Geste.
That's my objection.
All right.
It is.
My response
It
is,
is,
if you
you're
can't
right.
ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, they're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because it's a statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think they argued earlier on when we objected to one. It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay by a statement by one of the parties.
It's
Oh,
Alex.
Well, statement against
that's not
interest.
true.
Party opponent.
That's not true.
Being a statement by the party opponent, the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
That's not a statement by a party opponent. The defense is wrong on that, but he does have a res gesti that I need to give context to what it is that you elicited about him earlier.
This matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying, this is not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement
State's
from the
correct
defendant.
here, but there's a better
Statements
argument.
against interest, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the
Sure.
defense. And if they hadn't objected to something they thought, that's their
prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
No, because it's giving context
Maybe I make this simple.
to the.
Did he tell you about talking to Swed that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
I don't understand what the self-serving. He didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, but the question is of who testifying.
And he wouldn't have to take the stand.
The question is a way for the defense.
that's
to
not
He's got a
appropriate.
Fifth Amendment right
No, sir.
to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
Oh, yeah,
I think
exactly.
Britain lets you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I get that.
All right.
What? That was quick.
I think he's taking a break.
Yeah.
Is he
Wow.
going- All right. So what I was saying is technically what the state is saying, from if you're looking at this, under the eyes of the rules of evidence and law and hearsay rules, the state is correct that just because they're allowed to ask a question about what Alex said, the reason that's not a hearsay problem is because it's an admission by a party opponent. It's a statement against his own interests.
Right.
So since it's a statement against his own interests, so that's now something, or even it's not even a statement against interest, because if he's in theory he could say anything, and it's just a statement by a party opponent, and which is not necessarily even an admission, but anything he says is a statement by a party opponent. So that is an exception. That's not considered hearsay. Now that being the case, when you ask someone, when Alex's own legal team is asking about something Alex said, they're now not asking about a party opponent. They're trying to basically get out their own testimony. So that would not be, so they cannot get in testimony about what Alex said outside the courtroom. So it is an advantage that the state has over the defense, and the state in taking that position is correct. However, what I think that the defense is missing is this. The entire testimony that this witness gave earlier about how she had a conversation with Alex, and Alex told him that and Alex was asking him, do you remember the shirt I was wearing on June 7th? Do you remember that shirt? It was a Vinnie Vine shirt, or all that stuff, which she interpreted as him trying to plant a false memory, that her memory was something else, and that he was taking steps to try and convince her of something that was untrue, so that she would then repeat it further in the future. That's certainly what they want the jury to take from it, and that's what it seems like the witness believes herself was happening in that moment, and that she felt it was a very sus type of thing that he was doing. It's proper.
So it's a known fact whether he'd just been interviewed by SLED, right? Everybody knows whether that's true or not. If this prosecution were seeking justice, why would they object to a known fact coming into evidence?
Right.
Even if it was coming in sideways.
You're correct. You're correct that it shouldn't. But my point is this. Res gestae is basically when they say res gestae, it means something that really is hearsay, but we're going to allow it in here so that we give proper context to something, a piece of information, that has been deemed important. So in that sense, I think that res gestae here basically says, because they have one piece of it and it's out of context, unless you realize he just spoke with SLED, in that case, it's important for us to know that he had just spoken with SLED so that the jury can get a full picture of what's happening here. And even if there is incidental hearsay coming out of it, the point is that it certainly is something that's probative for the jury to hear, and it gives context to the nugget that they already have. And accordingly, that's the argument I think the defense should make, and I think that's a stronger argument than trying to say, well, it's a party opponent type of thing, because it's not a party opponent. That's my point on that. You guys have any thoughts on that before I get to super chats?
Nope.
All right.
Well
Good to
done.
me.
All right. So I'm going to run through quick. First, I had a couple more Rumble rants. Matches Burn says, do we know if this judge is this insane with other cases, or is it just for this case? I don't think any of us know anything about this judge outside of this case. So Matches Burn says, he also says, I've lost a shirt before. Does this mean I killed someone? My point was this. Look, do I think that the state has put on sufficient evidence to convict him? Hell no. Definitely not. I'm more leaning towards saying he didn't kill him than he did. At the same time, if I'm looking at what a reasonable person would say, that's a really key factor that makes me sort of question what's going on here. The fact that the clothing, which the state believes he was wearing at the time that he murdered them, has gone missing completely, is something. And the housekeeper, the one who you would think would know where that clothing is, never saw it again. That's something that seems a little bit suspicious. You can't deny it seems suspicious. I mean, he killed him? No. And I think that the cross-examination bringing out that, hey, for all you know, he moved out of the house and he had to take clothing with him. So for all you know, he took that clothing with him, and that's why you never saw it again. And
But all this circumstantial evidence, as long as there exists an alternative hypothesis consistent with innocence, can't get you to proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
There's an explanation for why the clothes might be missing that this woman is not aware of.
Okay.
And by the way, even if you take that as perhaps the most, if we didn't have that explanation, the clothes just disappeared, there was no good explanation for it, would be maybe very damaging circumstantial evidence. But even this potentially worst witness for the defense still has to say he adored his wife.
Right. Okay. Like I said, you know what? They're trying to unfortunately, this is one of those kind of cases where they're trying to solve a mystery. That's essentially what's happening here. Now, the judge, the state has the burden of saying, we solved this mystery so much that it's beyond any reasonable doubt that he's the killer. But, this is the nature of a circumstantial evidence case. They're going to try and basically throw out there all the different bases as to why it is they think he did it. And I think that if there is no explanation, that is something that a reasonable person who's walking to this trying to figure out what happened, I don't think it's unreasonable for them to say that that's information that's helpful to them. Now, having the explanation to me, if I'm sitting on the jury and that information first came out, I'd be like, wow, what the hell happened to that clothing? And then I hear the further testimony on cross of like, yeah, you know what? He really could have taken it with him. That makes a lot of sense to me. In that case, that pretty much that information goes out the window. And if not out the window completely, but it's like, all right, you know what? That's a really reasonable, logical explanation as to why she never saw it again.
So, where do you stand now, Joe?
I'll tell you right now, after hearing all this financial evidence, all this motive evidence, bringing in all this information about how deeply this guy was devoted to his family, going to every baseball game and taking his wife out on trips and going all the time with her, I'm like, I think it's less than 50-50 that he actually killed them. I certainly would, and I certainly, if I was sitting on that jury at this point, I'd be like, not guilty at all. Certainly no way beyond a reasonable doubt.
I agree with you. Until the day before yesterday or 3 days ago, I was pretty convinced he did it. Mm-hmm. Now I don't think he did.
Yeah. The state has, to me, they've been like on a hill and just rolling backwards. And like just sort of like they're on wheels. I don't even know what it's like. They're pedaling too slowly and they're just sliding backwards on this conveyor belt. So, Radioactive says, we heard testimony over and over again of Alex's actions consistent with grief. Seems Alex missed his calling as an actor if he is in fact guilty. Yeah, it's true. We keep hearing. I mean, this guy keeps breaking up. Now, he might be a phenomenal actor, but you're right that he definitely seems. I mean, he can't even go back to the house anymore. So it's Vineyard Vines. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. You bring this to my attention earlier. Button down shirt. She's got the name slightly wrong when she was calling Vineyard Vines. We covered this. She's been coached well. No witness give detail. I don't know that she's been coached well. I think that she may have been. She may not have been. I think she thinks Alex did it. I think she believes Alex killed him. That's my takeaway from the fact that she seems to be very, very conscientious about things that seem odd, which don't, the way she's describing it, don't seem that odd to anyone who's hearing her talk about it. So.
Well, she's filtering this through her what do they call it? Telenovela? Spanish soap opera lens.
Okay.
There has to be a killer.
There's a motive that fits the
guy wearing a Mexican wrestling mask.
Alex knew Paul would eventually be convicted and the civil suit would reveal his own crimes.
But why the wife? Okay, assuming all of that is correct, why kill the wife?
Why would the civil suit? I don't know how the civil suit would reveal his crimes.
It wouldn't.
That doesn't make any. I don't see that. And besides, even with Paul being gone, I mean, even Paul being dead, he's still being sued. So and whatever they're going to dig up, they could dig up then. The Mallory Beach case continues against Alex individually. Alex couldn't bear his first son and himself being in prison and Maggie being left alone. She destitute and shamed by the family's public destruction. None of them would. Well, his son wouldn't go to prison. I mean, he was facing a criminal conviction.
He was criminally charged. DWI boat, vehicular homicide, basically.
I don't know that he knows. I think that I don't know that he knows he would have been convicted on that. I don't know. It's an interesting thought, John. Interesting thought. He loved his family so much he killed them to protect them. For him, it was a mercy killing. I think you're being sarcastic, but I'm not sure. Professor Logic says, if I submitted a picture I drew of Alex committing the murder on a napkin and a crayon, would it be allowed? I'll allow it. I'll say it again. Let's go, Brandon. How are you, my brother? If we are going to can judges like Borowski because he's maybe overly blunt, we are going to end up with more clown shows. Yeah, that's for sure. Was he canned?
I think he was just transferred to a different bench.
Really? Because he's like,
I don't know if
he's too
like
blunt?
in Korea, January, February, like all of the judges rotate to different benches to sort of prevent the old school mentality, to prevent the introduction of corruption. That was kind of my understanding. It was just like, well, he'd done criminal stuff long enough. They're moving him to a different division.
Really?
I mean, this was months ago. I can't remember exactly.
Some states they do that all the time. I mean, in Florida, they're constantly, I think it's 3 months or 6 months rotating judges from criminal to civil and back to criminal.
Trying to find. There it was. No, I don't see you. Cheese Crisp says, I super chatted Nick's stream yesterday trying to catch you legal vices. You referred to Elric of Melniboing.
Melnibone, yeah. Michael Moorcock.
A few Fridays ago, and I picked the books up and loved them. So thank you.
You're welcome. Those are great books.
There you go.
Elric of Melnibone by Michael Moorcock. Everybody should read those books.
Michael what?
Michael Moorcock.
You heard him. Why are you confused? Why are you confused?
It shocked the conscience.
One of my favorite writers this side of Heinlein.
Prosecution, mind blown. Yeah, it's hardly new, Stephanie. Objection, Your Honor. The prosecution shot my client in cold blood. Overruled. I'll allow it. Why do they keep asking about being on the phone? I'm so lost on that point with every witness. I don't know. I don't get it either. I don't understand all the phone testimony they keep coming back to. It's very weird to me. I mean, I understand it with the context of trying to pin down when the time was, but all the testimony about that Alex was always on the phone, I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what we're supposed to take from that.
I think they're trying to tie that into the fact that there's that dead zone, the period that he wasn't on his phone, that his phone wasn't pinging. So I think they're trying to show that was a deliberate act on his behalf, that his phone was turned off.
He turned his phone off while he was committing heinous acts.
They're fixing the time of death because they don't have a real time of death. So
Right.
they're inferring the time of death from when Paul and Maggie stopped using their phones. Like she stopped responding to a group text. Well, maybe she stopped responding because she didn't have a single and the texts weren't coming in.
Right. Palmyra Production says, listen, you three, if you're going to argue, do it when the state's BS, not during the defense. State's crap. We don't want to hear defense. We do.
Don't look at me. It wasn't me talking over the cross.
I don't even know what. I think it was all legal vices. But we love him anyway. The judge is quitting on this trial.
See the judge sneaking out the back door of the courtroom wearing khaki shorts and a t-shirt.
I'm done. I'm out.
Sperry shoes.
I got this.
I'm going to Moselle.
Looks like O2 before 49E. Decode done via trial and error as per testimony. Issues sometimes coding can overlap with different types of data, so speculation. Do you guys know what this means?
Nope.
O2BF 49E.
O2B 49E, O2B fucking 49 again. I don't know.
All right. He also says thing missed from telemetry guide. Data was decrypted and decoded without confirmation from GM. Raw data is partly, if not fully, coded. Coded would look like O2BF49E.
You don't
This-
say.
Thing missed from telemetry guide. Data was decrypted and decoded without confirmation from. I'm not even sure who GM is. That's one of the Murdaughs?
GM, General Motors, the Suburban.
When I see GM, I think Elaine Maxwell, but that's because that's a trial I was covering.
Oh.
But I'm sure it's not
Yeah.
that.
She's like out in my BLM. The only thing that means is Bureau of Land Management to me.
Yeah,
That's all
Joe,
that means.
pop up our images. We don't need the seal right now.
Yeah, embiggen us.
Right.
I'll embiggen you. All right, Brian Calloway, thank you for the super chat. Nicholas Starro says her testifying of seeing no blood in the shower or on closed bathroom floor the night of the murder. How can the prosecution refute this? I mean, look, does that mean he definitely didn't do it? He could have taken him off in the backyard and hosed himself down. We don't know, but
it wouldn't help.
What I'm saying is, does that mean that he's definitely not guilty? No, it just it definitely hurts the prosecution's case. So
it raises reasonable doubt.
I mean, like I said, it hurts their case. So
I mean, someone put a shotgun under the son's chin, blew his brains out until they hit the ceiling and fell back to the ground. And that person who did that is spotless?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It would be, I mean, just think of it like this, okay? If you saw Pulp Fiction when they shot the guy's head off, right? In the car. Think about how much blood there was. Think about how, like, they were both covered in, the car was covered. There's so much blood. Right?
No, that's the thing. I never knew how much blood there was in a human body until I saw a body that had bled out.
Right.
It's a lot.
It's astounding the spread that blood will give you.
Right.
I mean, just take a gallon of water and pour it out on your kitchen floor and see what that looks like.
Well, Capri Sun.
Yeah. Shannon says the more we forgot about the Capri Sun evidence. That was pretty compelling. Shannon 7 says the more emphatically the state gets about Alex Murdaugh being a bad person, the more I doubt he murdered them, despite him being an a-hole regarding money. Yeah, I've been leaning further and further away from him being the murderer. The more evidence they put on, the less convinced I've been. I'm not gonna kid you. T in Tennessee, how are you, Tish? Being a jerk, bending and breaking other laws does not make a murderer. I'm like you, Joe. I'm really starting to think they have the wrong person. At the very least, it's reasonable to think he did not do it. Indeed. Brian Alleman says Mark is talking about the FBI guy that testified about the infotainment data they decoded. Oh, that was the earlier super chat that we couldn't understand. I don't think I saw that witness though. So that's probably why we're having that disconnect. MS Krim says, does it seem the judge is being more strict with the state? Seems judge had to wake up from defense at end of yesterday.
No.
Maybe he's being a little more balanced today. I don't know. He gave him on that 403 thing where he overruled their objection. And honestly, I don't know about that one. Sorry, IT guy here. GM is General Motors.
Oh.
Though decrypted. Data was coded and they literally made stuff up. Evidence and testimony should be thrown out. Now that is way clearer. Thank you for clearing that up, Mark. I appreciate that. What he's saying is the data was coded and they literally just made it. Okay. Now we got you. Thank you, brother. Holy ozone. Maybe the son killed his mom and killed himself and Alex hid the guns. That's
You got to remember he's had 7 to 12 minutes to do everything.
What do you mean he had 7 to 12 minutes? Why do you only have 7 to 12 minutes to do everything?
That's the time frame that
you're
living with.
If you believe
that he got his car, that he got his car,
right?
Yeah, that is really crazy, and no one really talks about that. Like, that's how fast could he possibly get rid of everything there?
Well, and then you got to figure in there's a third of a mile between his house and the Kennels. So
Right.
to go back and forth is 2/3 of a mile. That's going to take you a minute at least to do this. So you're down to just a few minutes to scrub all
He's taking the
possible
guns
blood
with him.
evidence
Yeah,
off your body.
this is what's
hide the
happening
guns.
between
Yeah.
8:45 and 9:06. He's killing them both, composing himself enough to like basically not track blood all over everywhere or leave a trail of blood going from the death from the murder house, from the murder scene to his own front porch, right? Because you can't. I mean, if there's a trail of blood going up that way, then everyone that's going to point right to him. So he's sufficiently composed to do that, and then do something with his bleeding blood being everywhere all over him, and not get that on the thing. Shower or take and do something and change, and not leave blood all over the bathroom, because that's going to get him convicted.
And the white towel.
And he's got a white towel there, which if he popped out of the shower, the first towel you would, in case he missed a spot, you would think he wouldn't grab a white towel, but and then basically go right. It's very hard to understand. And do all of this within 20 minutes. I mean, just the shower and change part, takes 10, 12 minutes, and he's got to run up there. I'm really starting to question how the hell it was possible for him to do this.
It wasn't, as far as I'm concerned. It just wasn't.
It's really
the time frame they're trying to lock in just does not work.
Yeah, I think he needed at least another 20, 25 minutes to get all this done. I really do. That's where I'm at. Unless he had accomplishments. I mean, that's the only explanation, but that's not something the state has even claimed at any point, that he was working with anyone. But if he had an accomplice, so much of this is okay. I can see all this coming together. But even if he had an accomplice, I don't know why he would have joined them in the killing. If he had an accomplice, like, why would you become part of that scene?
Why wouldn't you be someplace you had an alibi?
Yeah,
right?
You should. Yeah, exactly. You should be far, far away.
That's the only reason to have an accomplice. Otherwise, it's just another person who can turn on you.
Yeah, like that. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the two of us are going to go and kill my wife and son. It's hard to understand. It's hard to understand.
It's not hard to understand. It's just absurd to contemplate. I mean, there's zero evidence that fits those facts.
It's really a struggle. It's really a struggle. I don't know where the state. It's kind of crazy. All right, are we on a lunch break? Is that what he said?
He didn't say lunch, but what time is it there? 12. That's a little early for lunch for him.
It is early for lunch for him.
Usually he's broken like at 1 o'clock local time, East Coast time.
Yeah. No, I was. So, I this is a good point for you to actually pitch your book here, because I think it's been a couple hours. Yeah. And you guys, and I'm gonna. While you do that, I'm gonna remove this.
I got to pull it back up. Hold on.
Yeah. Let me share that, because we got a whole bunch of people here.
All right, folks. Hey, you can get your own copy of this best-selling book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles. Check it out on Amazon. Well over 1,200 reviews, 5-star rated, bestseller in criminal law sector on Amazon. But don't buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and shipping and handling. I'll give you the book for free. I only ask that you cover the cost of shipping the book to you. As the back of the book says right there on your screen, hard to kill, hard to convict. That's our goal for you. You can get this book for free. And best of all, you can get it at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. That's JOE for Joe. And if you'd like the beautiful hardcover edition, really a lovely book, it makes a great gift, by the way. You can get the hardcover book at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
There you go. And I have read the book. I've personally read it and enjoyed it. And I'll tell you right now, he is the preeminent expert in self-defense law in the country of the United States of America, if you've ever heard of that place. And it's nice to a lot of people I know. A lot of you probably are big believers in the Second Amendment rights, as you well should be. And if you happen to have a gun that you, oh my God, what's that? You hear that? Am I the only one who hears that?
Hear what?
I think that's Yeah. I think our jury's back in. Yeah. Well,
Just look at what this prosecution is doing to this guy with an entirely circumstantial case and no motive. That's what they'll do to you folks if you're
Yes.
ever charged in a use of force crime.
yeah, make sure the point is it's not just important that you protect yourself and your family. You also want
The
to make sure
objection
you're
is
doing it
sustained.
properly
It's hearsay.
so you don't spend the rest of your life
You bring
in
the
jail.
jury.
Because that would kind of stink. The point to protecting yourself and your family is not simply to be alive, but that to be free. So, yeah, but get the book. Make sure that you know what you need to do. God forbid if you find yourself in that circumstance.
Judge Turtle presiding.
So the objection was sustained as hearsay. He made the poor argument. He should have said res gesti. It was a poor argument. They need to give context so that they understand, the jury understands why Alex was asking her these questions about the vineyard vines.
Yeah.
Sure,
And it's on cross, and it's necessary to contextualize a testimony that was obtained on direct by the state.
Yeah, I think that
the state opened the door.
Indeed.
That was the proper argument, and they didn't make it.
Nope.
All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So this conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Him and Buster and who?
Randy.
Okay. We're going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away. They were going golfing.
Okay. And speaking of Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please? Buster, oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
He's in the back of the courtroom now. Oh, there he is.
Yes, sir.
Is that Buster?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all always had a great relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's a
thank you.
good kid.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid.
Has he flipped anyone off today?
One of the other questions
I really
have
do feel
is,
bad for
did you
Buster.
ever see Paul with any guns?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. And did he have guns around all the time?
Yes, he did.
Matter of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
Yeah.
So did
But don't let that go.
Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there,
A pistol or rifle?
a rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed
Okay,
room.
you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements, I read that sometimes he'd leave him somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If he left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the Kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir, whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find
Gas,
golf
cart?
cart, yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in Dolly or in his own truck.
In what?
Dolly,
What is Dolly?
the F-250.
I forgot, y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
They name all the trucks except for the
So,
black one. There's Dolly, White Boy,
Most of
and
the time he would be in a
Paul's
truck, but
black
sometimes
truck.
he would
Oh, it
take
had a name. They just don't want to
golf
say it in
cart.
court.
Yes, sir.
And apparently sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think if it had a bad name, the state
Now,
would have
let
gotten
me
it out.
touch a couple of other things.
Oh, come on. There's Dolly, White Boy for the white truck, and then Paul's black truck. You're right.
That,
The state would have just thrown it
They
out in a
named their
question.
guns. B Whoop is
Did
the name of one
you
of
see
the
them taking any
guns.
pictures?
They named the black truck.
Or do you remember?
I believe some of them were taking pictures, but I'm not positive.
Okay. You were shown a picture of a rain jacket,
Yes, sir, I was.
okay? And had you ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Correct. You ever,
Ooh.
what size clothes did Alec wear?
2XL.
I would-
2XL, not just a large. Would anything, a large fit him?
I don't think he might have had one or two items that were that size, but most of the clothing was 2XL.
2XL. How about, would you put exhibit number?
The rain jacket was a large.
Yes, please. And blow it up for me, please.
And she never saw the rain jacket at the
Make
house.
that bigger for me, please. No, not the rain jacket. I'm sorry. The Snapchat picture.
Hard for the state to argue that she knows everything about his khaki pants and t-shirts,
You
but
see that rain
would be
jacket on
blind to the rain jacket.
That's, you've never seen that, according to your statement, never seen that at
I've
Moselle.
never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much everything, every piece of clothing that was there, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how many rain jackets did Alex have? Remember?
Too many to count.
Too many to
Okay.
count. What is it?
But none of them look like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please? Can you make it any better, closer? Yeah, that's good right there. And that shirt is that the one he was wearing that morning when he
No,
left?
sir, it was not.
It's not.
No, sir, that was not the shirt he was wearing.
And this is at 7, you understand, this is 7:40 PM that evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay. But that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is correct. That was not the shirt.
Okay, take the person's over just one moment.
Interesting.
Why would he be wearing the same? That morning he was going to work. Now he's at the farm. Don't wear your work shirt at the farm.
Unless you work at the
I don't know. You guys change your shirts all the time.
Yeah, I feel like twice a week is a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Yes, sir, among other places.
Where else would he have
Car.
clothes? You have it in a car?
Yes, sir.
Rich
Where
Americans.
In Edisto.
I'm sorry?
In Edisto.
In Edisto, okay. But if he was in the Moselle area, if he was going to change his shirt from in the morning, would he have changed it at the office or got something out of his car? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me show you. "107."
What?
Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
The text messages from me and Maggie?
This is on June 7th, 2021, right?
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to try to hurry this up a little bit. She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Sun. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now, after that conversation, there's a text at 3:28 p.m. Blanca, dinner's on the stove, just left. So you left there at about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually walked out of the house. I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left.
Okay.
But at that time, I had gone upstairs to drop off some clothes. I noticed that Paul's truck, or a white truck, was sitting at the kennels. So I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking it.
But you didn't see Alec anywhere there?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And she says at 3:40, thank you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then at 3:54, you said, you're welcome, I just made your deposit. Maggie then says, I guess this is a fun exchange. Thank you, I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
Yes, sir.
And then she says, Alex's dad back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Now, you know what she meant by that?
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Almeida with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay. And she says Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She's
Yes.
worried about his health.
Yes.
And you said, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph. Maggie says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us. What do you mean by that?
Because Alec hadn't had much sleep. That was her main concern, was the fact that her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take them.
And your response to that is, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And you say, Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little or no sleep is not healthy. Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know. And she says, no worries, right?
Yes.
Now, oh, you've got the exhibit. Take that from me and hand it to.
A killer.
You could tell this was
So-
a very abusive marriage.
She preferred to be
With a
in
company of women.
Edisto, correct?
That's correct.
But she was going that day, based on all your texts, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right? I mean, she was heading to Moselle. She preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this is?
What was your understanding?
The objection is sustained.
Okay. She indicated to you that Paul was coming in your telephone conversations, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec, right?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec, Paul that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day. And she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto. And she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final
But for
details.
Mr. Randolph's condition.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
Okay. Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime as opposed to Moselle at all, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you.
I thought you trusted the Mexicans.
Did Swed ask you about at any point about the clothes that Alex was wearing on the 7th? At some point, did they ask you that?
Not until recently.
Recently, right?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it clear to you? I mean, you've been asked recently to recollect something that happened in June of 21, which is almost 2 years ago. Did they ask you other questions about what happened on June 7th when they asked you about the clothes?
They asked me where I was. They asked me what I was doing. They asked me when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with Maggie. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them, so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay. You and Maggie were very close.
We were.
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever heard from anybody about well, strike that. Did you indicate that Maggie, one of the things Maggie told you was that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection. The objection's overruled.
Did she ever indicate to you she was concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats? Okay.
Get the answer. Make her say yes.
She did say yes. I thought.
Yeah.
But she went,
I heard her say yes
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't the most assertive of yeses you've ever heard.
because I think she thinks he did it.
I apologize. I moved 107 into evidence.
Have you got it? Is it up there?
I gave it to the clerk.
Any objection? It's admitted without objection.
Oh my God, this is tedious.
This is actually one of the better days of testimony.
Yep.
It's sadly it is.
It really is.
That same morning of the 8th, did you clean the gun room?
I didn't go in the gun room. I went in there, but I didn't do anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you went into the kitchen that morning, was there anything that would indicate to you that other people had been there the night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't you believe that Alex killed Maggie?
Yeah, don't ask that because everybody would say no up to this point.
Do you see the world at 24 frames per second?
Mr. Harpootlian. It's got a couple of questions. Mr. Harpootlian asked you about the
Sorry, that
clothes
should have been 30 frames
in
per
the
second.
closet on June 8th, 2021. You remember?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there could have been another shirt in the room.
Yes, sir.
And was your response maybe a T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see another dress shirt there?
No, sir.
And while we're getting to that, did you work at Alameda?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
No, I have been there on one occasion previously, and I don't remember what I had to drop off.
Well, that blue poncho rain jacket Mr. Harpootlian showed you, that was at Alameda, wasn't it? Or do you know?
I don't know where that came from.
You never saw that at Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And
The whole theory of the state is that he used that to bring the guns over from Moselle.
State 7, well, first of all, this is States 2. States 306. Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th, until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir. Once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed some of the clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff, when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts?
Alec.
After this event? After the murder?
Yes, sir. On the weekends when they were gone with the family, he was going different places. He would come back like that Monday or Tuesday, and there was like new items within the clothes.
New shirts?
New shirts.
New shorts?
Yes.
You know what kind?
Vineyard Vines.
They were
XL.
Vinny Vines?
Yes.
After the murders?
Yes, sir. They were like polo type Vineyard Vines.
And what shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing in August on this day? What shirt had he just suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard Vines. Vinny Vines is what they call them.
And
He preferred that make a
State
shirt.
7, said you recognize these shorts and shirts?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept? On States 107 in Moselle?
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306, is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
Wow.
And I think Mr. Harpootlian showed it as 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
You can testify if you know. You can testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is what I asked about earlier.
Thank you.
about this whole
Yes.
thing about him allegedly drawing her there.
This idea that Alex drew them in to kill them at Moselle is ridiculous. They were there routinely.
They
It's
lived
their
there.
home.
A couple of questions.
You baited them to the
After
house.
Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
Dramatic loss of weight, right?
Yes, sir.
So the clothes we can see him in that picture, he's fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy.
He's a little bit beyond the scope.
Okay, now, so he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
I assume so, yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
I guess.
Okay. Now, this is 306. This is the picture. And you say this is a shirt, like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt, don't they have a logo that says Columbia?
Yes, sir.
Well, I thought you meant like
The
a shirt
sleeve
Colombians
or-
wear.
I don't see anything on this shirt. The style of shirt is the Columbia style shirt.
It's not you're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning,
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
but those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir. I watched those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right. Okay. And in addition, your testimony would be that I guess you're saying that morning he didn't have that shirt on, but he had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the footwear, please? Okay, those are loafers, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
Like soft leather.
So your testimony is that those were shoes he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
In June, it was pretty hot down there. In Moselle.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes
Okay.
when he would go outside or mess around, like he said with Paul that day.
What kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go to lunch.
You may step down.
Oh,
All right. Well, that's it for the housekeeper,
For Bianca, go down Simpson.
Blanca.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch and resume
Yeah.
at 2:15.
There we go.
Discuss the case.
Okay. So, any thoughts? Any thoughts about this witness or anything we got this morning?
Well, this witness appears to have kind of sewn together little isolated little tidbits of her observations, her evidence, and decided, it seems to me, that Alex might well have killed Maggie and Paul.
Right.
But it's not a rational analysis. It's just how she feels about it.
Right. I felt they didn't go as hard on her about the level of lovingness that they did with his best friend and things of that nature. I thought that they might have fleshed it out a little bit more than in a similar vein. I guess they were worried about how she would respond to it, seeing as how she did seem more personally adverse toward him than that friend of his who was basically, singing his praises. I mean, did you notice a difference there in the level of bolstering as far as the nature of the healthy relationship from the cross?
Well, it's not so much I think that they didn't do it enough. I think they did it at the wrong time. I think they should have done it at the end, right before they were finished with her. So the jury goes into lunch with those words in their head.
Right.
yeah. It's the last big punch finish. You got to end on a high note, not robot house cleaner just talking about how she did this and then she went over there and then all this other stuff happened and then nothing exciting happened. End on a punch.
Right. Legal vices.
What?
Why don't you, people who may not know you, who are here, I'm wondering if we give you an opportunity to introduce them to the world of legal vices.
Hi, I'm Legal Vices. I'm Jeff. I have my own little channel over there. That's about all I've got to grift yet, but I'm tired of Andrew yelling at me about not having anything to grift. So I'm starting to put together a book of unusual and interesting shipping accidents, ship collisions and things, and major maritime disasters.
Yeah, you're not alone. I have nothing to grift either. I basically
Yeah.
say, hey, please, look, I'm desperately trying to get to 90,000 subs. And you could be one of the first 90,000. Trust me, when I hit over a million subs, you're going to be like, wow, I was one of the first 90,000.
Remember us little people. Yeah, well,
Just saying.
I've only been doing this about, what, 7-8 months now. I've only got like 33,000 plus subscribers. I'm trying to get to 50 by like May.
Right.
I
I'm
did like
just saying-
15,000 subscribers before May, and I've just got my winning personality and my charming smile and my pretty goddamn good mustache to grift for that. But no, like
Not
Mondays,
pretty good. 2019 winner of the Master of the Mustache title.
we do Maritime Mondays on Mondays. Every Thursday is OJ Simpson retrospective. Between that, we do horrifically boring shit like this, and sometimes we do other things as well. We do law related stuff, the occasional stuff that the algorithm demands we do, whether we're interested in it or not. There's lots of trials coming up. We touch on those things. We do the occasional chill stream. We're just kind of a general, it's kind of we love what we do, and we try to provide perspective channel.
Well, all right. So make sure you guys check him out. Links to him are down in the description below. I'll tell you right now, I just coming back to what we were discussing earlier, I do think that my objective here is not to be in the tank for either the state or the defendant. You know, I know a lot of people who are watching feel a certain way, like emotionally invested, either anti-state or anti-defendant or anti this particular defendant. You know, they feel like he definitely did it. And my objective here is to basically, analyze the legal strategy and different approaches and help explain the different legal issues that arise during the course of the trial. And also to examine like what I deem to be reasonable for a juror to take, either pro defendant or pro state. I'm just trying to tell you what to me sounds reasonable if you're looking to try and figure out whether or not you would, convict or acquit.
Well, so this thing, nobody should be pro state or pro defense. You should be pro objective evidence.
Right. Right. And that's why if I see something that to me sounds like, that's a fair point that the state is trying to make here, I'm not going to shy away from it because I'll be like, well, they still haven't convinced me. So, you know what? We all know they need to put together, a lot of different, you can call them cards to have a house of cards or bricks, however you want to look at it, but they have put together a lot of different pieces in order to assemble this. And that sometimes that's what they need to do when the guy is genuinely guilty. And sometimes they're trying to do that when the guy is genuinely innocent. So when I see something that seems like a legitimate brick rather than like a flimsy card, I'm gonna recognize it. That's the way I plan on approaching my coverage of trials. So
yeah, we weren't there, right?
Yeah.
And none of us were there.
Right.
We don't know what happened. Nobody knows in an absolute sense, except for, I guess, whoever actually committed the killings. All we can do is look at the available inference in the context of the applicable laws and come to a sense of whether or not it appears the state's proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which can happen even if a defendant's actually innocent. We're not talking about reality. We're talking about, has the legal threshold been met? And that's proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Alex Murdaugh himself brutally, viciously killed his wife and son on the night of June 7th, 2021. And I'm not seeing it.
You threw something out earlier, Andrew, that was it reminded me of a thought that I had within the last day or so, which is the difference between a case being presented in court and evidence that leads that justifies further investigation by the police. And this is something that I think a lot of people who watch trials and could be watching here, I think they get sort of confused by that. And this is one of the distinctions, and it's something that I a lot of people who are, let's say, true crime fans and they're sitting there, looking at this like this trial is like some sort of movie or it's some sort of thriller, some sort of thriller whodunit type of thing. That's typically more information that's relevant leading towards a police investigation
Right.
rather than evidence at a trial.
They're
These are two
inverse
very-
perspective. So when you're doing the investigation, what you're trying to do at the investigative stage is to exclude people. Can I absolutely exclude that this person could have done it? Because then you don't need to waste investigatory resources on that person. So you're trying to exclude people who could not have done it. Everyone who's left is someone who potentially could have done it. Those are the people who remain your suspects. But when you get to the trial stage, now you're not trying to exclude people who couldn't have done it. You're trying to identify the one person who did it, who actually did it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, this is one thing. I mean, in my realm, I talk to all of the clients I deal with. I tell them, and every time I have to do guest lectures or whatever, I tell them the same thing. The law, unfortunately, is not about who is right and who is wrong, who is guilty and who is innocent. Law boils down to who can prove what can be proven, right or wrong. What can you prove? If you're going to try to take away someone's life, someone's liberty, you have to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they did something. Whether they did it or not, you have to prove it.
And so far, I'm not seeing it. When you have a purely circumstantial evidence case lacking apparent motive, that means there exist alternative hypotheses for how this could have occurred consistent with innocence. You don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt by definition.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think, what was it, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, the judge even said his exact words were, this is a circumstantial case. And I called this from my own legal analysis perspective. I called this the day the criminologist got on the stand and said the magic words that it is a reasonable explanation that there were two shooters. That right there is the state's star witness, the criminologist, the one that's responsible for collecting evidence, has said it is reasonable there was two people. That is it. That is done. That is the very definition of reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I mean, what's the state going to argue then? Well, sure, maybe it was Alex and some other unknown co-conspirator.
Okay, so which one did Alex shoot? Who did Alex shoot? Which one did he shoot?
It wouldn't matter. If they're co-conspirators, they're both, simultaneously guilty of both the killings.
True. Joe, you're muted.
Joe.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't think
back.
I don't think that the state can change horses now and start saying that there's an accomplice involved over here and you still should convict him. There's an unidentified accomplice somewhere out there, but send this guy to jail. I don't think that's a winning strategy for them.
No, but what they'll say is, well, sure, maybe space aliens came down and killed them. We don't have to prove this defendant guilty beyond any doubt. We have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and that wouldn't be a reasonable hypothesis.
Nope.
Right. Matches Burns says, I've been doing this for 35 years. Then why do you still suck at it? He's quoting the prosecutor. Not either of you gentlemen or me.
No.
Just to be clear. Touch the Riot Rumble Rant says, good logic, going to watch live streams here instead of on YouTube because I can Rumble Rant. I will not on YouTube. Legal Vices, not all does have cattle. You all are much smarter than Law and Crime. Well, thank you. I would hope so. It's a pretty
that's not a very high bar. Yeah.
No, it's not.
That's really not a very high bar at all, but we still appreciate the comments.
Yeah, they interviewed me one time. I was on there probably, I don't know, 8 years ago.
Were you really?
Yeah. They were doing this. They were doing what they always do, taking the soap opera perspective of the trial. What's the most dramatic take? Because I guess that gets you the most clicks and views and stuff. And I mean, that's their business model. That's fine. But they had me on. I basically told them, well, you don't know the right questions. So that's why you're not getting the right answers. And bloop, that was it.
That's my goal here on YouTube, is one day to be opposite Nancy Grace and to tell her what I really think about her and her analyses.
Nice.
And I can't say that even on your channel, Joe, I wouldn't do that to you.
I really appreciate that because I'm already at one strike.
I know.
Basically, I'm 2 more whiffs from saying adios to social media forever. So there you go. Ryan Boydoin says, in my opinion, most likely scenario is outside.
Boydoin?
Isn't that Boydoin? Boydoin.
I'm just glad you pronounced it, not me.
What would you have said? Boydoin?
Boy doing? How you boy doing?
boy.
How you boy doing?
What's up, boy? How you doing, boy?
You
Doing?
boy doing?
Yeah.
In my opinion, most likely scenario is outside actor murdered son and wife as retribution for son's issues with Mallory Beach and or the hatred of Alex and other actors for drug issues, stealing funds. Yeah, I'm starting to think this was a mob hit.
I mean, the trouble. Yeah, I mean, that's to me that gets speculative. We don't have hard evidence that most people knew about the stealing until well after the killings. So most people knew it retrospectively. It's possible some people knew it ahead of time, but if so, that's not an evidence. All the big exposures happened after the deaths. The boat accident thing is much more compelling to me because everyone knew about that. Everybody knew the son had been criminally charged, but nothing was happening. That prosecution was not moving forward. Everyone knows Alex has plenty of money, but no settlements were being reached in the civil suits, or at least they believed he had plenty of money.
Hell, it could have been some crazy like Brian Koberger type of person. Not saying that he killed anyone, but like that, that type of like, who to me, I look at that scenario and I'm like, okay, we're basically guessing that this is someone who had like a sort of stalker type of hunger for these women, and it could be that it's someone who had that toward Mallory Beach. That sort of felt like you took that he took her life, and he's someone who basically was had an interest on her from afar. Who the hell knows?
Or maybe, and this is pure speculation, there's no evidence of this, but maybe Alec was stupid enough to borrow money from people who don't take repayment well, failure to repay well. They don't write their loans off like the bank does and says, don't worry about these anymore. They want their damn money. And if they don't get their money long enough, bad things happen.
I look, as long as we're playing true crime here, right?
Mhm.
And we're going through different theories. What's really interesting from that narrative, from that perspective, is the nature of the killing of Paul. Because unless you say he was wrestling for the gun and it went off and shot his head off, like the nature of killing him that horrifically, where they literally decapitation by bullet. That is someone who is looking, assuming that it was not a wrestle for the gun situation. That's someone who's displaying deep hatred and animus.
Or they were told by someone to make a statement.
Yeah,
it's not a simple technical execution.
Right. That's like, we want closed casket. We want this, and we want to send a message here. So
same with Maggie.
Or punish him. It's like, I don't want him to just die. I want him to be punished. That's what it's significant of, so that's what makes me think mob hit. That's or what I'm saying, or someone really kind of psycho. Even if a father's going to kill his own son and intentionally decide for one reason or another to kill his own son, to do it in that graphic a way is just mystifying, unless they were fighting for the gun and it went off,
but it happened to both of them. Happened to Maggie too. Maggie also had her brains blown out.
Really?
Yep. 2 to the head with a 300 blackout.
Yeah, I don't know this. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I'm down to like 20%, Alex. I was at 40. You're telling, why would he be that like, I mean, a man who had that much love for his family, that's the way he's going to do it? Seriously, instead of just to the chest? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I have a very hard time swallowing that any person would do that to his own child.
Well, we saw that yesterday with some of the testimony. These people hate him. They screwed him out of huge amounts of money, but none of them. They all give the idea that he would never do this. He loved his family. Yeah, he's a shitty human being, and he stole all of our money. But dang, he was a family guy. Loved his family. Did good by them. Took them everywhere. Did things to take care of them.
And that's what I'm saying. Even if he decided for one reason or another, this is something he had to do, like he wouldn't kill him that way. You don't have to kill him that brutally. You can do it. It's just such a brutal way to kill someone. Ashton says the state is saying time gap in phone use is unusual, so he's committing murder. But also him making calls on the way to mom's is him making an alibi. Yeah, right. They're saying that it is kind of doublespeak. On the one hand, when he's using his phone a lot, they're saying, "Oh, you know why he's using the phone as an alibi." And then when he's not using his phone, he's like, "You know why he's not using his phone? Because he's busy. He's busy doing murder." And okay. Shannon says, "Can you please discuss the angle of shot on Paul? I would expect that angle in a self-harm situation, but with murder? Sorry, I know nothing of guns." And I didn't even see the super chat when we were just talking about it. And to me, the angle of the shot just it implies a certain level of brutality that this is trying to send a punishment. So, yeah, I walked down that road before I even saw your question. Pork Chop Express says, "I can't figure out the timing. Did he wear a raincoat, rinse off at the kennel, bag everything up, then walk back to the house, showered, and left?" Well, if he wore, so what did you guys take from the whole raincoat tarp thing? What do you think the state is?
That's what the state's trying to suggest.
What the state wants to imply that he wore a raincoat to protect himself from being covered in blood?
Right. But it would be running down your face. You'd have brains in your hair. I mean,
Yeah.
it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like going through a car wash of blood.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about. When I was like, anyone who saw Pulp Fiction, you saw how much blood there was. And that's from one. That's just from one shot to that. This is someone who's engaged in two. I mean, it's...
And then you have to do it perfectly. You'd have to get rid of all the blood. Remember, no blood was found on the raincoat or the tarp.
Even though there's gunshot residue.
Even though there's gunshot residue.
So you have to be cleaning it well enough to get rid of the blood, but not well enough to get rid of the gunshot residue.
Right.
Which is...
It's just nonsense. And by the way, we've all heard the jokes about, don't use a black light in the hotel room, right? I mean, the actual biological, it's almost impossible to get rid of completely.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Also, they say that there's still traces of it. If you use a washing machine and stuff like that, that they still can find traces of it in the. It doesn't just get rid of all the DNA.
It gets in seams. It gets everywhere. It's.
Yeah.
Look, we've all raised kids, right? I don't know. I don't know if Jeff has kids. I can't remember.
I have one son. Yeah.
Okay, so if you've raised little kids and you've owned a car and they've spent a lot of time in the backseat of that car, you never get that backseat clean again, right? You got to sell the car.
Yeah. I got to tell you something. We clean for Passover. We're not supposed to have like any bread or like any sort of grain products. So we clean out our cars. Okay. First year that I had an infant. So I cleaned out the car the same way I would and like if we find it on Passover, we're actually supposed to burn it because it's like, we're not supposed to have it. We're not supposed to have it in our possession. We're supposed to get rid of it all. I got to tell you, first year that I had an infant, I cleaned the car out and it's the middle Passover and I don't know what happened. All of a sudden I saw there's like Cheerios in my car, like a Cheerio here and there. I'm like, what the heck is that? And I look inside the car seat, like there are parts that come out of it. And it's like practically like a bowl of Cheerios in there. I was like, oh my God. I like freaked out.
Bowl.
There wasn't like the milk in the spoon, but I'm saying there was enough to basically pour a bowl because every time you have like a little kid, you give them the Cheerios in the back and they're just sitting there like munching them and then they fall everywhere. And there's so many crevices and places that things can fall. And that's Cheerios. If you're talking about like DNA and stuff like that, it literally could be anywhere. And for them to find nothing, if that's the place that he did his cleanup, is just, and in under 20 minutes. I'm sorry. I don't even understand.
And even if the raincoat's only evidentiary purpose is to suggest it was used to transport the guns because there's gunshot residue inside the raincoat. Folks, you put raincoats on and off. You're shooting guns, handling guns with your hands, and then your hands are sliding through sleeves on the inside of the raincoat. You get gunshot residue everywhere. Think of it as a very fine talcum powder. It goes everywhere, especially on a hunting property where guns are all over the place.
Seriously. I'll bet that you can't, like, if you walk through that premises, you'd be hard pressed to find many articles of clothing or many items there that don't have some traces of gunshot residue on them. I'm sure they're firing guns off there all the time and that there's residue everywhere. So, Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's really grasping at straws when they're trying to talking about the seatbelt. I'm like, are you kidding me? The seatbelt? They said that their experts said gunshot residue could stay on a seatbelt for years.
For years.
For like 100 years.
Yeah, they said
I mean,
unless you specifically
it's
clean it, it will
bizarre
never go
how
away.
little they found.
Yeah.
What was it, like 1 granule they found on the like, what is 1 particle? 1 particle on the seatbelt, and was it 26 or something on the blue inside of the blue raincoat? I mean, what is 1 particle of gunshot
Microscopic.
residue? Yeah.
Elizabeth says Maggie ordered forensic audit of their finances because she felt Alec wasn't being truthful. She was worried about the boat lawsuit. So I will say this.
Where's the evidence of that? Why wouldn't that be in the state's opening statement?
I don't know, but just because I'll tell you this much. Do I think that this dude was as corrupt as imaginable with money? Yes. Hell yes. I think that this guy is going to be spending the rest of his life in prison because I think that he was a thief and I think he was corrupt. And if she was suspicious that he was doing stuff with money, okay. I don't know why that wouldn't be to me a motive for him to kill her. Does that make sense as a motive? Like, oh, I got to get rid of her. And while I'm at it, I'll blow away Paul too. I just don't.
There's lots of stuff, evidence the state has offered that's not convincing to me as a motive. All this financial shenanigan stuff is not convincing to me as a motive. But if the state introduced all that, they would certainly introduce this. I don't know who Lizzie Bitt is. I'm not trying to suggest she's a liar. I don't watch most of the outside coverage of trials that I'm doing analysis for because I try to base my opinion on actual evidence that's presented in court. And this has not been presented. It was not mentioned in the state's opening. Even though the state mentioned lots of other stuff, they certainly would have mentioned this. So I'll believe this when I see it.
Well, if the implication is that she ordered a forensic audit, but it hadn't yet arrived or something. So maybe there's growing hostility between them about finances. I don't know. Maybe that's what it's supposed to imply. If it hadn't arrived yet, in that case, maybe it wouldn't be admissible. Maybe, and perhaps that's where Lizzie saw this. I don't know.
And the state would have said in opening that we're going to show you a witness who will testify that Maggie ordered a forensic audit because she thought her husband was lying to her about money.
Yeah. Yeah.
The evidence will show that Maggie had just ordered a forensic audit.
That's only if they know that they can get that in, though. They might not have known they could get it in.
Why wouldn't you be able to get it in? They got all this other stuff in.
Yeah.
But they didn't, perhaps walking into the trial, they didn't know they would be so successful at getting all this information in. You don't know what the judge is going to allow. So you don't want to promise, you might not want to promise that. Maybe, look, who knows? They still haven't finished putting on their case in chief. Maybe they will try to put it in. We'll see.
They'll never fucking finish putting their case in chief on.
Supposedly by like next Wednesday or so, they're supposed to be done.
We're supposed to be done now.
Yeah, I know. Steve Robertson says, can you guys think of any positive that can come from Alex taking the stand? Yeah.
What harm can come of it? I mean, all the bad stuff's come in already. So normally, the reasons you don't want your client to take the stand is a lot of bad character evidence can come in because now they're just a witness like anybody else that wouldn't normally come in. Well, that's gone. They brought in all the bad character evidence. So that's not a downside to taking the stand. The other reasons you may not want your client to take the stand is they may lose their composure. They may erupt in a way that would be unfavorable to a narrative of innocence. They may say words that can be misinterpreted, mischaracterized by the state on closing. You heard the defendant himself say XYZ. And the state knows what they're looking for out of the defendant's mouth, and a naive defendant wouldn't know that. But this guy probably would know. I mean, he's a pretty good lawyer, especially in the emotive stuff, if not on the technical stuff. He knows how to build a narrative. That's how he makes all his money, is building narratives. So it's unclear to me what the downside of him taking the stand is. Now, I guess they can question him about all the financial stuff, but it looks like he's cooked on that stuff anyway.
Well, would you put him on the stand?
I'd have to see what the state's case looks like by the end. But it's certainly something I would keep open.
It's a very tough thing because the general rule is always never waive the fifth, never put the guy on the stand. And, we've seen in big name trials, people veer away from that, like the Kyle Rittenhouse, most notably, where everyone thought Kyle had won already. And we were like, what the hell is the defense doing? in putting him on the stand. We thought it was like malpractice. A lot of us were like going nuts. We're like, they haven't proven anything. Why would you put him on the stand? And Mark Richards' position was, you will never get a not guilty on a self-defense case in the state of Wisconsin unless the guy takes the stand. So that was his thinking behind it. He said from the get-go they were always going to put him on the stand no matter what, and it could really depend on the nature of the jurisdiction you're in. So I could believe that in the Deep South they basically say, like, what are you trying to hide? That's why I was saying this is one of the differences between like a northeastern jury versus a southern jury. Northeastern juries tend to understand that the legal system is going to involve some gamesmanship and not hold it against a lawyer who's frequently objecting. But down south, that might not play nearly as well. People think, oh, that lawyer's trying to hide something. That's why he keeps objecting. Doesn't want us to hear the truth. That's why he keeps objecting. So that's a reason for them to be hesitant about objecting in situations that they have a legal right to object and to keep something out, but they don't feel it's sufficiently damning that they want to hurt their standing with the jury. Similarly, if in down south they say, well, I understand he's got a Fifth Amendment right, but if I was innocent, I would take the stand. And if he's not taking the stand, it must be that he knows. If that's the way a Southern jury is likely to interpret it, the way Mark Richards says a Wisconsin jury would interpret it, in that case, why would you not put him on the stand at this point? You seem like, Jeff, you had.
No, it seems like such a huge risk, though. I mean,
what's the risk? He seems to be a great. Assuming he did it, let's assume he did it. Okay, what is the risk in putting him on the stand? He's been a great actor.
He says I did it.
Time. Do you think that's going to happen?
At this point, this is just me, and I could be completely wrong, but at this point, if right now suddenly the end of today, the prosecution said, prosecution rests. I strongly doubt if I would put on a defense.
You would just say no defense at all.
No defense at all. The defense also rests, and then I would hammer these points during the closing arguments. Their criminologist said it's a reasonable explanation there were two shooters. What have they proven? They've proven there's a bunch of guns he owned that had nothing to do with the crime. There's no fingerprints on any of the guns. There's no fingerprints on the magazine. There's no fingerprints on the bullets in the magazine. There's no fingerprints on the shells in the shotguns. There's no fingerprints on the shells recovered at the scene. There's no fingerprints on the cartridges recovered at the scene. There's no fingerprints anywhere. There's nothing. There's no blood residue. They haven't shown where the clothes are. There's no murder weapon. There's nothing. They have proven nothing. All they've done for the last 3 weeks is waste your time telling you what evidence they don't have and trying to say that is evidence that he's committed a crime. Even if you take for granted he's committed all of these horrendous, horrific financial crimes, taking that leap from, oh my God, I owe people money, therefore I must kill my wife and child, has not been made. And I would rest.
Yeah, I saw Nate was. So Nate was in the audience here, so I was going to kick out a link to him in case he wanted to pop on in here. Where are you? Nate? Gotta scroll down. Oh, I just realized he's not on Twitter. He's got his Twitter issues.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to text him. Man. All right, hold the fort for a second. Let me take care of him.
I heard someone in the comment mention. They noted the Bianca talking about finding Maggie's wedding ring in the car. Folks, there's lots of reasons. It sounds like a question that must come from someone who's never been married. There's lots of reasons you take your wedding ring off, especially if you're doing construction work at your beach house and dealing with paint and stuff like that. And what a better place to leave it when you have a bunch of strange workers walking around your home. You're not just going to leave it on the kitchen counter. You're going to leave it in a place they don't need to have access to, like inside your car.
True. Next question. After the trial is over, a clip of Blazing Saddles should play where Gene Wilder fell asleep listening to Cleveland Little, and Little says, always like to keep my audience riveted. Her husband is an LEO. She has a bias from him. That's talking about Blanco's husband. Could be. Matthew Self says, I don't think the state thinks Alex did the murder. I think they brought this case to compel discovery for the financial crimes.
I don't know, dude.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of work.
I mean, they have everything they need for the financial crimes, right? They have the people he stole from. They have the law partners. They have the bank statements. They have the conviction of the bank CEO, the previous bank CEO for, financial misconduct. I think they have everything to work for. Alex would need a hell of an explanation to make that stuff go away. I think at the time he just always thought, like a degenerate gambler, or a drug addict, like he's purported to be. He always thought he could dig his way out. I mean, he was making
he
so
did for
much
the last
money.
10 years.
Right, and he did it forever.
And that's what I think is a huge weakness in the case. He's explained his way out of every single financial problem, shit that any one of us three would be instantly disbarred for doing.
Seriously.
And,
he was so connected. He was so freaking connected, this guy.
And he's explained
and
all
all times he got caught.
Years.
He always got out of it. He'd say, "Oh, I made a mistake. I'll just pay you the money back." You think a normal person can get away with that? But he's working at a firm where he's bringing in 10 million or so a year. I mean, of course they forgive him. No harm, no foul.
And suddenly one junior lawyer shows up and says, "Oh yeah, what about that $792,000 profit sharing thing we had?" And
then
goes,
other
holy
people
shit,
knew.
my whole world is collapsing, so therefore I have to kill my wife and child.
Right.
That makes no sense.
The trouble for the firm is now outside people knew, right? When only people in the firm knew and he could kind of cover his tracks with them, they could pretend it never happened. But once outside people know and someone might make a bar complaint that involves the firm, they don't all want to lose their licenses.
That's true. I think Evie's making an interesting point here. And we do have to think about this from a woman's perspective, that a woman taking off her ring is frequently done to make a point. Is it always? But I'll counter to this, Edie. That may be very common. But does that mean he killed? Does that mean he blew her head off? I mean, does that really make you think, oh, she took his ring off, so he blew? That means that he's coming out to kill. I mean, okay.
And,
you
you take your ring off before you're in the car. You take your ring off at home. You throw it in his fucking face. You don't just go, okay, I'm going to go to the kennel and I'm going to take it off and put it on in my car while I go and talk to him.
See, this is an example of a lack of critical thinking. This is how normal people approach the world. What they do is they start with a conclusion, their preferred conclusion, and then they fit the evidence like a jigsaw puzzle into a pattern that leads inevitably to the conclusion they've already arrived at. Yeah. And they blind themselves to alternative reasonable explanations for the same facts. Sure, of course, women take off their rings sometimes to make a point when they're angry at someone. Also, when they're doing construction in their home. Also, when they go to the gym. Also, maybe when they're at a spa. There's 1,000 reasons someone might take their ring off and leave it in their car securely that do not involve them being mad at their husband. But if you want to believe she was mad at her husband, that's the only explanation that your mind will be open to.
To me, this is actually a really compelling point. The states, I don't know if I'm not sure if this is what Portia Lynn is saying, but what I take from this is the state's lack of evidence is evidence in favor of the defendant. I don't know if that's what it sounds like. She's saying states is claiming that lack of evidence is evidence.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. That is their argument. The fact that there is no evidence means that he obviously hid everything, so therefore he's guilty.
Right. But to me, I actually read this the other way, which I was like, you know what? No,
because you're smart, Joe.
The state's lack of evidence to me is evidence of the fact that, hey, this guy. Oh, look at this. Look who we got.
Yo,
hey, Nate.
Nerd. Long time no see, Nate.
What's going on, LV? What's going on? How you guys doing?
I want to just publicly thank Nate. This is what a good bro this guy is. This is what a good friend he is. When I was 24 hours ago, before my strike was lifted, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. He offered to allow me to stream to his channel and carry this stream over on his channel. And until like Nick reminded us that, whoa, if I'm still under strike, that can get us both in trouble if we do that. But he was willing to give me access into his channel. I would start streaming from there, like a real friend. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for that.
That's it from. Thanks, bro.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing fine. I was watching you guys' coverage and And I think what you guys are saying is just so right. This was already a circumstantial case, right? This was already a circumstantial case. So it's going to be tough either way. But I think they've turned it in this propensity case, and they're saying, he's so bad in this area, that means he must have killed his wife and kids. And I'm like, this is
now it's 3
working.
cases. It's a murder case, it's a financial misconduct case, and it's a boat accident case.
Yeah, I don't know how the judge allowed this whole, because essentially you have all this testimony about this side thing. Generally, this is not allowed.
He's a weird judge. It's kind of a slippery slope view of jurisprudence. It's like he allows one step away from the center, and then he uses that one step away from the center in terms of evidentiary purposes to allow the next step away. Well, I allowed the prior thing, so I need to allow this next step, and then the next step, and then the next step, and the ratchet just keeps going until now we're talking about the boat accident case as if it had anything to do with the murders.
What the hell? Oh my God. Yeah, but
I've just been saying from the beginning that it makes this leap from, oh my God, I've talked my way out of everything for 10 years. Suddenly I can't talk my way out of this one thing, so I have to kill my entire family. Well, two-thirds of my family.
The family, every witness says he adored.
Yeah. And now if he went and killed the firm's CFO, I get that. That would make sense. She was the one that discovered this. You kill your paralegal because she's ratting. I understand that. You kill your best friend because he's the one that has all the dirt. I get that. I just cannot make the leap that he killed 2/3 of his family.
The maid who spends hours a day with this family, especially with Maggie, who was personal, private conversations with Maggie about the family relationships within the Murdaugh family. She can't say she's ever seen them have a substantive argument.
Yeah. Well, they had an argument about paint color. So there you go.
Well, we even saw his best friend on the stand yesterday saying, yeah, this son of a bitch took money. He screwed me. Everybody screwed him, but he's a great guy and he loves his family.
I mean, that argument about paint color. Come on, guys. Haven't we all had that argument? Like the wife goes, hey, I want to paint the room white. And you're like, awesome. That's great. We'll paint it white. It says, but you have to pick from these 100 different shades of white.
Oh my God.
So we get the right one.
Cream,
like, what the F are you they look it's the same white. To me, it looks the same. I'm colorblind like a dog. I don't care.
Motive the killer now.
I want you to know, I literally have had that argument. I've
we all have.
I literally have had where I was like, I don't care. But she's like, but we go with the dolphin gray, or we can go with the lighter gray, or the chrome. And I'm like,
there's a reason I have green wallpaper in this room, and it has nothing to do with me.
I actually said to her at one point, I said, look, we started this project. I said, what I want from this project is to have nothing to do with it. I am footing the bill. I want to have nothing to do with it. It's all you. She's like, and she was really annoyed at me. Like, she was like very upset that I wasn't like, helping her decide. And so finally I was like, fine, this one. She's like, really?
Last time I did it with my wife, we were painting the outside of the house. We lived in Massachusetts. And I swear we spent weeks. We had little swatches of paint put on the outside of the house, all the different colors. Yeah. And finally we agreed on a color. And I go away on a business trip. And I come back, the house is painted a different color than the one we agreed on. Like, what the hell was that all about? I mean, I didn't care, but why did we spend all that time talking about it when you were just going to make your own choice anyway?
How long do you actually look at the outside of your house? Maybe 20 seconds pulling into the driveway and then driving out of the driveway. It's like, I don't care.
All right. Southern Brainwater says, if he didn't sip the Capri Sun, you must have quit. There you go.
No, if the tarp doesn't fit, you must have quit.
But I also want to say one thing before you get to this next super chat. The prosecution's case is just so bad. It's like at this point in time, you don't really know what happened. It's like, to me, they've essentially proved that he didn't kill a family. No fingerprints on anything. No nothing. No direct evidence of that. There's evidence they even looked past. And if this was a conviction for the financial crimes, guilty. But I don't know how they're trying. They seem to be trying to do this like bait and switch, where they're saying he's so bad in this, you could just believe us that when he killed these other people, even though there's no evidence of it. It's just like I don't see how you connected that. I don't see how this would survive a motion to dismiss after the state has their case. Like what do they have to stand on?
Because the judge lets everything
Well,
in.
I think that's one of the reasons the state's gone on at some length with all this testimony is the more purported facts they can put into evidence, the more facts there are that it's in the province of the jury to consider to avoid that kind of motion to dismiss halfway through.
Mm.
But I think they're fundamentally going for a preponderance conviction. I mean, they're because that's what that was their tone. If you listen again, because I've listened to the state opening twice now, if you listen to it again, they're basically asking the jury, just apply your common sense. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about whether this guy killed his family? Which is how we normally make decisions in life, right? Where do you want to have dinner? Do you want to go see a movie? Which movie? What do you want to wear today? I mean, it's like I have a preference, so you pick your preference.
Andrew, you just answered your own question, or not your own question. I think it was Nate's question, as like how this got this far. I think that the pervasive feeling in South Carolina is that he did it.
At least he's prosecuted.
I think the judge too, possibly. I think that in that region of the country, everyone's like, this guy did it. So, and there's I've seen look, I haven't gone through all these different documentaries about him. I saw one thing I was watching like a half hour once, just to get some context and background about like the whole story here and make sure my timelines were all accurate. But like, and the tone is so like, and this is how his lawyers got away with it again. And every place that I looked, everyone telling this story tells it over with the preconception that he definitely killed them. It's a matter of how are we going to find enough evidence to show that he killed him.
So the major documentary was produced by a woman who on Twitter just yesterday, the day before, I saw her tweeting about one time she was covering a case in court and this defense attorney, Dick Harpootlian or whatever his name is, made a sexist comment about her and the whole courtroom giggled. So she has a personal animus towards this defense, the counsel in the defense.
Yeah. So my point is, I think that there's been a lot of press, a lot of PR. The same way we saw with Kyle Rittenhouse, there was a lot of PR, and I think the DA here felt that if he wants to get the jury to tap into their feeling and make them feel like that's enough for them to convict him, but I don't think they have the evidence. I think that they're so far away from having sufficient circumstantial evidence, and you can convict someone beyond reasonable doubt based on circumstantial evidence. I want to make this point: 99% of evidence that comes in, maybe not 99, certainly more than 90, much more than 90 is circumstantial. The only time it's not circumstantial is when you have eyewitness or video witness, or you have videography where we can actually see it for ourselves, or an eyewitness is not circumstantial. That's someone telling us what they saw. But fingerprints are circumstantial. DNA is circumstantial. The blood spatters, all this stuff is circumstantial. But the court frequently will get convictions beyond a reasonable doubt based on circumstantial evidence. It's just not this flimsy level of circumstantial evidence, which really warrants a conviction, at least in the eyes of my peers and myself here.
So Joe, pull up that screen I just shared. This is a Twitter exchange I had with this woman just yesterday. Mandy Matney, she's the woman who did the documentary. This is what she tweeted. Murdaugh trial. Every time the courtroom casually laughs along with Dick Harpootlian. I remember that one time in court when he made a sexist comment about me and the media giggled along with him. My stomach hurts. This is the woman who made the documentary, the most prominent documentary about this trial taking place right now. That's not an objective, unbiased perspective.
No, it's not. Yeah.
No, that's someone with an axe to grind.
Yeah.
All right, where was I? Let me make sure I start catching up here. I want to thank you for this very generous super chat, Frida Lee.
A silent chat.
Yeah, that's someone who's like, look, I really appreciate what you're doing, and I want to show my gratitude. And I say thank you, Frida. I really appreciate that. If you have not yet liked and subscribed, I urge you to please do so, and also take a moment to check out my panel here. They are phenomenally talented, each one unto themselves, lending their expertise here, and much obliged. Pure speculation here, but with Murdaugh knowing his dad was terminal, would benefit from his dad's estate and potentially be able to clear up his financial snafu without getting caught. Why is money a motive for murder again? I want you. I was thinking about this also. I mean, they were talking about how his father was on death's door at the time of these murders. In fact, he ended up dying 3 days later. he was not an insignificant person at all. He was legendary in the area. Before Alex. Alex's father and grandfather were basically the heart of Southern South Carolina's politics and legal world. So I'm sure
And
that
the father was actually the name partner on the firm. So the Murdaugh on the firm name, that's not Alex. That's his
Right.
father.
And then you can understand how that put him in a prime position to become a rainmaker, because it's like, he's basically inheriting that from his father and his grandfather, that he's known as, he's part of the whole Murdaugh legacy. So
I mean, just look at this maid. I mean, she first got associated with the Murdaugh family because she was corralled voluntarily into referring every Hispanic person she knew in the community who had a PI issue to Alex Murdaugh. I mean, that's why half the cases on the docket were his cases.
You're way too kind, Nate. You jerk. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
While we're taking this little break, it's almost 4 a.m. here. It's time for me to
you gotta get out of
a
here?
little bit of sleep.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
It's good to see you again, Nate. It's been a while.
Take care, Jeff.
You too. Take care.
Take care, Jeff.
Andrew, thank you so much for having me on, Joe. Take care, everybody. We'll see you.
And next week, Wednesday, Thursday, when Nick's gonna be taking off again, so I'm gonna be filling in at that time. I'll be sending you links at that point also. So
please do. The best thing I ever did was stop streaming this trial myself, because I could just fuck off anytime I want.
Yeah, but I know how it is. It's tough.
Take care.
Later.
Bye, guys.
Hey, Joe and Nate, are you guys, both of you, going to be in Vegas for Nick's thing?
No, I can't make it that weekend.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay.
But we were going to, but you know what? Matter of fact, put me on because I got diamond status at the casino, so I'm gonna see if I can maybe jump out there for one day. But right now it's kind of like 50-50. What about you, Joe?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, I thought you were definite. Okay.
No, I was never a definite. I was never a definite. I would very, very much like to go. But there are, I gotta figure out like whether it's going to be something that will work. So we'll see.
Got it. Okay. Well, if you guys were going to be there, I'd suggest. I was going to suggest getting together for dinner or something. But
yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah. Oh, definitely 110%. I know. Look, because I know Viva and Barnes are going to do something that weekend, but then they moved their thing from that weekend to like another weekend. So it's like things are broken up because Viva and Barnes are doing something in May now, not May, in March. They were doing it that same weekend. So.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, honestly, I'll tell you right now, my take on it is probably very different from most people. I wish it was anywhere but Vegas. If it was anywhere but Vegas, I would definitely be there. It's like Vegas is such a gross town. When I was there this past summer, I was like, I was there for like a layover for one night, and I was like, wow, this town is just gross. So I don't know. If it was anywhere else, I'm telling you, I would be there. And I understand
you can do Vegas,
people,
not gross. It's possible. I mean, I don't gamble, so Vegas is no interest to me from that perspective. But there are plenty of good hotels, nice pools, nice service, drinks by the water, plenty of great restaurants. I've never had a bad meal in Vegas, and I don't gamble at all.
Yeah. No, I would love to meet all you. I mean, I've met both of you individually, but I'm saying like it sounds like there's a lot of different creators there who I've worked with who I would love to just sort of. I haven't seen Nick in like 2 years almost.
Wow.
So
I've never met Nick.
Oh well, no, he's great to hang out with. I spent one night hanging out with him down in Florida, but
is it true he's only 5'6"?
No, I think he's like I think he's got to be at least 5'9". All kidding aside, by the way. That dude he used to stream with his camera coming like he looked like what's his face? Like Sean, potentially criminal Sean. So when I met him, I thought he was like 5'5". And when I got there, I was like, I couldn't stop commenting about how freaking tall the guy is. I was like, wow. He looks to me like he was like 6'7". Like I was like, he just was stupidly tall. He claims he's only 6'5". I'm like, that's not true.
What's his name? Legal Mindsets like that too. It's like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah, legal mindset. Legal mindset is like legal mindset is taller. Legal mindset is like a freak.
But
Yeah.
you know, it's funny because the people who are tall look short. The people who look short are tall. Like Viva's 5'5", and when I met him, I was like, "Oh, you're only like 5'5".
Yeah, I always sense that Viva was not tall. I sense that Robert Barnes is probably close to 6 feet. That's what my guess is, that he's close to like 6 feet, like around there. But yeah, you're gonna see, Andrew, that Nick is good, got a good 5-6 inches on you at least.
It also makes me laugh when women say, "I want a man who's 6 foot tall." It's like, you know, it's like what, 10% of the population. It's like most guys aren't 6 feet tall. It's like you're never going to meet anybody,
right? So that's like 15% of the population, but they also want a guy making 6 figures. So now,
which is even less,
right? So now you got to multiply it, right? Right. Now you got 10% of 15%.
I just this is pure speculation here, but with Murdaugh knowing we got this one all right. Flux says, "Hey, Flux, how you doing?" He probably was going to tell her about all the garbage she was in, which is why he was acting funny. Paul just loved it there.
Huh?
Oh, that's all. That's in other words, at the time of the murder. So you're saying that was like the conversation that's why they both
are making
there?
a big deal out of the fact that he told Maggie he wanted her to come to Moselle. Like that was some unusual thing. It's not unusual, folks. People who have multiple homes, they have these conversations all the time. Which house are we going to be at? I prefer this one. You prefer that one. I'd like it if you came out here. That's a normal conversation.
Especially in the context of his father just went into hospice that day. So he basically, you feel like he probably needed like some sort of like family bonding type of support type of thing. People lose track, they don't think about this, the emotional state that he must have been in, knowing that his father is about to die any day. And people start to lose it at that point. I remember when my mom, like she died of leukemia roughly 8.5 years ago. And I'll tell you something, like it was 30 days that she just sort of like, crashed. And when you start to realize that that person who you loved that their life is walking towards its final days, you're not in the right frame of mind. And you sort of feel like you want to rely on your support around you that much more. So for him to be saying, come to Moselle, and people to be twisting that into like the first, it must be he wanted to come to Moselle so he could kill him. Like, it's like, what? No, he wants to be in a place he's comfortable and surrounded by people who love him so that he can feel their emotional support. To me, that's far more logical. Is that definitely what happened? No, but to me, it's it's far more logical.
But that's the problem with the circumstantial cases, right? You have to get those inferences in to bring that, because that's essentially what a circumstantial case is, right? You got evidence, but you got to make the inference that the person is the person to do this, and that's, I think, what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to make these false inferences.
I mean, a circumstantial case, you can theoretically have a circumstantial case where there's nothing wrong with circumstantial evidence, and if it effectively excludes every reasonable hypothesis, alternative reasonable hypothesis consistent with guilt, then you get a conviction. But if it doesn't do that, and you have no motive, well, then there is a reasonable alternative hypothesis inconsistent with guilt. And that, by definition, is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
That is reasonable doubt, right?
Right.
Technically, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
I want to thank you, Viola Pride, for the very generous Rummel rant, and saying, just because YouTube sucks, great coverage with the best panel. Thank you so very much. Just Revere says, not reasonable doubt, but damning circumstantial supporting. He changed and discarded clothes after the murder.
So you say it's not reasonable doubt. I mean, so you say it's what do you say? He says not reasonable doubt, or is it reasonable doubt?
Not reasonable doubt, but damning circumstantial supporting. He changed and discarded clothes after the murder. I noticed if a pair of my wife's shoes disappeared, would be sus AF. Yeah, but the thing is, so I think you're talking about what the housekeeper testified, that she never saw the clothing again. But then when she was asked about it, she had to admit that she didn't know what clothing he took with him when he moved out of the house and that's why perhaps she never saw it.
Well, that night when he went to his mother's, she doesn't know what clothes he wore there.
Yeah. Yes, that's definitely true. And by the way, he also we forget about this because of the circumstance with his father going into hospice. He could have been moving in with his mom for a few days also. Like that could have been not just visiting, but thinking that like he's going to be going to move in with her and give her support while her husband is in his last days.
Oh, quick question too. Just on a piece of the law, obviously the propensity evidence. How were they able to get it in? Because did the defense open the door, or did the judge
Which
allude the
evidence?
defense? The
All
propensity
this
evidence
financial
about the
stuff.
financial stuff.
Oh, so they basically claimed that they needed to establish motive, and that his
You would need
motive.
more than that, generally.
You would think
Yeah,
so.
so they're using a res geste argument. So they're saying it's an alternative crime that's intrinsic to this crime, and that can happen. So say you're on the way to the crime scene, you got a speeding ticket. Well, normally you getting a speeding ticket would not be admissible in a trial for some other offense. But if it's part of you getting to the scene to commit the other offense, they'd be able to admit it for that limited purpose. But there's a very concrete connection there. Or if you stole a gun to commit a crime, they'd be able to introduce evidence of you stealing the gun. Not to show bad character, but to show that it was part of the overall crime for which you are being charged. Here they're arguing kind of a weird, and the state does this all the time in this trial because they don't have much concrete to work with, but a weird ambiguous blend of motive and res geste has convinced the judge to allow the financial stuff in.
He doesn't know how to sustain an objection, basically. So
I think he sustained five defense objections in 2 weeks of trial so far.
He doesn't like sustaining very much at all. He doesn't really look at himself as a gatekeeper so much as a gate watcher. And he's like, I'm going to sit here and watch everything come in. Because I'm half the time, when he finished yesterday, I was like, I don't know why he needs to sit in that chair. They could do the exact same work if he wasn't there. He could like leave, and we'll have the same trial happening here.
And you know, it's so funny because you can see how much a good judge or a bad judge can really affect the trial. Kim Potter, for instance, the judge was, those rulings were like outrageous. And then, but in something like this, where the judge is like, versus Johnny Depp, where that judge was on every single objection, it was, boom, 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 and she wasn't letting anything get past. So, and bad judges are better for the prosecution too. By the way,
it's also true. I saw someone in the comments mention that the defense had asked a witness, a friend of the family, if there was any reason he could imagine why Alex would have wanted to kill his family, and the state argued that opened the door to motive evidence to rebut that line of questioning. And maybe it does if you had a clear motive, like if they had evidence that he had life insurance policies out of Maggie and Paul, right? So there's a clear benefit to killing them. There's a clear logical connection here, but the stretch between the financial shenanigans as a motive is completely different because their death does not make the financial shenanigans go away. It doesn't solve his problem.
And on top of that, even if let's say in they can show that he told his wife all the stuff about the financial crimes, it's going to be hard to get that stuff anyway because of the privilege. The husband wife privilege. So even if he tells her, hey, I've done all this, you still can't get it in because they're married at the time. So it's like that kind of kills the whole thing that she knew about it, unless she goes and maybe turns him in. But that didn't seem like that was happening. They haven't argued that. So I don't see why this is even relevant to this case.
I was making a very lengthy point, which I made on my locals chat. And if you haven't checked it out, I urge you to check it out. But I was making a very lengthy point where when you're dealing with a judge trying to decide whether evidence that is more probative than prejudicial should be let in, that if the nature of that evidence is exclusively to establish motive, that by definition, that should never be able to satisfy that it's more probative than prejudicial. And in short, my logic behind it, which I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this, Nate, my philosophy behind this is motive is not something that is incumbent upon the state to prove to get a conviction. If you look at the elements that they have to prove that there's mens rea, that he intended to kill, that they resulted in a death. Or if you look at all the elements, they never must prove motive. There are plenty of convictions that happen where we never know what the actual motive is for the person doing the killing. You have some psychopath
if there's evidence that proves that Brian Koberger killed those 4 kids in Idaho, are we ever going to know why? What was his motive? No, we would just say there's enough physical evidence to tie them in, or eyewitness, or whatever it is, and we'll say that, and they'll get convicted, and we won't necessarily ever know the motive. Will we know the motive with respect to Darryl Brooks? No, we just know the guy's a lunatic. But do we know that whether he wanted to kill a specific person? Do we know if he was trying to escape the police? Do we know if he thought that he would be cool how tough he was? Do we know what his real motive is? No. But we do know is the dude's a psychopath who just randomly killed countless and killed 6 people, including women and children, and is a monster, and we send him away forever. And there's so much evidence of it that we don't care what the motive is. And the fact that we are lacking in evidence, the state is lacking in evidence to show Alex's guilt, that his specific guilt, doesn't all of a sudden now give greater justification that, well, they have to try to find a way to prove motive. No, find real evidence that he did it. Just because you can't find, it doesn't make it more probative, because the jury doesn't need to find that there's a motive in order to convict him. And so that's not helping them probe into the case. It's not probative into whether or not he did it. It's just more probative into whether they think he's capable of doing it or not capable of doing it. But we don't need to know whether someone, that's never an element. That's not something that ever needs to be established. And therefore it cannot outweigh prejudice.
Joe, I got just one disagreement with that.
No, go ahead. Hit me back.
Hate crimes. You have to prove the motive of racial.
If this was
even if this was, I'm talking about, because you said there was no element ever of motive, and that's the argument against hate crimes, right? Because you have to prove that there was a motive of racial so that's why.
That's a great call. I defer to you that in that circumstance, perhaps because where it becomes an element to the crime, in that case, it can be more probative than prejudicial.
Yeah, but in what you're saying, you're right. But there are some instances where motive is you have to kind of prove motive as an element. Yeah, and hate crimes is one of the things that everybody always jumps at. They shouldn't do. Does that make sense?
No, you're right, and by the way, I'm now amending my philosophy on this to specifically say any crime that doesn't involve motive cannot possibly be found to be more probative. But if there is motive, in that case, yeah, of course it can be. Because basically my point is that the probity of the evidence outweighing its prejudiciality can only come into play if it's probing into an element of the crime.
Correct.
And that where motive is not an element of the crime, such as a crime of murder, in that case, a standard garden variety murder, it cannot possibly outweigh the prejudiciality. And the only reason that the state is actually showing all this financial stuff and all this stuff about what a terribly, terribly evil person he is when it comes to money, and he is. This guy's a jerk. He's a crook and a thief. And I expect that he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail for his thieving ways. But they want to convict him of murder by riling them up and saying, wow, this guy is such a jerk. He stole money from this autistic-looking little kid and lied to him as he was his lawyer and took millions of dollars out of his pocket after his mother had died, and his, I don't know if you saw that kid's testimony yesterday. It's so heartbreaking. This guy's he looks like he's 14 years old. He's like 35, but he looks like he's, you question his competence practically. And he has a younger brother who he describes as learning disabled. So it's like he's, and they're orphans, and Alex, they were the kids of Alex's prior maid, not this one. And he took them on as clients so that he could rip them off and take millions of dollars from them and then lied to them after the money came in. Is this guy a grade A jerk? 100%. Is he a thief? In my mind, 100%. Did he kill them? I don't think so. But they want to get the jury to see that poor little kid who Alex ripped off and get them so riled up that they're like, look, we want to put this guy away.
We want justice for that kid. That's what they want. And for those of you who are the law nerds, we're talking about you can look at the federal rules of evidence. It's the 403 balancing test, whether something is prejudicial. So if you just look at FRE 403, it explains the balancing test, what Joe's talking about. But I think you're 110% correct. I think on balance, none of this stuff should be in. But I do think you can bring in these things for motive, because essentially we're talking about propensity evidence. And for those of you who know, when we talk about propensity evidence, we're talking about it's the once a thief, always a thief, right? You stole something in the past, you're being charged with stealing something now, and then the prosecutor brings up your past crime and say, well, that means you're convicted of this crime. But the court says, no, you can't do that, because you can only convict somebody based on the evidence based on the evidence for this, not for what they've done before.
Mm-hmm.
And that's essentially, but here they're doing it in a roundabout way. So they have a circumstantial case that really doesn't have any direct evidence, but what they're saying is that this guy was so bad in all these other things that are loosely connected. He's such, and like you said, he's so bad with this financial stuff that it's all that we want you to now make that inference or that leap that stole from children, stole from this, did this, hated his family, and killed them, even though we don't have the evidence to prove that, right?
Right.
That's the logical leap. Now, most appeals courts don't allow you to make that type of leap. Most judges don't allow you, because just like what you're saying, the 403 balancing test, like you can't make that leap. But I think here they're allowing you to argue to see if you can make that leap.
5 days of testimony. That's not just like one witness. And from the defense's position, it's opened up the doorway where they brought out all these people who end up coming out there saying like, wow, he loved his family, took his wife on trips everywhere. It's like, it's really backfired, where the more witnesses that have come on, the more these witnesses have actually convinced me that I can't believe he killed his wife and kid.
It's like the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's really done the exact opposite, where I think this guy's a schmuck and a thief, and he's probably a dirtbag, but I don't believe he killed his wife. I don't believe he killed there's no way I believe he killed his son. Like I can't even fathom it at this point.
And then why not kill them all? Why only leave one alive? You know, it's like there's a lot going on here. But
it's very strange. Joe, loving the sports code, great coverage. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Let me get out of here, Joe, because I gotta go. No, I gotta go pick up the kids and stuff. But listen, it's always great seeing you guys. It's always fantastic talking the law with you guys.
Of course.
Even though I got to start getting my mind back to this thing, because I haven't been talking law for so long, and now I'm starting to forget some of this stuff. So.
Hey, what's going on with before you go? What's going on with Boozy? You in discovery yet?
No. We have the motion to dismiss. They threw a little settlement offer out.
Oh,
we rejected it, and we're going full. We rejected it and said, "Fuck it, we're going to go full speed." So right now we got the motion to dismiss. They're supposed to reply on the 26th. After they reply, then the judge makes whatever ruling they're going to make. But even if let's say it's really got down to the point where if the judge dismisses the case, then we can amend the complaint. You can do an amended complaint in AC. So we're saying, we're in a position where if the judge dismisses this, we can just amend the complaint and go do it again. Or if we get past it, then we go to discovery. But it seems like everybody's pretty confident that we can get past the motion to dismiss. But I like to be critical until it actually happens.
Sure. Okay. Good luck.
Later, brother.
Hopefully. Thank you, and take care, guys.
Take care. Guys, check out Nate's channel. His link is in the description below. He's inspirational to me as the work that he does. So I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it. And his ongoing trial where he's suing Chris Boozy for Chris Boozy defaming him. And Chris Boozy, in my opinion, is a terrible shyster. Like he's a thief.
He's the Alex Murdaugh of Twitter.
My opinion is the guy's a con artist. But so anyway, Jonathan says those ties are the only ones that should be trialed and convicted. Awful. Is this a South Carolina thing? I don't know. I hadn't noticed. Oh, wow. Legal Vices. The hat did it for me. Oh, see, I should have shared that with him earlier. Sorry about that. I'll try to remember to tell him. The DCV Titan says, said it before, saying it again. This is why you don't put the diversity hire on the bench. I don't. I'll tell you right now. Okay. All kidding aside, I've appeared in front of every type of intersectionality judge you can imagine. And the best judges, in my opinion, that I've appeared in front of have actually been Black women. I know, and I'll tell you right now, I've had my most success with them. I'm saying, without exception, every Black woman judge I've ever been in front of.
Now do the white women judges.
Oh my gosh! Don't start me there. Don't start me there. Yeah. I mean, it's New York.
By the way, Clarence Thomas, a diversity hire on the bench? I don't think so.
Yeah, not at all. Exactly.
He's great. To me, I think he's one of the top 5 justices in American history. So yeah. Why didn't they question more on the house fire? I don't know. I thought the house fire. They obviously know about the house fire.
I mean, someone poured diesel all over the house.
If you missed it, the maid just threw out in passing that at some point, they had to clean out the house after someone tried burning down the house. This is while Maggie was alive. And it's like, wait, so that means someone tried killing them? And then it's like there was diesel all over the house. It's like, that sounds like something you would think the mafia would do, wouldn't you? I mean, potentially. Like that's a nice way to send a message. You leave a house covered in diesel. Legendary Racing says, sending my surprise super chats here because Legal Vices doesn't like surprises. You see, he got spared from the surprise. He bailed on us. Me04120 says, there's as much evidence that the Mexican housekeeper did it as Alex Murdaugh. That's a problem. She seemed really heartbroken. I will say this. She seemed very sincere. Like I felt she had a lot of credibility. I thought that everything she was saying seemed very sincere. And a lot of it really, I think, was exonerating him because it's hard to wrap your head around that timeline and still have a maid come back there and say, yeah, there was nothing here. I didn't see any signs of blood. I saw any signs of anything. And this ties into a super chat that just came in a moment ago, which says, keep in mind, Alex cleaned all this stuff very well and very quickly, but apparently doesn't do any cleaning ever with all these maids. So a guy it's not someone who's like accustomed to cleaning. And apparently he's so good at it that the police couldn't find a speck of anything. I mean, the lack of evidence here is a forensic evidence is very, very telling. But still got a bunch I need to catch up on here. I can't believe today is day Nick is off. Glad you all are here. Well, thank you so much. Glad to be here too. And next week I'll be here on Wednesday and Thursday. So make sure that you like and subscribe and check if you're subscribed, because a lot of people just get cut 10 minutes after they sign up. Dr. Kenneth Noisewater says, look up the recent article about the Minnesota mom who killed her child with a shotgun. Explains what happened if you blast someone with a shotgun. Yeah, I don't think I need to. I think it's probably gonna be gross. But yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of blood. There's a lot of blood, and a raincoat wouldn't stop it.
Buckshot takes body parts clean off of people.
Yeah. Wait, the penguins are getting taller. Soon they're going to be larger than humans again. 38 particles. By the way, let's go. I still owe you 2 drinks. I haven't forgotten about it. I know I still owe you from last night that I missed it that you sent me yesterday. So I'll make it up at an appropriate time. 38 particles is abnormally low. Yeah. The judge is allowing testimony of his second cousin's husband, twice removed dog, and I think they would let the supposed wife ordering an audit. That's true. He would probably let in anything. My point is, they may not have brought it up in opening statements, because at that point they may not have realized how permissive this judge would be during the trial. And if you don't realize how permissive he's going to be, you might think this is going to be a stretch to get in. At this point, I'm sure they're confident they're getting in whatever they want. Andrew Hansen says, I don't think he did it, but let's say he did and admitted to his attorneys that. Wouldn't that change whether you put him on the stand? Yes.
I mean, you're not supposed to let your client lie on the stand. You have a duty of candor to the court. If your client starts lying, you're actually supposed to inform the court that your client's lying. Most criminal defendants are idiots, folks, and you put them on the stand, they're just going to start lying their ass off like they do in normal life, and it puts you in a very difficult position. Another reason most criminal defense attorneys won't put their clients on the stand.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very true. I'll tell you something else. Most criminal, I've never done criminal defense myself, but what I've heard, if someone did it, they don't want the client to tell them. They don't want the client admitting to them that they did it. Because I think they feel like it affects their way of approaching things, because they want to walk in feeling like their guy is innocent and to have the right frame of mind to zealously advocate them. So I've heard that from what?
Most of the clients are guilty.
Right.
I mean,
Right. But I think they didn't. I think they rarely want to hear a client tell. I mean, I don't know. It probably varies significantly from one defense attorney to another. Like I said, I've never done criminal defense. I just talk about it on TV.
if you're not going to put your client on the stand, so you're not at risk of them lying and you being obliged to do something about it, it doesn't matter if you know your client did it or not. The burden's on the state to prove your client guilty. That's all.
Yeah, but if he,
I'd much rather have guilty clients than innocent clients, because if my clients are guilty, I can compel the state to meet its burden. If they can't do that, my client gets to go free. But if he gets convicted, I mean, come on, he was guilty. But if he's innocent and he gets convicted, that's the nightmare.
That is the nightmare. Funeral Man says, how many times can a witness be cross-examined? So the way that works is they can be cross-examined and then there's redirect. Now, redirect is only supposed to be related to topics that came up on cross. You can't start talking about brand new things that were never discussed. So the idea is we're sort of funneling down the level of information that can be questioned about. So on the cross from the redirect, you can only cross about things that were raised on the redirect. And then in theory, that can happen 50 times. It just doesn't, because it tends to funnel down shorter and shorter until, but yeah, in theory, there's no limit to the number of times cross-examination could happen. Blanca didn't mention possible divorce thoughts. She didn't mention it. No. 2, if shower was clean, it seems impossible he cleaned up in there unless he had hours to scrub it clean. This is why I keep saying the state's lack of evidence to me is the most compelling, exonerating thing for him. To me, it's very compelling.
When they were asking Blanca or Bianca, I forget, about what she found in the car, I was sure she was going to say, I found the business card for a divorce attorney or something to that effect.
Oh my God, lost offense. You hit that perfectly. So there you go.
That's what she said.
That was at 137. I'm not sure what you were hitting perfectly at that point, to be honest with you. But let me
State's ready, Your Honor.
I'm going to try and go through super chats during the trial, because I'm not going to have time post the jury trial. I need to close up here at 5 sharp. If the trial is still going, I will redirect you to someone else covering it. But I am giving you a heads up that I am going to be closing up at 5 o'clock sharp here. Which is why I want to try and get super chats. Meanwhile, she had a doctor's appointment. Did she have a test, i.e. x-ray, that she may have needed to take it off? She had a doctor's appointment.
The wife. Maybe that's why she took her ring off.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, that's a good explanation. Thank you again, Frida Lee. Guys, you take it as hilarious. I was the man in my last relationship. I didn't give a crap about furniture or paint colors, but he did.
That's why it's the last relationship, not the current relationship.
Alex Murdaugh exists. Guilty. Wolfram says, did Alex use Amica cream to cover up the bloodstains, fingerprints, and GSR? Probably. That would explain it if Elaine was here. If the chicken doesn't peck, send Alex to heck. Okay. From South Carolina, True Crime Wine Moms, 100% convinced guilty. I ask if they watch the trial. They say, have you watched the documentary?
Right, I know. I love it.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Janelle says he killed her because financial audit. That would come out in lawsuits regardless. Others say because she wouldn't sell the
Welcome
house.
back.
Just heard she had ready to
Your
sell
next
all.
witness.
Well, there you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please report? State calls Belinda Rath.
Name a man. Do not give him settlement. You know he's just going to talk smack after. Yeah, he's not giving a settlement. They want discovery badly. I'm still like 2 hours back. Judge jumped up and left in the middle of the Fifth Amendment argument. Judge probably has prostate issues and has to piss. Could be. I have a big diamond. It's completely plausible. She left her ring in the car. If she left men in the beach house working, you don't want people stealing from you. Great point, Lizzie. Finish my thought. Good logic. State is using lack of evidence as evidence. Where's the gun? Where's the blood? Maggie's phone. No motive. We take one. State hasn't proved anything as the murders. Well said, Portia.
R-A-S-T.
Belinda, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Before we begin, Belinda, are
God.
you hard of hearing?
I am.
Okay. So is it important for you that you can read what I'm saying in order to better understand the question?
Correct.
If at any time I say something and I'm
Folks,
turned
that
my
last
attention
super
away,
chat, I did
please
see the
let us know
donut
and I'll
operator give me a
re-ask the
shout out in
question,
his
okay?
video. He and I chatted about that use of force
All right,
event
Belinda,
before you did that show.
tell the jury a little bit about
Very
yourself.
kind of him.
Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school? And what was your professional training?
I grew up in Barnville. I went to school right there in Barnville and Hampton, Wade Hampton High
I'll take it,
School.
Brian.
And
Thank you.
I'm a CNA. I worked in the hospital and home health.
All right, CNA is a certified nursing assistant.
That's correct.
So did you work in nursing before moving into private home health?
I did.
Okay. And are you now employed as a private home care, like health provider?
I'm a private home caregiver.
Okay. And Belinda, I'm going to ask you to put that microphone as close to you as you can. You might have to move it a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, well, tell us a little bit about what private home care would be.
When you work with one individual or two in a home that's not, like in a hospital or a nursing home, and you take care of that one individual or two at most, and you do their care, whatever it might be. Like when I started at the Murdaughs, Miss Libby was up and about. We just had to watch her, make sure she didn't wander away. She could go to the bathroom. She knew when she had to go, but you had to make sure she cleaned herself and just make sure she eat and stuff. And then with her, her health deteriorated. Her illness got worse. And so she went from that to now she's bedridden and we have to feed her, turn her, change her, whatever is needed. She doesn't know when she's going to the bathroom or whatever, so we have to monitor her.
I don't know.
Real close.
And I know we skipped ahead, but who do you currently provide home health care to?
Miss Libby Murdaugh.
And how long have you been providing that?
A little over 4 years.
And I think you just said it began as kind of one job, and has it evolved over time into being a more significant job?
That's correct.
Belinda, are you nervous being here today?
I
am. Would you say that you've become fairly close to Miss Libby over these years?
I have. She is, to me, she's family. She's like my family away from home.
So you care about her?
I do.
What could this woman possibly have to say about the murders of Maggie and
Ms.
Paul?
Rast, tell me about what your typical hourly shift is.
I think the bar for information provided from a witness has been
And
set
do you
very
occasionally
low.
work weekends?
I work every other weekend.
And what would your hours be on the weekends?
From 7 p. till 8 a.m. in the morning, or 9
So
on Saturday.
for
and Sunday.
weekdays,
Maybe she
it's
saw him
typically
come
8
in
p.m.
covered
to
in
8
blood.
a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you been working there
Is
again?
Alex's mother's
at
nurse?
Almeida?
Well, I've already
So,
been there
she
4.
might
This
have
year
seen
will be
him
my
right
5th
after
year.
the murder happened.
Were you employed during the year 2021, June of 2021?
I was.
All right. Do you remember the day, June 7th of 2021?
June 7th.
June 7th.
That's that date.
I predict her testimony is going to be extremely ambiguous.
Yeah. That was the day I was called and
He wasn't
told
covered with
to
blood.
come to
He
the
did
house
not show up.
and tell me something.
Were you supposed to work that day? Were you scheduled to work that day?
I was.
All right. What happened? Why were you not on duty that day?
Well, one of the other employees wanted to be off, and I switched with her, Miss Shelley. She had some plans with her friend, and she wanted to be off, and she asked me would I trade with her, and I told her yeah, I would do that.
And of all the nurses that work with Miss Libby, is that fairly common? If someone has a conflict, you can call them to try to arrange some sort of change
Yeah.
in schedule? All right, so you were off on June 7th, but you would have been working what hours?
If I had been there, I would have been working. At that time, we were working from, that was on a Saturday, I think, or Sunday. We were working from 3 p. until, 3 in the afternoon until 9 the next morning.
Did you know Maggie Murdaugh?
Briefly, I met her, I had seen her several times at the Murdaugh house, but personally know her, no.
Did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you get to know him?
Well, he came to see his grandparents, Mr. Randolph and Miss Libby.
Did he come more often than perhaps others?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about him.
Well, he was always very polite. He always offered to help do things for Randolph and Miss Libby. He would like, Miss Libby liked ice cream, so he would always say, Miss M, Grandma M, because that's what they called her. Would you like me to get you some ice cream? And she would usually say, yeah, because that was her thing. And he would say, get it for her, and he would tease her about it. But he always give it to her.
So he came around a little more than perhaps any of the other
of the grandchildren.
Did you get to know Mr. Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
Did he try to take her out on a boat?
Is he here today?
Yes, he is. Right there.
In the blue jacket?
The blue jacket and blue shirt.
Thank you.
HIPAA laws are not what everyone thinks they are. Every time someone tells me that there's a violation of
On
HIPAA,
your shift,
a lawyer tells me, no,
from
that's
the
not
normal
it.
shift, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
I think
How
we all
often
struggle
would
to
you
figure
say
out how HIPAA
Mr.
works.
Alex stopped by in those years that you've
You might
been
be right.
Not very often, not during that time period. 6 or 7 times, maybe.
in the 5 years you've been there, the 6 or 7 time?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Mr. Randolph. Who was he
That's
again?
pretty funny.
He was Miss Libby's husband.
Did you take care of him? Was he a client of yours?
Well, he was not my patient, but I helped him. I assisted him when he needed help.
Was there a point in time when his health became fairly poor and that you decided he needed some help?
Yes, there was.
And if you were there, would you provide that assistance to him, whatever he needed?
I did.
All right. Was there ever a time when Mr. Mr. Randolph, do you know when he passed away?
Yeah, June the 10th.
So it was shortly after the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Correct.
Before he passed, was there ever a time when the defendant came over later at night?
When he was called, not late at night. Well, yes, there was. It was on the 6th, I think it was, the night before Maggie and Paul. I was there that night, and he and Miss Maggie came. They brought donuts.
Okay. Why would they bring donuts?
Because Mr. Randolph had asked for some donuts.
Did you like donuts?
Well, they were Krispy Kreme, and you couldn't get them at the time in our area.
That's great.
So Mr. Randolph liked Krispy Kreme
Yes,
donuts.
he
That's
did.
a real response.
All right. Was Mr. Randolph, was he awake though when they came there?
No, he was not.
And did he ever actually see Alex and Maggie?
Not to my knowledge. Alex did go to the room and look in at him, but he was asleep, and they chose not to wake him. I told them they could, but they said, no, let him sleep if he can.
And how did he react when he got up and you told him that they visited?
He was, he said, they came tonight, and I said, yes, sir. And he said, that's strange. I said, well, you asked for these donuts, and Miss Maggie brought these donuts to you. And he says, well, is there a raspberry one? And I said, yeah. And I got it for him, and he ate a little bit of it, and then he said, I just can't eat the rest.
So he thought it was strange that they came that time of night?
Yeah, he was surprised.
Was there anything that, I know Mr. Randolph was very sick, but was there anything that was going on with his mental faculties?
No, he knew what was going on right up to the last time I spoke to him, which was the day before he died.
And tell us a little bit in your experience with treating Alzheimer's patients, people with declining dementia. Tell us a little bit about your experiences with them and how they maybe at night, how they rest, and what your treating them involves.
Anytime sometimes
And she's going to start
fine,
talking
but
about
whatever
President
goes
Biden.
on around them, they just ignore it, or they speak out in the beginning and say what they want to say. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it don't.
See?
As it progresses, they get more like a baby. If you wake them, sometimes they'll go back to sleep. Sometimes they cry. It takes time to calm them and, just guess, because you really don't know. Like a baby, you don't know what's wrong. They might be hungry. They
Sometimes
might
they're given a State of the Union
to be turned. Whatever the situation is, you just have to guess and keep trying until you get it right.
Right.
And what time do you put Miss Libby in bed?
Generally at 8 o'clock. But now she don't get out of bed. She has a total care. She stays in bed. We give her her night medication at 8 o'clock, which helps her to rest, along with other medications she has to have.
If Miss Libby does go to sleep, what would you prefer as her provider, healthcare
That's
provider?
true.
To let her sleep, but if a family comes by and they say they want to wake her, I don't object. I let them wake her.
Thank you for its indulgence.
Yes, sir.
My name's Dick Harpootlian. Can you read my lips? Dick
What did we get from that witness?
Okay. And I represent Alex. Okay. Now, let me just focus in on, I guess, the reason you're being called here today. You were
why?
asked by the state, was it strange for them to show up that Sunday night at late?
It was unusual.
That was the word you used, not strange. And that's the word you used in your statement you gave about 10 days after the murders to Sweat. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Did you know they'd been to a ball game in Columbia before they stopped by? Did Mr. Murdaugh
No,
tell you
sir,
that?
I did not know that.
Okay. And if Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, had stopped by normally during the daytime, you wouldn't have been there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Alex and Maggie that Sunday night stayed about 30 minutes.
Approximately 30 minutes, yes.
It was late.
It was late. And
how late do you think it was? Like 11 o'clock?
I think it was closer to 9.
Okay, 9.
It hadn't been long, put Miss Libby to bed, and she was starting to doze, and Mr. Randolph was already asleep.
And Miss Libby, let's say 2-3 years ago in 2021, what was her state? She has dementia, is that correct?
She does have dementia. Well,
What was it back
Alzheimer's dementia. It is basically the same thing.
Okay.
It affects the body in the same way. At that time, she could not walk, but we could pick her up and put her in the wheelchair, pivot her and take her and put her in the bed, and she could feed herself. But now she is deteriorated and she can't feed herself. She can't even give herself a drink of water.
So the whole reason we have this witness is just so that we know
her son
that it's unusual for him to
when
be
they
there.
came to see her?
Okay.
Sometimes not.
Has that gotten progressively worse?
That is how it works.
Was she aware of the fact that her husband of, I think, 40 years had died, Mr. Randolph?
We told her, we took her to the funeral, but within a couple of weeks, she doesn't, it didn't seem to recognize the fact.
Yeah.
For about a month, she would call for him from time to time, and then now she doesn't.
While you were there, when Paul or some other family member would come over, would that calm her down?
Sometimes. Paul had a way of having a calming effect on her. He would always remind her of the past. Like, Grandma, you remember that whipping you give me with that fly swat? Things like that.
And did she watch television a good bit?
She still does, but she doesn't. She used to would play along with the games, but by 21, she wasn't doing that. She was just
Perfect
watching.
use for television.
Begging for its indulgence. No further questions.
Anything further?
Mary Hughes
Thank you,
says,
ma'am. You may step down.
a Rumble Rand, I really appreciate your analysis, Nick's, Andrews, Steve's, and Nate's too. It's context that makes observing this trial educational and
Next
worthwhile.
witness.
Thank you very much, and
State
thank
Call
you for the generous
Supervisory
grant. I really
Special
appreciate
Agent
it, brother.
Matthew Wild.
And Mr. Branker just ordered your book, and Mr. Gosney's. You're all doing fine work on the panel shows. Thank you so much.
Very kind of you. Thank you.
Let's go, Joe. You owe me 2 shots. We had tacit agreement on what grounds you're not taking out. Other than it's a bad idea. Well, those are the grounds right there. Yeah, but next time we do the whole drinking thing, I'll tack on an extra 2. I think that makes more sense than just burning 2 right now, right? But if you want me to take it like at any time, just let me know.
My name is Matthew.
If I don't hear from you on
Wild,
it,
Wilde.
All right, good afternoon, Agent Wild.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed, sir?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI headquarters, but I sit in
like we
Rock Hill,
randomly go from family members to nurses.
Specifically,
to
what
FBI.
are your job duties in Rock Hill?
It's so confusing.
Right now, I supervise 5 full-time agents and about 17 part-time folks in my unit, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Okay. And explain to the jury what the Cellular Analysis Survey Team is.
So the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of about 80 special agents and task force officers. We're all across the country, and what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, specifically the location data associated with those.
All right. And is that something that you do personally in your job?
It is.
Okay. And explain just a little more. I know we'll get
A lot
more
of
when we get
face-
to your report,
facial
but what do you mean when
twitches.
you analyze
Yeah, a lot
cell
of
phone
ticks
location
there.
data? What are you doing when you do that?
So what I'm doing
That's
is I'm looking
5G.
at the call detail records. These records are very much like the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail maybe 10, 15 years ago. They have the
It's not
date,
so good now.
they have the time that the calls occurred.
Interesting.
They tell me who called who. So if I made a phone call or somebody called me, those numbers are listed on there. They have the duration of the call. The major difference between the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail and the records I look at is the records I look at have a cell tower. So they tell me which cell phone tower was used to handle that call. And then they tell me which side of that tower was used to handle the call. So what I do is I take that cell tower information. I can compare it to a list of all the cell phone towers for that carrier, whether it be Verizon or T-Mobile or AT&T. And then I can take that date, time, and general location from the cell phone records, and I can compare it to a known date, time, and location. So most of the time when law enforcement's investigating a crime, they generally know what date, time, and location that incident occurred.
His dog stepped on a bee.
And as part of your cell phone analysis, do you also take location data directly from phones, if available, and plot that as well?
I can do that. Yes, sir. So when law enforcement downloads a phone,
Wasn't there a cell phone guy before?
And there's a location data section on there, and I can also I can analyze and map that data as well.
And how long have you been doing this cell phone analysis?
Part-time since 2012, full-time since about late 2016.
It could be the
All right.
lighting
And have
behind
you
when he
undergone
looks
any
straight ahead
training,
is affecting his eyes because he doesn't do when he
help
turns to the
learn
jury.
Cell phone location analysis.
I have over 400 hours of training. In 2012, I went to a course called Basic Project Pinpoint, where it was 3 days. We learned how to read the records, compare the records to a tower list, and generate a very
Wonder how
basic
this guy does on Tinder.
I used that technique in every one of my cases from 2012 until 2016. In 2016, I attended Advanced Project Pinpoint, which was a week-long course. And during that course, we took a deeper dive into the different types of records we can get from the carriers and how to use them. At the conclusion of that course, I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week being training on radio frequency theory, so learning how radio waves travel between the phone and the tower and then back through the network. The second week We have trainings we had presentations from each of the carriers. So Verizon came into our training. We learned from the network.
I predict this guy's testimony will be highly ambiguous.
And we also learned from the records custodians.
Just like every other witness of the state.
To us.
It could have been him.
The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a specific cell phone tower. I can figure out generally how far that tower reaches.
If this guy could provide pinpoint location information that would strip away any other reasonable hypothesis for these murders, we'd know that already.
Yeah, he would have been here a long time ago.
At the conclusion of that, I was certified. Now, every year since then, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 4 days where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get technology updates. And then because we're located,
I don't think this testimony is all that important, folks. It's just his background training.
We do case presentations to each other, what we're seeing in our respective areas.
Okay. And in your role as a CAS supervisor and prior, have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 130 times.
So you've done this a time or two before?
Yes, sir.
At this, and when you've been qualified before, specifically, what have you been qualified as?
I've been qualified as an expert in historical call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, state would move to
no
as
objection.
Mr. Wild, or excuse me, Agent Wild, as a expert in historical cell phone location analysis. If I said that correctly, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
All right.
He's so qualified.
In your role as a CAS supervisor, you became involved in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can recall approximately when you became involved?
I believe, so I wasn't a supervisor at the time.
I hope he doesn't
I
have Tourette's.
was a regular agent, but I was
Start
asked
screaming foul language around the courtroom.
This had to be in July of 2021 to provide some assistance in this case.
Okay. And asked by who?
I believe it was Dylan Hightower.
Okay. All right. And specifically, at least in July of 2021, what did he ask your assistance for?
Well, he had obtained a few sets of call detail records on some of the phones in this case. And there was a question as to whether or not where there was a 911 call that was made, and the tower that was using that 911 the tower that was used to handle that 911 call. There's a question as to whether or not that tower could provide coverage up to Moselle.
Okay. And so there was a question about why the 911 call first bounced off a tower in Hampton.
That's correct.
County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Moselle, to your knowledge, is in what county?
I think it's in Dorchester County.
Or could it be Colleton County?
I'm sorry, Colleton County. Yes.
And your assistance was asked to help figure out if that was possible. Someone could be at Moselle and a call could bounce off a tower in Hampton.
Yes,
correct? And the CAS team, does it have tools that can assist in figuring that out?
Yeah, we have something called the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver.
Of course, it's called Gladiator.
Basically a box that we can put in our car. It's a computer, and it has a couple of receivers in it. And as we drive around, that box maps out the latitude and longitude, so like where we are with the box, and then it measures all the signals from the cell towers that the box can see in its area. It's very much like the old Verizon "Can you hear me now" commercial. It's just doing that hundreds of times a minute. It's just constantly doing that as we drive around.
And just to simplify that a little bit, it would be fair to say that this tool can do is help you map specifically where cell coverage exists and where it doesn't.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And as you move forward, did you go ahead and
Switching is really getting me.
I did. Myself, as well as Dylan Hightower and another agent with the FBI, we grabbed 3 of those pieces of equipment, 3 GARs. We put them in 3 cars. And over 2 days in the beginning of August, we basically drove everywhere all around Moselle, all the way down to Hampton, all the way up to, I believe it's Earhart, and over to 95.
Did you also go on a property in Moselle to take these measurements?
I personally did, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And afterwards, were you asked to prepare a report and to take all these cell records in and prepare a report? And
We're going to go line by line
this report
again.
to show locations of various phones involved in this case.
Yes, I was.
Good.
I'm going to show you, it's been marked as
Living on Love.
Exhibit 458.
She very well
So
could have.
You take a look at it and see if
Very
you
well could have. Good point.
Yeah, this is the report that I generated for this case.
All right. And when you
Oh,
say
I missed that.
generated, what kind of information did you take in to help you generate that report?
Well, so I had to take in the cell phone records, so the records that were received from Verizon. I had to take those in. I had to also take in the Cellbrite downloads that came from one of the phones. And then I also had to, after we did the drive test, create some maps to kind of show and display that data.
Okay. And for this report specifically, there's a couple of numbers that we don't want read, but whose records did you look at? And for Maggie, Paul, and Alex, you can read their numbers. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your question.
I'm sorry. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
I looked at Alex's, Paul's, Maggie's, and then there's Marty Cook and CB Rowe.
And did you prepare a report showing
great.
locations off of towers?
That's really funny.
Where those various phones were.
I know where you were when you rejected me.
Of and surrounding the murder.
Yeah, I showed the general area where the phones were on the
Showed the
dates.
general area.
And you mentioned you got some Cellbrite data
Or in South
on a
Carolina.
phone, correct?
Yes,
Do you remember who you got that location information from?
I got that from Britt Dove at SLED.
Okay. And specifically, whose phone did he, whose location data did he provide you?
That was Paul's location data.
All right. And did you plot those locations provided on your report?
I did.
All right. And those would include times as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Joe, I knew you were going to talk too much
All
before
right,
Nate saw my first super chat. Damn
At
you,
this
woman.
time, state
Sorry.
would move to enter
Sorry.
Exhibit 458 in evidence.
No objection.
Captain Afro-American
Submitted.
himself.
All right, and Your Honor, the state would move to enter this under seal because there's some phone numbers included. I do have a redacted copy that we're going to publish for for now in the jury and the audience.
You guys having too much fun? Keep it up. That's right.
All right.
And thank you, Barbara. Appreciate the support.
Agent Wild, I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission, and we're gonna pull this report up. And this is going to be a little tricky. We got some tight areas to work in.
Like a skirt.
Can you stand in that area there? Give me a moment. Okay.
And watching this guy's face, it's
So,
making
Agent
me
Wild, I'm gonna
maybe
hand you
cell phones
this,
do cause brain cancer.
And I'm going to essentially ask you to start going through this report with the jury to explain to them.
I keep thinking he's blinking Morse code.
I'll probably interrupt if I feel like something needs to be clarified. You just tell me when you need to click to the next slide. But at this point, I'm going to let you take it away, sir.
All right, so the first slide here, this is just who I am, my case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we can go to the next one. The second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by SLED to conduct analysis in this case.
Now it's an
The first
FBI course on
paragraph,
how to prepare a PowerPoint
methodology is
presentation.
the second paragraph. So again, I take the call detail records. These are kept by the carriers for billing purposes, for some other technical purposes. But
Third slide. Oh,
I
sorry,
take
folks.
these
That's
call
my
detail
dating
records.
profile.
I compare the
Fourth
cell
slide.
tower data on those call detail records to a list of towers, and they tell me whether that phone is in Hampton, whether the phone's in Charleston, whether that phone's in Spartanburg or Greenville. It gives me a general idea where the phone is. And then, so the cell site locations. So the towers can change.
Someone's going to call a Capri
Just in
Sun
the last
threat
couple
into the
years,
court.
We've gone from using 3G to using LTE, and now we're all have the 5G bar on our phone, right? So the tower list change, the towers change, and we get updated tower lists on a regular basis from the carriers. So I use the tower list that was in effect around the time of the incident.
He's
so
really
around the time of
nervous.
June 2021. The survey analysis section. So again, we took 3 pieces
And look,
of
cell
equipment,
phone
and we basically
information like
drove
this could be
everywhere,
helpful.
all the way
Give us an
around
idea where
the,
people is.
around the
It's
area,
never as
around the
precise as they
area,
make it out to be,
trying
though.
to record all the signals from the different cell towers. What
Maybe
that
in
gives
one
us is a
moment.
general area of it.
It looks like he's given an oral report in junior high
There's
school.
coverage from those cell towers and cell sites.
My family went to Sweden for the summer.
And then, yeah, my conclusions. You can go on.
We ate Swedish food, meatballs,
So
and such.
this slide just shows different types of cell phone towers. Okay, I draw your attention to the one on the top left. We have these speaker-looking devices hanging on this.
They can't afford a real pointer. They
Those
gave him
are
a
the
yardstick.
antennas that transmit and receive a signal
He's very
to and
old
from
school,
the phone.
like literally.
Okay, a phone is very much like a car radio. As I drove here today,
He's so
I tuned
nervous.
into my favorite radio station or my favorite frequency, and somewhere
Imagine what music this
as
guy
along my
listens to.
route,
Yeah,
there's a radio
just thinking
tower
the
that
same
emits
thing.
a signal at that frequency. My
Like,
car radio can receive that signal.
the
I can
elevator
listen to my favorite
music,
station.
Muzak.
The major difference between a car radio and a cell
Yummy.
phone is that with a cell phone, that information has to go in two directions. It has to be able to be received from the tower, but you also need to be able to send that information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that send and receive those signals. The
Probably
second
listens
thing
to
about
gangster
this
rap.
is you know that you realize those antennas, they hang on a triangular shaped structure.
Okay.
Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into three sides or three sectors. So later on in my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas, there's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on the top left. So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities. So just because you don't see it or you don't realize that it's there, it's still there. Another example of that, of course, is my favorite, the pine
Joe,
tree.
so stunning and brave that you're
These
live
are
streaming today. Einstein,
all
we're
over
proud
the
of you.
place.
They
and
power
they
up
usually
really
sit
guide
about
you.
150
Things are getting
feet taller than all the other trees around them. But at the top, there's these spray painted antennas, and they provide the same service as a regular tower, such as this. Good. All right, so again, the tower is separated into three. Most towers are separated into three sides or three sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list and I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look up sector 1. And that tower list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just two big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the azimuth is 0, all that means is that side of the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north, and then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the energy is being emitted. You can go on to the next one. So I display that information using this wedge shape. So you can see it's a 120-degree wedge. There's a shaded area in the middle. Okay, just because that shaded area is there doesn't mean the phone has to be within that shaded area. Radio frequency is like light. It's like if I shut all the lights off in this room and I shine a flashlight to the back of the room, it's just going to be emitted in that direction. That's all I'm saying by showing the shaded area, that the energy from that tower is being emitted in that direction.
You asked me this before? I'm sorry if I missed it. I apologize, Lucy.
And then this is how I map the sectors on the map. I use that wedge. Each one of these green dots on this map happens to be a cell tower. And so generally the phone's going to be somewhere within this wedge, within the arms of this wedge, but somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next one in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used. Yeah. All right, another set of records that we can get, something called RTT or time units.
Chat is not happy with this guy.
Verizon case, so the records we have are called RTT records. What RTT records are is it's an estimation of the distance between the phone and the tower at the time that that transaction occurred.
Glow is getting no love from my
So
chat.
what we get is a regular wedge, like we know which tower, we know which side of the tower is being used, and then Verizon tells us approximately how far the phone is from that tower at the time that it's used. Okay. This is based on like a basic time over distance theory. We know how fast the signals travel. They travel at the speed of light.
Oh, here we go with the whole theory of relativity again.
All we have to do is time them.
And the
From the time it
GPS
takes to
and
go
all
from
that
the
other
tower to
stuff.
the phone
Yeah,
back
I
to the
know.
tower. And then we can estimate the distance.
Why is the distance
So the
approximate
phone,
if
when
it's so
these
precise?
types of things occur, we have these records. What we're going to
Alan
have is this
speculated that the
eyeball,
face
or this
twitching
wedge, this
looks to be the
shaded wedge here,
Parkinson's.
with a shaded
Hopefully
band
not.
here.
I don't-
And that
I don't
phone's
wish
going to
that
be
on anyone.
somewhere inside that band or just slightly inward from the band.
And would another, could you use another word for that shaded band? Could you call it an arc? Would that
An
be
arc,
accurate?
yes, yes, sir.
Like what humans would use?
All right, so now this slide, this is going into the actual case here. So this is showing the legend. So this is where all the locations in this case are located. Starting with the top left one, the top one, the red pin here in the center of the page, that's the address of the crime scene on Moselle Road in Island. Next is the green pin, which is Alameda. And then next is the orange pin. That's 1104 Luray Highway in Hampton, South Carolina. The purple pin is 123 Russell Road in Brunson, South Carolina.
And I'm going to stop you there, and let's go on to the next slide. And
Let's not talk about
one of the
Russell
things I'm going
Road.
to ask you to do, Agent Wild, as you go through some of these, the colors kind of bleed sometimes on these
My
monitors.
boyfriend's house.
So some the jury may not be able to read some of the place names from where they're at. So each time we go to a different map, if you just kind of provide a general orientation of where, the cities are, and some of the roads are, just so the jury can stay with us, please.
Okay, that works. All right, so this map, I can't read the time frame on the bottom.
Okay. All right, and see that's cut off on the very bottom there.
Yeah, and
All right.
but it's okay. We'll figure it out. Can I?
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we can
can I
go
use
through the
the-
exhibit. The one I just. There we go.
Got it.
And I'll keep up.
Okay,
too,
that's
so
fine.
you can see.
I don't know, Z-Man. I don't know.
So this is.
Eventually, they're going to get to a point, I'm sure.
All right,
Well, no,
so
I'm not
what's the
sure.
timeframe on
So
this
the
slide?
time frame for this one is June 7th, 4:53 p.m. to 6:09 p.m. And this is the activity for Paul Murdaugh's phone ending in 7845. So the blue pin is the address in Okatee, South Carolina.
I'm hoping he's not a map.
Okay. And what times do you show Paul's phone in that general area near Okatee, South Carolina?
So between
Beyond a reasonable
5:40
doubt, at least.
and 6:03, generally in that area.
On the afternoon of what day?
On the afternoon of June 7th.
Okay. All right. And there's several hits off several
Evening.
towers. I
Yeah.
think.
There's some down here. There's some at the bottom. So 453, 511. It's using the tower just south of there. And then 521 through 609, the phone is using the tower north of it.
And just so the jury understands, this is that sector you're talking about a few
Yes,
minutes ago, right? So when the tower pinged off this at in this sector at this time, in theory, that phone could be anywhere within this sector, correct?
That's correct. That phone could be anywhere within that sector. It can also be slightly outside of that sector because those lines, I can't go out to this tower and look up and see those three lines coming off. It's kind of like a fuzzy area between the sectors.
So the sectors aren't hard and fast every time.
Correct.
Ambiguous.
But, as just as
Fuzzy.
your general experience, within what range will you usually see a phone ping off a particular tower? What's the general max range? And I know it can vary.
Well, it can vary because it depends on where the phone is. In a rural
That's
area,
what the range is.
the phone could be 6 to 8 to 10 miles from the tower, and it can use that tower. It just kind of depends on where it is.
Because towers usually pretty far apart out in rural areas.
In rural areas, I mean, they're set up for population density. So in rural areas, not a lot of population, a lot of farmland, they're going to be further apart. Whereas if you get closer into the city or suburban areas, they're going to be closer and closer together.
And as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower where they have the best signal, correct?
Well, the cell phone tries to connect to the tower and sector it sees as the best signal. That's not always the nearest tower, but most of the time it is.
Oh, so it might be connecting to
And
something
so Paul's phone is in the
further
area of
away.
OPT
If it's
starting 5:30 p.m. to about 6:09
doesn't that
p.m.
compromise
on
your
the
ability to
afternoon.
know where the phone is?
That's correct.
All right. And
If
just
it's not
just
the
so it's
nearest
clear for the
tower?
jury, we say Paul's phone. You can't testify as to who was holding that phone, correct?
That's correct. I have no idea whose hand that phone was in during each one of these calls. All we know is that was the phone that
More uncertainty.
But Paul's phone is in these areas during these times.
it is.
Okay, we'll continue.
Jimmy,
with,
but that's why they're saying how he's always on his
So
phone.
this next slide is
So it's saying,
6:17
like,
p.m. through
Very,
7:30 p.m.
pretty,
And basically,
very
at
likely he had a
6:17,
phone.
the phone is way south down here on the bottom of the page.
And let's do some general orientation here. What's this town right here? Can you read that?
Yamasee.
Okay.
Yep.
And this is where?
That's Barnville.
Okay. And that green was again what?
Almeida.
Okay. And red, and this red up here is?
That's the Moselle.
Okay. All right. So what do you see this phone
Oh, he
doing
buttons his
during
jacket.
this time frame starting
Looks
at
so
6:24 p.m.?
Yeah, so between 6:17 and 6:53, it's traveling north from the bottom of the page up to the side and then kind of to the top. And then finally, where it uses sector 1 here at 7:05 and 7:30, it's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay. And this is just a pinging in this area at 6:24, correct?
Yeah, these are just the phone calls. These are the phone calls that are coming on the phone. Those are the towers
Really?
that the phone is selecting
That's
as the best
unsettling.
tower at that time.
And this general direction seems to be traveling up north, and Okatee would be somewhere down in this area off the map, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's off to the, for the record, off to the right and below where this slide is. And then you see it, the general progression north towards Moselle. correct?
Yes.
And we see sector 3 here. And what time is it pinging in sector 3, just due south of Moselle?
It's at 6:53 p.m.
Okay. And then we see it switch over to sector 1, which is a north-facing sector, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what time is it in sector 1?
7:05.
Okay.
And then at 7:30, it uses that same sector 1 at a distance of 2.91 miles, which is in
So
the
it's-
area of Moselle.
So it's 7:30, it's somewhere in this arc like we talked about before, correct?
Yes.
The arc, the number provided by Verizon is not necessarily 100% accurate, right?
It's not because depending on where the phone is, if the phone's out in the middle of the field, 1 mile from the tower, it should register at a mile. But if the phone's in a house, or let's say the phone's in this courtroom, those signals have to go through the exterior walls of the courtroom, hit my phone, then go back out through the exterior walls. And that might slow
More
the signal
ambiguity.
down, which will make
Ridiculous.
the distance just slightly further.
So it's generally reliable, but not
It's just too
necessarily.
upset. He's like, I can't handle this. I can't handle this. Ambiguity
Not-
everywhere.
It's not exactly accurate.
Okay. All right, but regardless, at 6:53, it's pinging to the south of Moselle in sector 3, and at 7:05, it's pinging in the same sector where Moselle is to the north, correct?
Yes.
And so what inference can you draw in your opinion of what the cell phone did between those two times?
Well, between 6:53 and 7:05, I mean, it could have moved from sector 3 to sector 1, or it could have been on the line between sector 3 and sector 1 at that time and just bounced back and forth.
But you would agree that generally this direction is towards where?
Towards Moselle. Yes.
I'm pretty sure we know Paul went to Moselle.
And we're on the next slide.
At least once.
Tell us what we see. This is still Paul Murdaugh's phone,
It
correct?
is. This is 7:30 p.m. to 8:40 p.m.
Okay.
So here on the right side of the page, starting at 7:30, there's those activate RTT hits at.
And that was the same from the last.
That's the same from the last one.
Slide. Okay.
Right? And then 7:33, there's another RTT hit and a call. Or, I'm sorry, another RTT hit on this tower to the bottom left. And then where those arcs overlap, when they're in close timing to each other, that's generally where the phone is going to be. And so you can see that the arcs
Generally.
overlap in the area of Moselle.
So by about that time, 7:30 to 7:33, would your opinion be that cell phones in that area?
It has to be somewhere in the area of Moselle. Yes, sir. And then we have other calls at 8:40, 8:32 and 8:40 on here as well.
Okay. 840, and it pings off of this sector at 840?
Yes,
Is that correct? And that's sector which off this tower?
That's sector 1 off of that tower.
I think he's
And
going
again,
through all three phones,
same
by the
direction
way.
as-
So
as
this
most-
guy's going to be
Yes.
doing this for a while.
Okay, and what do we see on this slide?
I can't
This
get
is
over how uncomfortable he looks in this suit.
9:03 p.m. on June 7th. And so here there's a call, and then there's an RTT distance of 3.11 miles.
Okay, and let's just do some general orientation again. The red is what? This red marker is what?
That's Moselle.
Okay, and the green is what?
It's Alameda.
Okay. And
No, he's not
then
going to prove
what's
anything.
this town right here?
That's Barnville.
Okay. All right, and we have a hit at 9:03:22?
Yep.
All right, and what, and it's off sector what?
It's all sector 3, but again, there could be a little overlap there between sector 3 and sector 1.
Okay.
And so there's a chance, I mean, the phone's likely still in the area of Moselle, it's just using a different sector.
Okay, your opinion is it's likely in the area of Moselle?
Yes. I know for a fact that there's signal from this sector in the
And then
area. of
we have,
Moselle.
you have slides to show that?
I should, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then here
And
we
this is
have
still
at,
this is Alex's phone,
10:34
right? That they're
PM,
on now.
Another
Paul.
hit.
Yes,
And again,
Paul's
this
phone.
is the same map as last time, correct?
So I guess
It
we
is.
know that Paul
10:34 p.m.
was in the Moselle area throughout this time.
Back to sector 1.
All right, and it's, and your opinion, that phone is still pinging.
It's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Consistent with.
Okay, and now we're transitioning something
This
else.
would be in the
Paul,
area.
correct?
Yes, sir. This
What is
Oh my
this?
God.
This is the
Thank you very
iPhone
much.
location data that was taken from from the download of his iPhone.
Okay, and we have some times here, and can I go ahead one slide? Because
Sure.
it has more information. It shows a overhead map of the area,
Yes,
correct? And let's talk about this. You've been out to this property, correct?
Yes, I have.
And this is where? What is this called?
That's Moselle.
And what am I pointing at right here in the bottom middle part of the screen?
That's the main house there.
Okay, and then this area up here in the basically due north of the residence, what is this area?
That's the dog kennel or the hangar.
All right, there's a big hangar building.
Yes,
And
sir.
there's a smaller series of dog kennels right next to the hangar.
Yes.
All right, and we have some location data from Paul's phone here, correct?
Yes, we do. So between 7:45 and 7:56, all these circles in and around the road and close to the kennels, that's where the phone is being used. And then at 8 o'clock, there's 2 hits down south of there at 37 and 100 meters.
And we see these red circles. What is that red circle and what does it represent?
So the red circle is the
That's Paul's head.
it's the area that the phone could potentially be within. The phone shouldn't be any further than the phone should be where the pin is, but it shouldn't be any further than the exterior of that circle.
So sometimes the GPS information provided by a phone isn't exactly 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
But it does, the phone information provides information that allows you to determine how accurate the location information is.
It's a level. It's basically a level of accuracy. So if the level of accuracy is like 3-4 meters, I mean the phone's going to be within this general area around me. But if the level of accuracy is, let's say, 5,000 meters, that just tells me it's here in town somewhere.
All right, and we see some of those distances listed in your data here, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at the 7:45:31 hit, we see, and what is this number?
That's the latitude and longitude. So that's like the specific point that the phone returned as where it was located.
And then I see a number next to that. What is that?
That's the radius, so the red circle in meters.
And talking about this again, data point, what does that number say?
Seriously.
48.
48.
Yeah, 48 meters.
Okay, so from the information side.
Meters.
Excuse me. So from, if I understand what you're telling us, is at 7:45:31 PM, the phone is.
Like even with his own phone GPS data, they can't get him within half a football field.
Yes, sir.
It's unbelievable.
And then, we see some different uncertainty area. So
Well, thank you,
at
LJ. I appreciate the
7:46:09
compliment.
PM, there's about 165 meter circle. So that's just much bigger circle.
Yes, sir,
correct?
it is. Yep.
All right, and then we see 52 meters at 7:56:06 PM, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you talked about these hits.
Is that the radius or the diameter?
Down here at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
I don't know.
We're going to advance one more slide to show the digital map.
Yesterday, Buster was moved back because supposedly
yes.
he flipped the bird.
So we're still
to Mark
looking at
Tinsley.
an overhead aerial
Honestly,
view of
I'm,
Moselle,
I'm
correct?
sure
Yes. This is
it's probably the 10th
8:04
time that
to
day that
8:05
someone
p.m.
flipped the bird to that dude because
And
he,
so
he
now
probably
we're
gets it a lot.
some hits across this Moselle Road, correct?
That's correct.
And again, we see the location error value, and it's somewhere within these circles.
It is.
At those times,
Yes.
correct?
Got my books, Branca. Thanks,
Okay.
Joe. Oh, thanks. Joe, to the mob hits.
Now, we're at 8:06:20
One
p.m.
scam down south
Yes,
is
sir.
organized
And
insurance fraud and
8:06:20,
drug
where
of
do
choice
we
is
see
Oxy.
Thank you.
So at 8:06:20, it's
Sounds more
here
informed than our
on
witness.
near Moselle Road, just north of the driveway.
Okay.
And from there, it moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar. It moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar, then kind of up the driveway, and then finally winding up back at the house at about 8:14.
So we see a series of location hits, correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, looking at the timing, it would appear that the phone moves back through the kennels, correct?
Yes.
And then moves up this road towards the house at the main residence, correct?
Yes.
And we see some circles associated with this data, but several of these circles start to get pretty small, correct?
Yes, they are pretty small.
And what are those size of those circles?
20 meters are the final ones that are in and around the house.
And just so I clarify, we see the blue pin, right?
Yes.
And that represents the actual lat long that was recorded by the phone.
Yes, it does.
And the 20 meters means it's almost certainly within that circle.
Yes.
Within that particular pin, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you see a series of kind of rapid pings like this within a short period of time, generally, what does that tell you is going on with that cell phone at that time?
Well, the phone's using some kind of application, some kind of map or something that's using its location data.
All right. And then regardless, by 8:08:45 p.m., where is Paul's phone?
It's back at the house.
Okay, and that's got a low error of how big? I'm sorry.
An accuracy of 20 meters.
An accuracy of 20 meters. Okay, and that makes a pretty small circle around the size of the house.
It does.
Correct? And there's another hit at 8:14 p.m. at the same place.
Yes.
it appears?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, now we moved on. We're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, and we have some more hits starting at 8:14 and going through to 8:35:07 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
And all these seem to be centered around the residence.
They
correct?
are. Yes.
Now,
We
there's
call
some
these
varying
Krispy
degrees of
Kreme
accuracy,
circles.
correct?
Yeah, there's one that goes up to 165 meters, but most of them are between 20 and 79.
8:35:07 p.m. That phone, Paul's phone, is within 20 meters of the Moselle residence, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we're going to skip one more slide just to keep with the digital map.
Yep.
And just so it's clear to the jury, this slide contains the exact same information, correct?
Yes, it does. And then I just switched the map over from the regular street map to the Google Earth map.
Okay. All right, so now we see another series of phone location for Paul's phone.
Oh, God, we're still on
And
Paul's
this is again
phone?
the night of June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, 8:38:07, where do we see that phone start pinging?
Again, there's a 56 meter hit at right around the dog kennels.
Okay. So by 8:38:07 p.m., that phone's within 56 meters of the dog kennels, correct?
That's correct.
And then we see some more hits. There's a little bit larger of an error starting at 8:44.
Yes.
But then we see a hit at 8:44:55 p.m. and it says media location. What does that mean, sir?
So in the Cellrite report itself for that record, it came from a movie file. That's where that location was generated from.
Okay.
That's when he
have
was
you
filming the
reviewed or
dog.
Seen that video that that location data came from?
Yes, I have.
And just generally speaking, what is that video? Of?
That's the video inside the kennel when Paul's playing with the dog.
Okay. All right. And that video was recorded. The timestamp recorded on the video is 8:44:55, correct?
Yes.
And that matches exactly with the dog kennel, correct?
It does.
And I don't see a number next to that that data point. Why don't I see a accuracy number?
Not 100% sure why there's no accuracy number, but we know the video was taken inside the dog kennel because we can see the video. And then the next one right after
Well, if
that,
they can see the murder happening, that would be
there's
really
records
informative.
just before at 8:44 and 53 seconds and 8:44 and 56 seconds, and both of those put it in the area of the dog kennel.
I'm going to skip one more slide here. Excuse me. And we're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have, looks like a hit location data at 10:18
Yes.
p.m. and at 10:18:03 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And both those are centered on where again?
They're again just right there in the vicinity of the dog kennel.
Wow.
Now, did you plot every single location data point that you received from Lieutenant Dove?
No, I did not. So between 8:44 and 10:18,
Nobody
there was a
cares
series of
about
location
any
data
phone
points,
except for
but
Alex's.
most of them were between like 4,000 and 6,000 or 7,000 meters. So they wouldn't, in my opinion, they weren't super helpful to figuring out exactly where that phone was at that time.
When you see an accuracy of that big or uncertainty of that big,
What?
in your opinion, is that location something
Well,
that can be, is that reliable information?
I think that's the theme
I
of
mean,
this
not
case.
100% reliable because it is such a huge,
They want to turn everyone's mind to mush.
And, going back to the last couple slides, between then
This
and
data is
now,
garbage.
between 8:44 p.m. and this 10:18 p.m., did you see any
The
information
data
on
that they
Paul's
like,
phone that
they
suggests
focus on, and the
anywhere
data that's not consistent with their theory, just don't pay attention to that.
All right, now we're going to move on to Maggie's phone.
Oh,
correct?
my God.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're going to rewind back to earlier today.
Why?
And let's look at this map first of all. What is this map generally of?
This is like the West Ashley area, so just south of Charleston.
Okay. And we see some tower hits in this starting at
About 4:25 p.m. and then ending at about 7:05 p.m. The phone's generally in this West Ashley area.
So Maggie's phone remains in that general area until about 7:05 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, and here, okay, this is a bigger map, so let's get oriented. What is this?
Yep.
This area right here
Yeah, so that's North Charleston that you're circling there,
in Charleston.
and
down
Charleston just to the south of that.
here. Okay. And then out here, what is that red marker again?
The red marker is Moselle, the green marker is Alameda.
All right. And then we see a series of hits with Maggie's phone. You've labeled them what, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And these start at what time?
They start at 7:07 and end at 7:50.
Okay. And
Really?
so, generally speaking, what does this indicate?
White collar crime
Maggie's
doesn't
phone
get punished
is
too
doing?
hard usually.
It's traveling from the Charleston area west towards Moselle or Alameda.
Not sure if I got this earlier. I think I did, but in case I got it. Thank you, Barbara.
All right, and here we have a hit at 7:50 p.m., 7:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and where is this?
That's right in Walterboro, actually, right here.
Okay, right here in Walterboro.
Yes,
correct? And did you take a look at what appeared to be Maggie's general route from Charleston out towards Moselle during that time?
Yes.
And what
I wish I
road
could.
would she most likely have?
I
been
would
on
if I could.
that
But this stream I'm
Route
on, I
17.
happen to really like, and
So
they don't
that route
offer
would
it.
take her
I'm
right through
sorry.
the center of Walterboro?
It would have, yes.
I tried
Take
doing
right
it
out here, correct?
directly
Yes.
from my computer, but it's not
And so
showing.
she's somewhere in this
for you
sector
guys.
at 7:50 p.m., probably
I'm sorry about
right in the
that.
middle of Walterboro, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just in your analysis, did you just looking for a rough number here? Did you calculate a rough drive time from here at the center of Walterboro out to Moselle?
Yeah, it was under 30 minutes.
Roughly 30 minutes,
Roughly
give or
30
take? Okay. And this
Speeding?
thing is at 7:20 p.m.,
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, were there any other Did you get any more tower information off of Maggie's phone for the rest of the evening?
No, that 7:50 p.m. was the last tower hit I received, but that was on the records for Maggie's phone.
Okay. And
Maybe
there
she
were
was killed at
some
7:50
phone
p.m.
calls, to Maggie after 7:50 p.m., correct?
Yes.
But were any of those answered?
No.
Okay. And so you don't have any good tower information for her phone after 7:50 p.m.?
Why not? Why not?
All right, now we moved on. and
We
we're
know she was
looking
alive at 8:40.
We're looking at Alex.
What happened?
Phone.
Okay.
All right, Alex phone.
We talking
All right, here we
about,
go.
here.
This is 4:10 p.m. to 6:25 p.m.
Okay. Let's get oriented here. This is the red marker is what?
This is when he's loading the weapons.
Green marker is what?
Almeida.
Okay. And then the town of.
We know her phone
What's
got
this town right here?
called at 9:03 p.m.
Barnville is just south.
by him. That
And you see
Alex
some
called her
hits
phone at 9:03
off
p.m.
these
How do they
two
not have
towers
anything after
between
7:50? That makes no
4:10
sense.
And 6:25.
It was a half mile away.
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with
The phone has
location
to be transmitting. So someone calling you doesn't make a tower connection for your
And
phone.
Is that in the vicinity of Hampton?
It is.
And would that be within these areas that Alex's phone?
Yeah, that would be consistent with the activity on the phone records.
Okay. And that's up until when?
6:25 p.m.
All right. And here we are, the next slide. And again, orientation, green is what?
Almeida.
Red is what?
Moselle.
Okay. And what information do we see here?
Here we have a number of calls between 6:40 and 9:10 p.m. And they're all using tower 159263.
And that's
That's the
this
one
tower?
shown, which faces north and is consistent with being in the area of the Moselle property.
So starting at 6:40 p.m., you see him north in this sector, which is the sector where Moselle is.
Yes, sir.
All right. So here we are. Let me go back.
I'm pretty sure he has subject matter jurisdiction.
And these rest of these phone calls being in the same sector up until 9:10:47.
Yes.
All right. And now, what time frame are we talking about with this slide?
Now we're looking at 9:12 to 9:18.
And in the 912 phone record, where does Alex's cell phone ping? Which sector?
Uses sector 3 on tower 159263, which is the one closest to Moselle.
All right, so somewhere south or close to the border of this tower, correct?
Yes.
And then at 9:18 p.m., we see a ping off of this tower, correct?
Yes, off of 159217, which is closer to Barnville.
And it would be in the north, most likely in the north side of that.
Yes.
Tower, correct? Okay. All right, and now this is the same two calls, correct?
It is.
All right, but now I see some, looks like some shaded overlay over this. I'm gonna give this back to you.
Okay.
What is that shaded overlay? What does it mean?
So the shaded overlay is the coverage area that we're able to determine from doing that drive test with our equipment. And so basically we had to drive everything all around these addresses and then go back and look at the data, and then it creates these bubbles that show us where the coverage, where the equipment saw that tower in that sector. And so here you can see that at 912, it's using the sector, it's kind of highlighted in green. And then at 918, it uses this one at the bottom, 159217, that's in pink.
Okay. And so what your dry test found is, you know, you kind of described those neat sectors at the beginning, but in reality, they're kind of more messy, correct?
There are a lot more messy.
And from what you
All the
found,
evidence is
actual
messy.
field testing is you could get coverage off this tower in, looks like it's just south of Varnville, anywhere in this pink area.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that's in that particular sector. What sector is that again?
That's sector 1.
All right. And then this green area, you could be anywhere in this green area and potentially be getting coverage from this tower up north towards Moselle.
Yes.
Now, there's some overlap though.
There
between
is.
those, correct? So there's some areas where a phone could potentially connect to either tower, correct?
That's correct.
And
But in 2 minutes, I mean, the calls are 6 minutes apart.
Right.
So, I mean, within 6 minutes, the phone used both of these sectors at the same time.
Okay. And just as a final point, again, the sectors aren't exactly black and white, neatly drawn, correct?
Correct.
And so in reality, like this little green corner above this tower, a phone could be in that area and still be pinging off this sector
Yes.
of the tower.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
So what is this? So we know
And
that by
this
9:12
coverage
he
is something
wasn't
that-
there anymore.
You told us jury about the drive test, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you guys went out
That's
with
it?
actual equipment to measure the
That's it for
coverage
Paul's phone?
in all these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. We drove
It's
all
Alex's
these
phone.
For
roads,
Alex's
and
phone?
again, that equipment every few seconds, it's recording the GPS point, and then it's measuring the signal level from all of the towers and sectors in that area. And then what I do is I go in and I can read the tower
I
and
don't
sector
know.
that was used.
They're trying to
looking
show
at
he
all
was
detail
still in the
records,
Moselle
and I can
area
go in and
until
select
9:12.
the
I
coverage
guess.
area or this blob for that tower and sector.
So let's go on to the next slide. And we see now we have some
They didn't
information
even
starting
show him
at
at the kennel?
9:34, correct?
Yes, sir.
They
So
came and put him at the kennel near the other
from
phone?
9:20 to 9:46, there's a handful of calls, all using tower 159, 217, but using sector 2 that kind of faces towards the Alameda address.
Okay.
And then there's also one RTT hit at 9:34 at about 2.09 miles, which is consistent with being in the area of the Alameda residence.
Which is where he said he was, at
And
his
that
mother's
starts
house.
That
Yeah.
phone's within the sector. It's starting at what time?
9:20,
Okay. And it last phone call on that sector is at what time?
9:46.
And Alameda is in that sector, correct?
It is.
But if a car were driving up this road towards Warrenville, I believe that's Highway 378 or 278,
Yes.
excuse me, that's still in that same sector.
It
correct?
is.
So if someone's in a vehicle on that 278 right there in that sector, you would get the same information.
Yes.
So, so at 9:46, if a car has already left Alameda and we're on 278, it would still ping that same.
It should, yes.
What's inconsistent with the narrative of innocence
On
here?
to the next
I
slide.
don't know.
And this is still Alex's phone, correct?
It is. It's just a zoomed in version of the last slide.
Okay, so it's the same information, but looking closer, and I probably should have made some of those points on this one, but we see that road 278, you're correct. And there's Alameda, it's also in the same sector, correct?
It is.
And so, in theory, unless for the RTT hit at 9:34, the phone could be anywhere in this arc.
It
correct?
could be anywhere in that arc.
And for the rest of these hits, it could be anywhere within this whole sector.
It could be anywhere between this tower and sector and the next one in that direction.
Okay.
Bum bum bum.
Okay. All right, we'll go back. This is the next slide, and this is again, Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we see some hits starting at 9:52:59 PM, correct?
Yes, sir. So 9:52:59, the phone's using the sector with the 240 in it. So it's not using the one that faces towards Alameda yet. I'm sorry, towards Moselle yet.
Yep, and the red, what's the red?
It's Moselle.
And the green?
Is Alameda.
Okay, so just in the previous slide, we saw the phone down here in the area of Alameda, correct?
Yeah, it was using that tower near Alameda, but facing Alameda.
And by 9:59 PM, Alex's phone is pinging off of this tower right by Varnville, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your
This,
question?
which
No,
towers?
at 9:52 and 9:53, the phone is using the tower closer to Moselle, but on the sector facing towards Varnville.
All right, and then we have a 10:06 hit, 31, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what particular phone call was placed from Alex's phone at 10:06 and 31?
That was the 911 call.
All right, and it hits off of which tower?
It hits off of the tower closer to Varnville.
Okay. But then at 10:17, there's another hit with Alex's phone. And which sector is it pinging off? at
That's
10:17?
that's using the zero azimuth, so sector 1 that faces towards Moselle.
So that initial 911 call hit off this tower way down here by Varnville.
It did.
And that was one of the reasons you were called in to help figure out why that happened, correct?
I was, and I figured out why it happened. It's because so in radio frequency, the higher the frequency, the shorter the distance that it can travel. The lower the frequency, the longer it can travel. So on this tower, there's two different sets of sectors, and one is at a higher frequency and one is at a lower frequency. So this call here happened on a lower frequency, and therefore the signal can travel slightly further.
So it's, in your opinion, it's consistent the phone could have been up here at Moselle at the time of that 10:06 911 call.
It could have been, yes.
All right, and we're going to come up on them in a little bit.
Well, that's
You
what
have
the
some more
defendant says.
detailed
He was at Moselle when he
maps
called
showing the
911,
actual
found the
phone calls.
bodies.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
it's that's right.
All right, so what information do we see on this slide?
So this is the tower and sector being used at 952 and 953. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower. And so you can see that it's mostly in the center here, but there are some dots out. Most of it kind of faces towards Varnville.
Okay. And the calls at 952, 953 occurred somewhere within this sector. Correct?
Yes, they did.
And that line with the slightly shaded area represents the actual real coverage that you went out and measured where that phone could have been during it.
That's correct.
Next slide. All right, and we zoomed in here, correct?
Yeah, so we zoomed in again. Now we're zoomed in kind of on the Moselle property and just showing that there's a couple little specks of coverage there from this tower and sector.
And again,
on that property.
which tower is this? This is the tower that's closest to Moselle.
It is, yes.
But you do actually see some actual coverage area right there. on the
Yes.
corner. And the red is.
Well, look at that.
Yes, the red is Moselle.
Next slide.
It's all coming together.
Okay, and here we are, we're zoomed
We
back
have
out.
FBI agent Wild.
Again, red
Guilty.
is Moselle. And this is that tower just down south of Varnville, correct?
It is. So that's the tower south of Varnville, or near Varnville, facing north. And this is for the 911 call, again, on that lower frequency. So the signal goes a lot further. Actually, there's little specks all the way up here near Anston.
Okay. So this is Varnville, this is Moselle, and this is the coverage that you actually went out, and measured in real.
I think they're probably
real
trying to muddy the
equipment.
waters.
And you've
They
determined
could do
all
this
these
in a much
shaded
simpler way.
areas If a phone.
He
phone
could have
be
just
covered
broad
in this
stroked
tower
it
sector.
and then walked us through the
Yes.
specifics.
And we see some of that pink area up right.
He never
by
bothered doing
Moselle.
that.
We did, yes.
Because I don't think it really shows very much anything conclusive. That's what I'm getting from it.
And this
It's a
is,
great question.
1017 being correct?
Yes.
All right, and it's in that sector. Now we're back to the tower that's closest to Moselle, correct?
It is.
And that's that north facing sector.
Yes, it is.
Next slide. Next slide. All right, and here we see again a 911 call at 10:06:31 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That originally pinged off of this Varnville tower. Correct?
Yes.
But we see this is the two coverages overlaid between these two towers that both have coverage at Moselle. Correct?
Yes, it did.
And you see some of that pink from that Varnville tower up right on the Moselle property, correct?
Yes.
But you see more from the green from this tower sector that covers that same tower.
That's correct.
So, go ahead. Next slide.
No joke.
And here we're zoomed in, correct?
Yeah, we're zoomed in now, and now we have both of the coverages showing. So we're showing the
Yeah.
pink, which is from that tower down by Varnville facing north, and then the green, which is from the tower right here close to Moselle, also facing north. And you can see there's coverage from both of those towers actually in the area of the Kennels.
Okay. And in your opinion, that phone could have been right in that area for both these phone calls at 10:06 and 10:17.
Yes, they hide
Yes.
my streams.
That's Alex's phone, correct?
I'm
Yes.
not popular with the algorithm.
It does appear there's more coverage from the green sector off of this.
If you're watching, I urge you to subscribe, please. I'm trying to get to 90,000 today. Statistically, a third of
This is
you
just the remainder of the night.
are not subbed up.
It is, again,
If a
10:19
third
to
of you-
11:18 p.m.
If those of you who are not subbed up hit
and
the
the phone
subscribe
mostly
now, I
uses
will
that
hit
tower closest to
90,000.
Moselle.
So I'm
There is
urging
another
you,
hit
please
at
hit the subscribe
10:21
button.
on the tower near Varnville.
Next slide. All right, and then continuing, what's the date on,
So
this is the next day at 6?
Yeah, so this is June 8th, starting at 6:31 a.m., ending at 8:54 a.m., and the phone's using the tower and sector consistent with being in the area of Almeida.
So this is the morning after the murder, correct?
It is.
Next slide. And this is continuing the same, this is the next day, June 9th of 2020.
It is, and same
What are we
tower,
going to learn
same
from June
sector.
9th?
Time period is 7:52 a.m. to 8:36 a.m.
Next slide. All right. And
Are they going to
here
do every
we see
day
some
up till
information from
today?
June 10th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. From 3:32 a.m. to 8:49 a.m. Basically using the same tower and sector here, just to the left of Alameda, except for this one RTT hit.
It makes me want to throw my monitor out the window, but it's a $1,000 monitor.
On top of the Alameda address.
Next slide. And now we're on June 11th for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, again in the morning, 3:52 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. And it's using the tower and sector consistent with being in the area.
Next slide. And this is June 12th of 2020.
I hope they have the defense attorney with the
1:41
hair
a.m. to
through the
8:14
cross on
a.m.
this guy.
Again, using
He's
the
good with
same tower and
experts.
sector near Alameda.
Next slide, please. June 13th of 2021 for Alex's phone, correct?
Yep.
June
First call in the
13th.
morning is at 9:09 a.m. And again, using the same tower and sector consistent with Alameda.
Next slide. Now we're on June 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why are we
What are
doing
the
this?
times? Do we see these pings?
12:04 a.m. and then 9:53.
They're doing
9:55
every day
a.m.
of June.
I
What's
don't
June
know.
14th going to tell us about what happened on June 7th?
June 14th is Flag Day. We need to know where he was on Flag Day.
No.
I bet he does June 15th. Thanks.
This is June 14th, later in the day, correct?
Oh,
Later.
oh my God.
We're almost up to
12:29
June 15th, the
p.m.
pivotal June 15th date.
10:27 a.m. to 12:29 p.m. And now it's using the tower facing north out of Bourneville, but also using the tower facing.
Thank you, Andrew. I didn't know you would send that out. I appreciate that.
Slide. And this is
Oh, I did,
June
yeah,
14th
sure, yeah.
continued. And does that phone remain in the area of Alameda the rest of June 14th, at least until 4th?
The
Yes.
tracking moves through financial
Slide.
crimes. That's funny.
All right, and then here we're on June 14th.
Yep.
And starting at 4:33 p.m. up to 6:08 p.m. Where do we see Alex's phone move generally?
It moves generally from there just south of Alameda over towards Charleston.
And that's this area. And it's specifically, I don't know if you can read it, but what is that there? Can you read that place name where that last tower is on the map? Is it Somerville? Does that say Somerville? I think so. Okay. All right, next slide. Okay, June 14th continued.
Yes.
And
Fifth slide
this
on
is
June
up in the
14th.
area of the same Somerville, correct?
Yeah, this is in the area of Somerville, so between 6:08 p.m.
Objection,
on the 14th
relevance.
and 8:10 a.m. on the 15th. All the calls hit that tower and sector in Somerville.
Okay, next slide.
You know, the defense can stand up and say
And
objection
then on
relevance at a certain
June,
point.
later that, June 15th, what do we see the phone do on June 15th?
It travels from Somerville back to Hampton between 8:10 a.m. and 11:40 a.m.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then now we're on June 15th for Alex's phone. And what two towers is his phone pinging off of for most of the day?
Again, the one in Varnville facing north and the one in Hampton facing towards Varnville.
Okay, next slide. And then June 15th, and his phone is consistent with the remaining in the area of Alameda during those times, correct?
Yes.
And those are 12:35 p.m. to 2:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Next slide. Okay, and just real quickly for these last three slides, you also reviewed the records of CB Rowe and Marty Cook, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed them for the night of the murders, correct?
I did.
And in your opinion, from the information you could see from their call records and their tower information, were either of those phones in the vicinity of the murder location between 8:50 p.m. and 9 p.m.?
No.
All right.
All right. That does it. Convicted.
There we go.
So I'll stand for a moment.
Oh,
Let's shake all that bullshit out of our ears.
Let's just shake it all around. That's what it's all about. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. I think I caught up on everyone's chat. Again, I'm just going to remind you all that I'm trying to hit 90,000 today, and I'm so close. I can almost smell it. So statistically, a third of you
have not yet subbed up, if you can, I'd appreciate it. That would push me over the top. There's 4,300 currently watching on YouTube. And that would more than put me over the top. Thank you so much. And and also on Rumble, wherever you are, if you can sub up, if you're ever hoping to find me, you kind of need to hit sub, and you can find me on Locals as well if you want to just know where I am, because I'm pretty good, pretty good. That if I pop up your stream somewhere, I let you know, etc., etc. But this is a perfect point for me to tell you about the brilliance and expertise of my co-host today.
We'll be in recess about 10 minutes.
And he has 10 minutes or less to let you know how you can get hard. So
I can indeed.
Yes.
First, of course, before you get hard, you start soft with the soft cover version of the Law of Self-Defense Principles. Check it out on Amazon. Over 1,200 reviews, 5-star rated bestseller in the criminal law sector at Amazon. But don't buy the book on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and the shipping. I only ask you to cover the cost of getting the book to you. I eat the cost of the book. You get the book for free when you order it from me at lawselfdefense.com/Joe. Real physical book, not just a PDF download, folks. You'll get it in the mail. And if you'd like to get the beautiful hardcover edition of this same book, it looks great on the bookshelf, makes a great gift. You can get the hardcover of the Law of Self-Defense Principles at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard. Also, I should mention, coming up on Saturday, April 15th, we have our Law of Self-Defense Advanced class. This is our full-day course. We only teach it, this is the only one scheduled for all of 2023 on Saturday, April 15th. The class where you learn how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. Full-day course taught live by me over Zoom, streamed to the convenience of your computer. And if you sign up for that class in the month of February, you get 25% off the registration. So I encourage you to sign up sooner rather than later. And you can learn all about that and sign up. And I know there's a bunch of you in the comments who've taken that course before. Feel free to share your good reviews. Bad reviews should be silent. No, they'll all be good. People love the class. Learn more and register.
I've actually spoken to a few people who have taken the class and said that they came away like with a whole different understanding as to what they need to do. And God forbid they find themselves in a scenario where it's them or someone else. So
it's based and unbreaded, folks.
Yes, it is.
Take on the criminal justice system and self-defense law in particular. And learn more and sign up at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced for the Law of Self-Defense Advanced class.
This gentleman here is the preeminent expert in self-defense law in the country. And you certainly, if you have a gun for protection, you probably should have the aptitude to understand how to use it without spending the rest of your life in prison. So God forbid, if you ever find yourself in a situation that you need to use a gun to save your life, that you don't end up in chains and spending the rest of that long life behind bars. And that's why you take a course like his. If you have a gun, I highly recommend, highly recommend, because this is an area that most attorneys aren't really very experienced at. Most of them are not really don't have expertise. I mean, someone commented a few hours ago how Tucker Carlson, who I'm sure owns a gun, seems to be a little bit ignorant when it comes to law of self-defense. That's not a knock on Tucker. It's just a general state of knowledge. You don't want to be in that situation, God forbid, if you ever need to use a gun. So I highly recommend his book, his course, and that way you know that, God forbid, if you find yourself in that circumstance, that you're going to handle yourself in a way that you will not just be hard to kill, but hard to convict.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Joe. Always appreciated.
My pleasure. You do great work. So it's something I can happily stand behind. Why wouldn't I? Let me catch up a few super chats that popped in here. This is why you should just use a burner phone for everyday life. No joke. Palmyra Productions. The first flavors Capri Sun, lemon and orange. Guilty. And no, I'm not letting the Capri Sun doesn't want to go. Jessica Buza says maybe they're trying to prove that he left the property after the 911 call to dump the weapons and Maggie's phone.
Well, if they did, they buried it.
Where are they getting that from? I mean, and they also thought that he was smart enough to turn off his phone while he's killing someone. Don't you think that during the next several days, weeks, he would have found some time to turn off his phone and bury whatever weapons he had? I mean, if that's your theory, that he's sufficiently intelligent enough to that he's better than, who's that guy, Chandler Holderson, the guy who ate his parents,
right?
Who was Snapchatting his girlfriend while burying their bodies. So if he's smart enough not to do that, you would think that he's smart enough to turn his phone off while he's going through the most stressful part of this series of events, which would be blowing off the head of his eldest son. You would think that he would have been retained a similar level of intelligence when he's hiding the murder weapons. Just saying. That's my thought. But yeah, the state has done a remarkable job of convincing me that they have no reason to really believe that this guy killed anyone.
They could believe it. You believe anything you want.
I'm just saying, the longer this trial, we haven't even gotten to the defense yet, and the longer this trial has gone on, the more convinced I become that I don't believe he could have killed them. I'm like, they brought out the state's witnesses telling us what a loving husband and father he was. The timeline isn't adding up. The lack of evidence of DNA and evidence anywhere. A housekeeper comes in today and testifies that there's no signs of any bloody things anywhere. And the best thing that they should give them is like, well, the clothing he was wearing an hour before they died, I haven't seen it since. And on cross, she admitted, well, yeah, he did take clothing with him when he moved out of the house. So he could have taken that clothing with him when he moved out of the house. So all I got today is, the one person who is used to cleaning up for him, because he never cleans up for himself, that one person said that she saw no evidence that the person who murdered these people ever set foot in the house afterwards to try and wash away evidence of it.
I'll be right back, Joe.
Yeah. So all of this leads me to say to myself, I don't even know why the state is some of these witnesses. I don't even know why they're bringing them in here. It's almost like they're trying to convince me that he couldn't have done it. That's his window of opportunity here. We just had this witness came in here now and told us that by 9:12 he's off the property. He's off the premises, and we know that Paul is videoing at 8:44. So in under 30 minutes, he had to run like half a mile from the kennel to his house. He had to kill them. Not just kill them, but kill them in the most brutal way possible. Someone wants to kill their own son, you would think probably not blow their head off. Maybe just like if they feel like they have to do this is what they must do. Maybe not like sever his head with a buckshot under the chin. And they get drenched in blood. I mean, raining blood. If you saw Pulp Fiction, when they blew the kid's head off by accident, and there's blood everywhere, this has happened twice. 2 different victims. And I don't care if he's wearing a raincoat, which the maid said she never saw the raincoat that they speculate he may have been wearing at the time of the murder. I don't care. That level of blood, that would be all over clothes and everything. So he supposedly, this loving father and husband, supposedly not just murdered his own wife and eldest son for the benefit of getting victim status or delay of several weeks. Now he comes along and sometime between 8:44 p.m. and 9:12 kills both of them with 2 different weapons. 2 different weapons. Runs into the house, gets blood nowhere. Showers, no blood anywhere. Maid comes in and says, I didn't see any blood anywhere. His cargo shorts, which he was wearing, she said, no blood on that.
She washed the cargo shorts that he was supposed to be wearing. There's no blood on that. That's another little nugget that she dropped on us today. And he uses a white towel, which we don't know when this shower happened. This shower could have happened sometime between that evening and the next morning when she came in. He used a white towel. There's no blood anywhere. The police, everyone came into the house after he called 911. Friends, family, coming over to the house. After he makes the call to 911. She never sees any blood anywhere. And then he's far away enough on his phone by 9:12, which again, he had to run half a mile. So kill 2 people, run half a mile, then find somewhere to get rid of the guns, find somewhere to get rid of the clothing, wash himself off, not leave DNA in it anywhere, and be on the road by 9:12. And the whole benefit he's getting out of this is that he's getting victim status. And that he murdered them so brutally to get victim status and manage. And he doesn't look like a guy who's a sprinter. I don't know. He looks to me like someone probably is, he might be able to huff and puff jog himself there. I would think it takes at least 5 minutes for him to get there. So, and somehow this guy who never cleans up for himself is better at cleaning up his DNA than anyone ever. And where's the murder weapon? We don't know. And he's one more thing. He's also calling his wife at 9:06 p.m. And his wife's phone is tossed out a window right when he calls in, or it's dropped on the side of the road right when he calls in, and it's half a mile away from him. So how did he miraculously do that? I don't know. Now, if you told me that he was working with someone, I guess it's possible he was involved, but that's not what the state's theory is. The state never gave us anything to that. Never gave us any indication. This is a one-man job, killing his own wife, his own son, blowing their heads off, getting drenched in blood. I mean, think about it. You can make a joke about Pulp Fiction. I mean, Andrew, think about this. I mean, think about how long it took them to clean that mess up. And I know it's a movie, but it's like, okay, fine. But the point is, it's a huge mess. It would be all over him. It would be in his hair. It would be like
a blood bomb went off.
Yeah. It would literally be like having, there was, not to get too graphic here, his head literally came off, both of them. I mean, his brain shot up and hit the ceiling and came back down. Think about how much blood there is here. It's insanity. And if you have to kill your own wife and you have to kill your own son, who would do it in such an ugly way? That is, to me, such an obvious sign of a crime of anger and hatred, malice. If he had to kill his own son, he could have shot him in the back or in the chest if he's facing him. He wouldn't blow his own head off. It's just horrible. I don't understand this case anymore. I don't understand it. I'm so confused by it. The more evidence I've heard from the state, the more questions I have as to why it is that any jury should come out of this thinking guilty, be not just guilty. I don't understand how you get to a preponderance of guilt, but beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry. I'm so baffled. I'm baffled. Does that mean that the jury is going to acquit him? Hell no. Supposedly he's hated. He's really hated down there. And they had a lot of time to put in there because the guy, and he's a jerk. He's a thief. He's a con man. He's a bad person. That doesn't mean that, though, that I think that he killed his own family. Mama Bear says, are they leading up to the showing the other 2 phones were nowhere around the area, Connor's dad, etc.? I don't know. Who the heck? That's another thing. The state's case is so erratic. They go from like, here's the maid, here's the FBI agent, here's cell phone towers, let's get the lawyer, let's get a friend. Now we're going to go back to this. We don't even know where they're going anymore. Were the bodies found covered? I don't know. Killers who know their victims almost always cover the victims. Some subconscious instinct to cover mistake. Well, he found the bodies, so he's the one who called 911. So I don't know. Pork Chop Express says, do you know if the phone expert can show any other phones around the family phones at the time of the murder? That's an interesting question. You would think that if they were contract men, because I do suspect that this was hitmen, that they would be intelligent enough to like turn their phones off when they're in the area. But that's a good question you're asking there. It's a very good question. This dude who's an opiate addict managed to remove every trace of a crime that was incredibly gory. This makes no sense. Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. You know, I don't know. I don't know. It's very very baffling. I do want to remind you that I am going to shut down at 5:00 sharp because I have to close down here, and at that point I will kick you over to someone else who's streaming, probably on civil law. Aquamarine says my position changed from guilty due to media rumors to not guilty by the prosecution presenting the case in these 3 weeks. Good job by them, I guess. Same here. Not that I thought he was guilty walking in, but I was like, you know, I sort of was thinking, yeah, you know what, they probably did it, but I need to see the evidence. To me thinking, I don't even understand how he could have done it. I don't even understand it. And they have no evidence. I mean, no physical evidence. It's astonishing that they have nothing. Maybe the blood shirt trace people is gonna. What they say that gunshot residue. I want to hear about the blood. That's what I want to hear about. Although, if he touched the body, you can understand. I really want to hear from the blood expert. Because right now, that's the only way that, to me, this state has any chance of salvaging his case into a justifiable conviction. That doesn't mean they won't get a conviction. Because, like I said, he's hated. Everyone here hates him and wants him to be guilty. Everyone sees the family is rich and powerful, abuse their power. Yeah. That's what I understand, Jonathan. That's what I understand. Everyone hates him, and he did abuse his power. He's a loathsome individual who stole from orphans. I mean, his maid dies tripping on his property. He tells the son, "Sue me," and then I have $500,000 in coverage when he actually knows he has $5 million in coverage, and then doesn't even give them the $500,000. I mean, he's a jerk. After he collects over $4 million, he doesn't even give them the $500,000. Tells them the case is still going on after he's already collected proceeds from it. I mean, terrible person. He's a bad guy. He's a thief. There's a difference between a thief and someone who would decapitate by bullet his wife and son. But I can understand why people would resent him. The guy abused so much power and privilege that he had. He had so much power and so much privilege that he's born into, and he abused it. So I can understand why people hate him. And they're probably right for hating him. But that, as far as our justice system, you know, I think I'd like to see him go away for the rest of his life for the crimes for his fraud and for the thieving that he did.
Yeah, the sentence for being a dickbag's not life in prison, folks. We have specific crimes that carry that kind of sentence, but you got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Jeffrey Schwartz says, "Is it bad I wanted to be convicted as a judge can be lambasted on appeal? I have to sit through this again." Do you really want to sit through this again? Really? Really? Why? Why would you want to sit through this again? Oh my God, no. I had that thought with the Depp trial. And I was like, that would be fun to sit through again. We had so much fun with that one. But this one's not fun. This one is like, oh my God, give me something. Give me something to watch. Give me a state that has like some sort of sense. I will point something out to you, by the way. You might have noticed there was a different representative of the state who was doing the direct examination there. This is something that I notice a lot of state agencies do, that they'll have a junior guy be their expert witness questioner. In the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, there were 3 female attorney DAs, including Maureen Comey's daughter of James Comey, who was the head of the team. And I have to tell you, both the prosecution and defense counsel, both teams were amazing attorneys. Like great, like wow, like gold standard level type of lawyering. I was so impressed by them. And the 4th member of the DA team of the Fed team was this young guy, and they gave him, every time they had an expert witness, he was the one who did the direct. The other ones, the main witnesses, the women who were testifying about the abuse they suffered, they were being questioned by the more experienced female attorneys. But
well, that's just a smart way to give people experience, right? Because your experts, they should be 1,000% prepped, right?
Yeah.
So you should know exactly what questions you're going to ask, exactly what answers you're going to get on direct, right? Cross is more challenging, but that's the other side doing that.
Yep.
So your own experts on direct, it should be a completely controlled inquiry.
It is.
And it's a great way to give young people experience. Now, once you get to non-expert, like male witnesses, you want more experienced counsel.
Yep.
And especially when you're questioning, the more erratic female witnesses, then you want your most experienced legal counsel handling that chaos.
Right. Let's Go says, if there's a mistrial and you even think of restreaming it, come on, man. You know the deal. Don't be boring when it was funny. Smokey Bear says, I'm from Iowa country, and I don't believe he killed his wife.
Low country.
I don't believe he killed his wife and son. My grandma initially believed he was guilty, but doesn't believe he is any longer after watching this trial. The state is doing a crappy job. Yeah, I agree. For me, the defense has to explain his presence at the stables when he said he was not. I don't see anything else that leans me toward guilty. That's a fair point. That's a reason for him to take the stand, because I do think that he lied about being at those stables.
But it's not a material lie. It could just be a mistake. That doesn't mean he killed them. They were alive then.
I understand that, but you sort of want to have that finality. You know what I'm saying? When you, because you sort of feel, look, here's the thing. We understand that American law says that you're innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What Americans feel is, yes, that's true. I also don't really like the idea of letting a guilty man go free. So please sell me on the fact as to things that don't add up for me so I can understand it better. That's what I read this super chat is, that they really want to feel better about it by just having an explanation for it. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean that he should be convicted. You're right, 100%. But it's like you're sort of hungering to hear, like, why did he lie? What's the story with that? What happened there?
Mr. Barber.
Thank you for joining. I appreciate that,
Yeah.
Palmyra.
Barbara, I like this guy.
Good afternoon, Agent Wild.
Good afternoon, sir.
I don't think I'll have many questions. This won't take long at all.
This is the guy who had one question for Tinsley.
We were looking at a lot of maps, and they had a lot of timestamps, and I think they were referred to as pings sometimes.
They're not pings.
What are they?
They're activations on the record. So whether they be incoming or outgoing phone calls, or those RTT activations, which are slightly different, or the other things with Paul's phone, those are like the iPhone location data records.
But we're looking at calls, text messages. Would a text message always make one of those timestamps?
Now, so on Verizon, which all the phones in this case were, with Verizon, we're not going to get call detail record. We're not going to get location data with the text messages. Just the way they're designed.
I just wanted to be clear when we said that there weren't more calls coming into Maggie Murdaugh after 7, that there were some text messages, but if there were, they wouldn't show up.
Correct. They wouldn't show up in her call detail records with cell tower information.
What would it look like on these maps if a call, well, let me ask this, do calls hand off between towers while they're still going on?
They do.
And what would that look like on these maps?
So it would look the same way it looks now. So again, when the call, before the call's even set up, so if my phone was on in this room right now, my phone is constantly scanning the environment. It's trying to find the tower and sector with the strongest signal. Okay, it's very much like sitting at the airport trying to find the best Wi-Fi to connect to while you're waiting on your flight. So what happens when a call is off between towers during a call is the records look like they look. It's still going to show the initial tower and sector that the phone saw as the best tower and sector at the time the call occurred. And then after that, let's say the call is an hour long and I drive from here to Columbia, I'm going to hand off tower to tower to tower, but on Verizon, I'm not going to see that handoff in the records.
Right, and that I guess was my question, is you're just going to see that first tower. So if you're handed off like tower 1 to 2 to 3, you're not going to see on the same calls hits on towers 2 and 3 on this map.
Correct. You're only going to see the initial.
And do
Well,
the coverage areas intentionally overlap to some degree to allow for handoffs?
Yes,
And we saw GPS data for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
yes.
Did you have any GPS data for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I did not. There was nothing in the location database for the time period that was in question.
Do you know why that was?
It's either something Paul was running on his phone that generated it, or a lack of something that Maggie wasn't running on her phone that did not generate it. I really don't know the answer to that.
I mean, so the answer would be that you don't know.
I don't know. Yes, sir.
And what about Al Murdaugh's phone?
There was nothing during the time period.
So you mentioned that you've testified as an expert, I think, over 100 cases?
Yes, sir.
And in some of those other cases, were you able to show phones moving together?
Sometimes we are, yes.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I did not do that in this case.
Huh. Why not? Why wouldn't you do that?
did not or could not?
I think he said did not.
When you were doing the
did not.
drive
Yeah,
around
why not?
to create that sort of coverage map, did you go onto the Moselle property?
I did.
Was that with the consent of Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, I believe so.
I just put this poll up, Printer God, so everyone
Can
should
we
please
pull
go
up,
vote.
Slide 35.
I think it's a good poll, so I put it up.
Can you see the screen?
I can.
And I think
Why
the
do you
previous
say
testimony was
innocent?
that
Not
10 of
guilty.
31
Not guilty.
calls,
No, I want
31
to see if people
calls.
think
Yes.
he's innocent. I know.
I just
He
wanna
asked
ask
for
about that
innocent. I want to see if
timestamp
people think he's
because,
innocent.
we heard
I
someone
know.
from the FBI yesterday, the 911
I
call
thought
was
about it.
actually placed at 10:06 and 18 seconds. So what would account for the 13 seconds difference between the two?
I guess it depends on the records you were looking at. There might be a slight offset between the records the other person was looking at and the records I was looking at.
They can, Steve.
And the 911 call center, of course, would have a timestamp on incoming calls.
Correct.
Or at least have an expert witness. I
Have
think an
you ever
expert witness
seen
could do this.
cases where there's a few seconds difference between those timestamps and this kind of records and what the 911 center might have?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's a difference between when you press the green button, and it usually takes a couple of seconds to connect on the other side.
He's back to winching again. He wasn't doing
And
that.
could we, on the
whole winching
Elmo,
thing.
go to slide 56? And the reason I would like to
Elmo.
use Elmo is I think that the presentation is cutting off the bottom of the screen.
It was.
And this, can we see the top so we can kind of get context for what this is?
I don't find that odd.
Just, slide it down so that the top is visible.
It's
So
actually not
this
that
was
easy. I mean,
Alec
they got to be
Murdaugh
wired.
information,
They're not
and
going to be
this was
Wi-Fi.
on
They're,
June
the house is
15th,
too far from the
2021, correct.
hangar
And
area.
do you know that was Tuesday?
I don't.
Can we scroll in so we can see the bottom? It says that activity after 2:33 p.m. indicates travel to Somerville. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any data after that? Is that the end of the data that you have regarding Alec Murdaugh?
Is that the last slide?
You have.
Okay.
The slide. So this is slide 56 that we're looking at.
Yeah, there was other data after that.
And do you have
I'm sure that's the case,
location
Mike.
data for Alec Murdaugh after June 15th
I think so. I think
in this report?
Not in this report.
So in this report, I'm sorry, because that's,
Yep.
what we're looking at here.
Yes, sir.
Because I understand, of course, you have cell phone records. He kept using the cell phone, obviously, after the 15th.
Yes, he did.
But for what's being presented to the jury, the last entry is, Tuesday, June 15, is the end of what you have.
Yes, it is.
And he's going to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
And finally, last 2 or 3 slides, we don't need to show them. There was some information for some other people, a CB Rowe, a Marty Cook.
Yes, sir.
Why were you looking at information for them?
I was requested to look at the information for them for the night of the incident.
Were you requested to ever look at information for an Eddie Smith or a Spencer Roberts?
Eddie Smith sounds familiar, but I'm not sure about.
No, these were alternative suspects.
Did you look at information regarding Eddie Smith?
Yes.
Do you have that information with you?
I do not.
You do not have the information?
I don't have it with me now.
Beg the court's
I wonder if that's someone associated with the girl who died.
Oh.
Where was his cell phone? Was it by Moselle?
If it was, you would think, if it was someone who was angry about Mallory Beach and not a professional hit, they probably would not think to turn their cell phone off. It's not the first thing people think of. I don't know.
Trail cameras would work, folks, but they're the data is local. You just
No
take the
further
camera and
questions,
you've taken all the data.
By the state.
Briefly, Agent Wild, you were asked by Mr. Barber whether you've been able to pinpoint two phones together in other cases, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what kind of data are you using when you try to have been able to pinpoint two phones together at the same time?
I mean, first of all, the two phones have to have activity around the same time. So we'd have to have calls at 9 o'clock on one phone, calls at 8:58, 9 o'clock on the next phone. That's the first thing we'd have to do. Second thing is it'd have to be indication the phones are traveling together or stationary at the same place at the same time.
Okay. And after 7:50 p.m., was there any Verizon location tower information provided by Verizon?
There was not on Maggie Murdaugh's phone. There was not.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to provide any opinion as to whether her phone was near any other phone in the world after 7:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct, because there's no data to compare it against.
But that's not favorable to the state.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Your next witness.
State calls Nathan Tuten.
Nathan Tooth. He spells his name.
I want the tooth.
You can't handle the tooth.
You know he said that many times in his life, right?
He got a haircut for court.
Yeah. $5 special.
Nathan Tuten, Tuten.
Oh, that's a much worse name.
Nathan Supercuts.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Why don't you tell this jury a little bit about yourself? Where you grew up, where you went to school. Start there.
I'm from Hampton, South Carolina. I graduated from Hampton High School in 2018. I have a degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina and graduated in 21.
Nathan, it's hard to pick up you on the mic, so if you would, I know pull it as close as you can and just try to speak into it so we can all hear you. Okay, so I think you said you graduated high school 2018.
Use your big boy
you got
voice.
A degree from where?
University of South Carolina.
And what field was it in?
Criminal justice.
Okay. And what year did you graduate USC?
21.
And what do you currently do for a living?
Law enforcement officer.
Okay, with what organization?
Waterboro Police Department.
All right. And describe your job responsibilities. What do you do as a Walterboro
I'm on Jump Street.
I enforce the laws.
Hello,
of the
fellow
state
kids.
and serve and protect.
You work in road patrol right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Nathan, growing up in this area, were you childhood friends with Paul Murdaugh?
That's correct.
When's the first time you met Paul?
Lifelong friends. Very young age.
Growing up in Hampton, knew him as a kid.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, tell us a little bit about Paul. What do you remember about him? Tell us the kind of guy he was.
Paul was the definition of a good person and a good friend. He's very loyal, salt of the earth kind of guy, and would do anything for you at any given moment, no matter the time.
What were kind of things that you all like to do together?
We like to hunt, fish, really just hang out with friends.
Was Paul the kind of friend that you kind of call a reliable friend?
Absolutely.
All right. Was he the kind of kid that would be there for you if you needed help with anything?
Absolutely.
Did you spend a lot of time together with Paul through the years?
I did, yes, sir.
Did Paul have a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
He was on his phone all the time.
In addition to being on his phone all the time, was he the kind of guy that if you needed something or reached out to him, he was going to respond back to you?
That's correct.
Was he going to call you back if you called him if he missed the phone call?
Yes.
Fair enough.
And would you expect him to pick up if you called him?
Yes,
All right. Did you get to know Maggie also?
I did.
All right. Tell us a little bit about her.
Maggie was probably one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life. She always looked out for Paul's friends and was a second mom to me.
And having spent a lot of time with Paul, you also spend a lot of time with
This
Maggie?
is all about their cell phone use habits.
And then did you also get to know Alex?
I
his
did.
Dad? And is Alex here today?
Yes, she is.
You tell me what he's
Oh, that's
where
who
he's-
Eddie was.
He's sitting
The
at
hitman.
that table wearing a
Watched it.
blue jacket.
And did you get to know him very well
I did.
through the years? Did you know the family before they moved their primary residence out to what we call Moselle? Did you know them before then?
I did.
Were you there when they moved or obtained Moselle and started using that as a residence?
I was.
When Moselle was first constructed, how many entrances and exits were there?
Just one.
And which one was that?
That was the one by the cabin or one that leads to the sheds.
Okay. And the sheds, is that the dog kennels in the hangar area?
That's correct.
And the cabin, I think you referred to, is there a cabin on the side at the front of that entrance?
That's correct.
Okay. And who put the mailbox in there?
I believe it's Maggie.
And tell us about that cabin. Tell us where it's situated and why you know so much about it.
My freshman year of college, Paul and I actually lived together at the cabin.
So it's like a small house, basically.
That's correct.
And where is it situated in regards to the hangar area?
A little bit closer to the highway,
How many feet or how far away?
100 yards maybe.
And so you lived there, I think you said for the summer?
It's just a semester.
A semester?
Mhm.
All right. How would you describe yours and Paul's friendship? How often would you guys communicate a day?
Just about every day. Every other day.
Phone calls
That's correct.
and texts?
Primarily phone calls.
And later in life, did Paul go to school?
He did.
Where did he go?
USC,
And that's located where?
Columbia.
And did you see him whenever he would come back into town?
I would.
Would he come back frequently
No, sir.
at the college level, at the college years?
No, sir.
When would you see him? Would you see him in the summers when school was out?
Good bit.
All right. And I think you mentioned before y'all did a lot of fishing and a lot of hunting. Are you familiar with firearms in general?
I would say so.
Did Paul have any guns that he favored? Ones that he kept on him and kept with him most of the time?
He did.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about, however you want to describe those two guns.
The two guns that were with us most of the time was a black 300 blackout and a camouflage 12 gauge Super Black Eagle 3.
And the Black 300 blackout, what was that firearm used for primarily?
Anything.
Did you use it for hunting?
I did.
Okay. What would you hunt with that gun?
Anything.
Did it have the scope? I think you said there's a scope on the top or some sort of sight? How would you describe that?
As thermal scope.
Meaning you could see heat?
That's correct.
Okay.
He looks so bored.
And describe the Benelli shotgun that you just mentioned also. What did it look like, and how did you know it was Paul's?
It had a very distinct digital camouflage pattern, and he had a gun strap that he's used since I've known him, and that's what stayed on that shotgun.
Do you know the differences between? So we hear Benelli Super Black Eagle models, and I think we've heard 3 and
Clearly.
2 and 1. Do you know the differences between the various models?
I do.
Okay. So when you look at it, they have distinctive features on them that would tell you whether it's a 3 or a 2 or a 1?
Very subtle differences, but yes.
But you feel comfortable that you know the difference?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Show you what's been marked as, or sorry, entered in evidence as State's Exhibit 88. Permission to approach the witness.
Well, that's the blackout rifle.
Nathan, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 88. You feel comfortable taking this for a second and now tell me if you know what it is?
I do.
Okay. Here you go. Be aware of the muzzle.
This is Paul's rifle.
And you know that because you've used this a bunch of times?
That's correct.
All right. Have an
I'll
iPhone.
also now show you what's
5 cents.
entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 4.
Huh. Okay.
This one. This is State's Exhibit 4. You feel comfortable taking a look at this for me for a second and let me know if you know which firearm this is?
I do.
Why are we looking at these particular guns?
Finger is the safety.
How do you know?
I've used it several times in distinct camouflage pattern along with Paul's gun strap.
This strap in particular is Paul's.
That's correct.
How do you know this is a Model 3 Benelli Super Black Eagle?
Well, would you like me to explain?
Absolutely.
So there are a few subtle differences. One being the forearm grip. The Super Black Eagle 3 has a slight flare or increase in curve. Another difference would be the trigger magazine port has an indentation that allows you to insert shot shells easier. The Super Black Eagle 2 and previous models don't have that. Another difference would be the button that releases the bolt, which makes the weapon operable. The previous models, being the original and number 2, are circular, whereas this one is more rectangular. I mean, the easiest way to tell the difference is they're labeled 2 and 3.
But I wanted to show off my knowledge.
It says 3 right here.
The user fronting anything is
Show
also
you
mean
now
most
what's
dangerous
been
game as
entered
well.
into evidence as State's Exhibit 91.
Why are we looking at his guns?
You feel comfortable handling this gun for a second? Let me know if you recognize what it is.
I do.
Do you recognize what this gun is?
I recognize that as Buster Murdaugh shotgun.
Okay. What model is this?
Super Black Eagle 2.
And you know it's a 2 because of the other features you just mentioned and pointed out for the jury?
That's correct.
Could you do that again? Tell us why you know that's a 2.
Like I mentioned earlier, the slight flare on the 3. This one is straighter, more narrow. Does not have the indentation for the magazine port.
But do you
and
really know
the button
you're a
circular.
And you said it was Buster shotgun. How do you know that?
The mojo
This guy's
sticker
funny.
on the
Brian,
barrel.
you're funny.
The sticker at the top of the barrel there?
That's correct.
Familiar with it, Mojo.
That's correct.
Did Alex have a gun that he favored, a shotgun?
He did.
What was the one that he favored?
That was a Super Black Eagle original black shotgun.
Are you familiar? Did Paul have a 300 blackout rifle prior to the black one you just identified?
That's correct.
All right. Were you familiar with what happened to that firearm, the original one?
I am.
All right. Tell us the story.
It was a party, and there was a black 300 blackout and a tan 300 blackout. He had the tan one, and it got stolen from a party one night.
Speak up.
It was stolen from a party one night.
You know what year that was? Approximate year?
I'd say early 2018.
And that was the firearm that was stolen was what color again?
A tan.
Tan. All right. At what point in the Mizell property was what year, approximate year, was the second entrance created? That one with the brickwork.
I'm not sure.
It was a few years though after they'd owned the property. The family had owned the property.
That's correct.
Was it
They
common?
never
to
even
use
moved the
either
mailbox.
entrance by the family to leave? And,
This
and
guy's
enter the
very.
property.
He seems.
Yes and no.
All right, we'll explain.
He's
Paul
very
and I
chilled
would use,
for
and
being a
friends
witness
would
stand.
use the entrance by the sheds more, whereas Alec and Maggie would use the main gate entrance more.
If you all, and let me ask you, what were the, before we get to my next question, what the hangar area with the kennels, are you familiar with it?
That's correct.
Could you describe to the jury just a very basic layout of that area?
It was kennels as you're riding into the driveway. The kennels would be on your left. The shed or hangar would be directly on your right. There was another shed that they had built in front of the hangar, and there was a skinning shed for animals out back to the right.
And would you spend a lot of time down at the hangar area and kennel area?
We would.
Why would y'all hang out there? Why was that the collection place?
It's just a central location where everything was located.
Tools?
Correct.
And farm equipment?
Correct.
If you all were spending time down at the kennels and someone was leaving the house, would it be common for them that someone, whether it's, Alex or Maggie, to stop by on their way out, leaving the property?
Yes, sir.
That would be what would normally happen?
Yes, sir.
This is ridiculous. That also means it would be not uncommon for them to use the other way.
Yep.
I'm going to show you what's been not marked, but entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 297. If you have a little screen there, if you wouldn't mind watching that for me and listening. Thank you.
By the way, in our little poll that I have going on here on guilty versus innocent, so male are 59% say innocent, 5% say guilty, which is really, if you think about it, it's 1 out of 12, 1 out of 13 men think he's guilty in my audience. Women, 30% say innocent, 6% say guilty, which is 1 out of 6. So it's really, they're twice as likely. Women seem twice as likely to find him guilty.
1 out of 5.
5 and 6%. What?
1 out of 5.
No, it's 6 out of 36%.
It's not 36. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, fair enough.
Hey, he got burgers now. Hey, Bubba.
You recognize those voices?
This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Catch. Quick.
Did you hear voices on that video that we just played?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul Murdaugh's, Maggie Murdaugh's, and Elliot Murdaugh's.
Could you tell where they were located in that video? Did you get a sense of where that was?
Dog Kennels.
The kennels down at the hangar area?
That's correct.
We heard yelled out a name called Bubba. Are you familiar with Bubba?
I am.
Who's Bubba?
That'd be Paul's dog.
And what kind of dog is he?
A yellow lab.
Is he trained? Well, was he was he a house pet or a pet?
At that time, yeah.
Was he also trained to hunt or be a hunting dog or bird dog?
That's correct.
Did Bubba have a? Well, describe Bubba. How would you describe Bubba?
Hard-headed.
Did Bubba have a thing where he liked to chase chickens?
Do you know why they
So,
keep
yeah.
coming back
The
to him?
chicken got out of the
with
pen.
these
Would he
chickens?
chase it?
That's correct.
Have you ever been there when he caught chickens?
He would chase anything.
He'll chase. You ever there when he caught birds though that were coming out of that coop?
I mean, he's tried. Could I say I've seen him? No.
Were you aware then that Bubba? Were you aware that Bubba would chase those chickens?
Absolutely.
And had you been aware that he killed chickens before by getting
I am.
them? Have you ever had to wrestle anything out of Bubba's mouth or try to catch him when he doesn't want to be caught?
Tried to catch him.
And if he doesn't want to be caught, what's going to happen?
Not catching him.
Did you begin working at the law firm we've heard called PMPED?
That's correct.
When did you start working?
I believe it was February of 2019.
Okay, and what was your job there?
I was a runner.
Runner for the law firm in general.
That's correct.
Kind of without specifically not.
Every time I hear them talk
the
about
work you
this
did
firm,
for
it seems as
Alex,
shady
but
and
what kind of
corrupt
work
as the
would
one
you
in the
do
John
there
Grisham
generally?
movie.
Be a courier for court documents to different courthouses and law offices across the state. Assist paralegals and attorneys with really whatever they needed. Just help around the office.
And you worked there from 2019, and when's the last time you worked there?
I want to say it was May of 21.
So May of 2021. Or
Excuse me, 2022.
2022.
Book the firm. Which one?
So you would have continued to work there through the tragic events of June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
So
You
you
think I
saw
meant
the
runaway
upheaval at
jury?
the law firm as well. You witnessed that.
That's correct.
Nathan, I'm gonna direct your attention to the weekend leading up to June 7th. Could you tell us a little bit about the any communications you would have had with Paul leading up to June 7th? Did you all talk any leading up to it?
To the best of my memory, we spoke that Saturday. I think he called me over the weekend.
Did it seem like a normal conversation?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking about?
He was going to Charleston, I believe. He was talking on the way.
Is that the last time you talked to Paul?
That's correct.
How were you made aware of what happened? How'd you find out?
I received a phone call from my mother the night of. Not sure how she knew, but shortly after, I received a phone call from one of the law partners that told me.
And they called you because they knew you were close with Paul?
That's correct.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living with another friend of mine in Allendale County.
And did you go out there that night?
I did not.
Did you attend the funeral and wake?
I did.
Is that the last time you went to Mizell?
Yes, sir.
After these events, how did it affect you?
It was hard. Losing a really good friend and a really good person.
After these events, I think you said already, but you continued to work at the law firm.
That's correct.
How was Alex? Was he out of the office
enough.
for some time
I w-
leading after this.
I wasn't going to send the woke mob after
June
you.
7th?
That's correct.
Did he eventually start coming back into
I
the
just didn't want
office?
anyone to misunderstand.
A little bit.
Did you have an
Glad-
opportunity or an
hear
occasion or multiple occasions to
It's
do
been
running
disappointment.
for Alex?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this would be before the murder?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about what Alex would have you do.
If I need to pick up court documents from different law firms or courthouses, drive them depositions, cash checks, some of the things.
I'm sorry, you said cash checks?
That's correct.
He had you
Does
cash
not seem
checks
like they
for
did.
him?
That's
No.
correct.
All right, well, tell me, where would he send you to cash the checks?
Palmetto State Bank.
What were your instructions for that?
Cash check.
And what would you do with the money?
Take it back to his office. And
Like cash?
that's correct.
Is it in an envelope or are you just holding it?
It was in a Palmetto State envelope.
And you would take that envelope of cash and where would you bring it?
Back to his office.
Okay, and just hand it to him.
That's correct.
How many times did he have you cash checks like that?
Very frequently.
Very frequent?
That's correct.
Many times.
Many times.
Was there ever a time when you cashed that check and there was a room full of, is there ever any time where you cashed the check, brought it back to Alex's office and there was someone in his office?
That's correct.
Multiple people, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us who those folks were that you would have been there when Alex is sending you to get cash. You're coming back with the cash and there's someone sitting in his office.
There was different occasions. One particular occasion was Greg Alexander.
Who's he?
I believe he's the chief of police for the embassy.
Okay.
Corey Fleming.
Do you know
And-
Corey Fleming?
I do.
And what is he? What did he do?
He was an attorney as well.
Okay.
And Michelle's best friend.
Okay. And who else?
And Chris Wilson.
And do you know who Chris Wilson is?
I do.
Who is he?
He's an attorney in Bamberg, I believe.
When did Alex stop asking you to cash checks? What was the time frame?
I believe it was a few weeks before the murders. So
A few weeks. You've been doing this a lot, and a few weeks before the murder, he doesn't ask you to cash any more checks.
that's correct.
Did you have an opportunity, or were you assigned to assist? Or let me ask you this: do you know who Jeannie Seckinger is?
I am.
And who is she, and who was she at the time to you back in 2021 range?
She was my immediate supervisor.
And were you ever, after the events of June 7th, were you assigned and tasked to assist her in her investigation of financial improprieties within the firm?
In some ways, yes.
All right.
Ooh, so he knows all the shady secrets. Maybe we'll hear something about his fraud. That'll break this wide open.
Did Jeannie ever hit on you?
I'm reminding you all at 5 o'clock, I'm going to be moving you over to Kurtz, assuming the trial's still going.
All right, and continuing, you were assigned to assist Jeannie, and what kind of things were you doing in that?
So you'll be
capacity?
redirected in that direction. If you
We
hit like
would
and subscribe
go
beforehand,
through
I'd
different
really
cases.
appreciate it.
She would have me get cases from probate court, and go through and highlight cleared checks, and if I found a discrepancy, bring it to her.
Did you understand the scope and what you were looking for? Did she kind of involve you in that?
Somewhat.
Did you figure out kind of shortly thereafter what you were looking for, or what the reason was?
I'd say so.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2021, specifically July 4th, or that July 4th timeframe. You have that in your brain?
I do.
Did you drive Alex to the airport?
I did.
Tell us about that. Why did you drive him to the airport?
Well, at the time I was still a runner, and he asked me to give him a lift to the airport. So that's what I did.
Where was
Thank
he
you
going?
so much, Jane.
I believe he was going to Florida Keys with Maggie's family.
So he's going on vacation to the Keys on July 4th weekend or July 4th
Thank you.
timeframe.
It's great. Bad.
Oh, thank you.
And
Very
did you in
kind.
fact drive him to the airport?
Castle Pines. That's the town right next to mine.
Did you have a chance? Did he say anything to you on that ride to the airport?
We talked.
Did he tell you anything about the boat case?
He did.
What did he say?
It's no
He
joke.
said that he would like to clear Paul's name.
And do what? And beat the boat case?
Beat the boat case.
So now with Paul gone, he's talking about he can beat the boat case.
That's correct.
This is a month after the murder.
That's correct.
How would he beat the boat case with him gone? But he won't be able to testify and sink him?
This is crazy.
This is a new
He's-
motive
he
now?
killed-
I'm killing him? I'm killing
He
him
killed
so-
Paul to clear his name from the boat case? Is that the rationale?
I mean, I guess in theory, look, because this is what you need to
Yes, sir.
understand. The trial still goes on against Alex, even with Paul dead. I guess the only thing is, like, Paul wouldn't be able to be called as a witness. So in that sense, it might be harder for
afternoon.
them to convict,
Good afternoon.
for them to find.
It was very important,
Alex liable?
Alex, to clear Paul's name from the accusations in the boating case, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what he told you, right?
That's what he said, but I don't know what he was thinking.
Well, you know that he stood behind Paul all throughout the boating case, the criminal part, right?
That's correct.
And a lot of people in the Hampton community turned their backs on Paul, didn't they?
That's correct.
You didn't, did you?
No, sir.
Alex and Maggie didn't, did they?
No, sir.
Your brother didn't, did he?
No, sir.
And are you sure it was July 4th?
This is getting spicy.
The week of the 4th. That's correct.
Okay. And he was going to Florida on a vacation and visiting with Maggie's parents, Maggie's sister, brother-in-law. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
That was the lawyer's way of testifying, to let them know that,
And
hey,
you're talking about
he's still keeping in touch with the family.
you went and got some cashing some checks with for Alec, and sometimes you'd come back, give him the cash, and you mentioned that Greg Alexander was in his office.
I'll probably
one
just
time,
flip over to
Bill
Kurt's
Fleming one
stream,
time, Chris
folks.
Wilson one time. You remember
That's
that?
where Joe's going to
correct.
send people.
What'd you do when you walk in? Just give the envelope to Alec?
Yes, sir.
Just sit down and see what he did with the money?
Not at all.
Are you suggesting that he was giving Greg Alexander any of the money?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Do you know if that's what the Attorney General was trying to suggest by asking?
Oh, objection.
I was, again, testifying.
Yeah.
He knew it was going to be objected.
You've known Paul, you knew Paul his life for the most part, correct?
Correct.
And how old are you?
23.
And I think you described Alex and Maggie as kind of your second parents.
That's correct.
You spent a lot of time at Moselle. You hunted with Paul and Buster too, I take it.
That's correct.
And you lived there at that cabin you talked about right there on the edge of Moselle Road, right?
That's correct.
And Paul's go-to guns were a 300 blackout and a 12 gauge.
They probably plan on
Kennels
bringing it up
that
on their case in chief.
you
the
identified
RSM.
here in the courtroom, right?
That's correct.
But no, you knew that Paul's had originally been given a 300 blackout for Christmas that got stolen, right?
That's correct.
Did you go to the party with Paul and he had the 300 blackout in his truck? You go in the party, come back, and it's gone?
Not exactly how it happened.
How did it happen?
Didn't realize it was missing for a few days.
Okay. And Paul would never lock his truck, would he?
No, sir.
And he would leave guns in his truck, right?
That's correct.
Did you know that 300 blackout had been replaced?
I did not.
When did you learn that?
This trial?
During the trial.
That's correct.
But up until the trial, you never knew that it had been replaced.
No.
But you'd seen Paul use 300 blackout you identified as his go-to gun, right?
That's correct.
And the 300 blackout that you identified has a thermal scope, does it not?
That's correct.
And whose gun did you think got stolen? Paul's or Buster's?
I would assume Paul's.
Were you aware that the 300 blackout replacement did not have a thermal scope?
If I didn't know about the gun, then no.
Okay. So do you know whether or not this is Buster's 300 blackout sitting here in the courtroom?
That is the gun that I used at Moselle.
Now, when Paul would clean his truck out, he would let me back up. Paul normally keep guns in his truck?
Yeah, seriously.
Correct. 300 blackout, 12 gauge. Anything else?
Sometimes some pistols, but.
And there were times when Paul would clean his truck out, and then he would take the guns and leave them in the shed down there by the kennels, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes he would forget that he left them down there, right?
That's correct.
And I think you described him as being careless with leaving guns around. Is that right?
I'd say so.
And he'd even left guns in your truck, right?
Correct.
Now, Paul was a guy who liked to work with his hands outside, correct?
Correct.
And he loved the Moselle property. Is that right?
I'd say so.
And he liked to work the land with equipment and plant for game management, for duck hunting and dove hunting and things like that, right?
That's correct.
And to do that, he wasn't always on his phone, right? I mean, he liked to work with his hands. Is that fair to say?
Wouldn't say that altogether. Take several breaks while he's working with his hands.
Right. And I think you've described it. I mean, he would put his phone down, and while he was doing some work, and then he'd forget where it was. He'd lose it. He'd go back and find it later.
That's correct.
That happened fairly regularly, didn't it?
I'd say so.
And you listen to the video that was played. Do you hear water running in the background?
I'm not sure.
He's testifying.
What kind of
very much so
work would Paul do down there by the kennels?
What do you mean?
I mean, would he, if Bubba or the other dog had messed in their dog run, would he clean it up?
I'd say so.
Okay. And if he did that, perhaps he'd put his phone down while he did that so it wouldn't get wet.
I would assume so.
Yeah. It's a reasonable thing to do, right?
I'd say so.
Okay. Now, you were close with Alex, Maggie, Paul, and Buster. You and your brother were, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to observe Alex's relationship with Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
I'd say it was a very loving relationship.
And okay. And how would you describe Alex's relationship with Maggie?
I would describe it the same.
1 second, Your Honor.
Oh,
To your knowledge,
quick
after the
poll
voting
up
accident,
about this guy's credibility.
Paul received threats of any kind?
Is he very credible?
Correct.
Not at all. Mostly, but not completely, or not really, maybe a little.
What kind of threats were you aware of?
Just threats that he would say people would text him, different social media platforms, but didn't really go into very vivid detail or anything.
I'm sorry.
Didn't go into very vivid detail about anything. He just.
And his circle of friends got really close, tight after the boating accident. And you and your brother, he talked to you all frequently, did he not?
That's correct.
Okay. And then he would go to Charleston to visit with friends down there, correct?
That's correct.
So he didn't feel comfortable, in the Hampton area where he lived because of the boating accident. Is that right?
He stayed away.
Yes, sir. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
you go to my barber, don't
You were
you?
asked about threats to Paul. Did you ever know that Maggie received any threats?
I was not aware of any, no.
I'm going to ask you, council asked you about a little bit about the kennel area and asked if you'd heard water. Are you familiar with how generally the kennels were cleaned? Were you there when the kennels would be cleaned?
Sometimes.
Okay. Generally speaking, describe the kennel for me. What was actually inside of one of the kennel runs?
The kennel had a doghouse, beds in the doghouse, and just kind of like a concrete pad.
And if you're going to rinse off the kennels, what would you do with the dog bed?
You would put it on top of the dog house,
Okay, and why was that?
so it wouldn't get wet.
And then what would you just leave the dog? Would the family or if you were cleaning it, leave the dog bed up on the top of the kennel, or are they going to bring it down when the kennel after a certain point in time?
You wait for it to dry and then bring the bed.
If you were down there or anyone was down there at the kennel area and it was nighttime, would you turn the lights on?
Yes, sir.
Are there sufficient lights out there to make it a fairly well lit area if all the lights are on?
I'd say so.
If you're at the main house and the lights are on down at the kennels, can you see that area from the house?
Yes.
Would it be very visible to you to see that there's lights on down there?
Yes.
Would the fans, are there fans in the kennel area?
There are.
Would the fans be left on generally for the dogs?
Generally.
And again, if anyone was down there working, would the lights be turned on?
Yes, sir.
That's it. No further questions.
Anything further?
All right.
That it for the day? Did Joe
I
just
don't
make
know.
it? 5 minutes,
it.
10 seconds.
Council asked you a question about
What?
Paul's phone
Redirect.
usage. I think he said Paul uses his hands and what he would do with his phone. Do you recall if Paul did have to use his phone, would he put it in any of his pockets?
If he was working outside in that capacity, the pocket he would put it in would be his back pocket.
And that was the common thing he would do almost nearly every time?
That's correct.
Well, sometimes he left it around, you said.
Anything further?
All right.
Just a moment, sir.
You're on. Thank you.
You may step down.
I'm only 50 people from 89,000. Definitely have at least 50 of you that can sign up.
Oh, should I subscribe?
That'd be cool.
I'm a long time
Ladies and gentlemen,
subscriber.
that'll do it for this day. Please
Oh, you made it, Joe.
We'll have a good weekend.
I'm still
and we'll
redirecting
see you
everyone over there
9:30
to him
Monday
because he's going to be able to have a
morning.
lengthier wrap up than I had. So, I'm still going to be redirecting you all there. All right. So, first and foremost, I'm going to let you do a last quick pitch here. Law of self-defense.
All right. Let me pull up my little thing. Here it is.
Pull up your little thing here.
All right, little thing. Everybody get ready. Here it is.
Do it,
Here's
do
the
it, do
little
it.
one, the
All right.
soft one. Law Self-Defense Principles. Check it out on Amazon. 5-star rated, over 1,200 reviews. Learn how to be hard to convict.
Yes.
If you're ever obliged to defend yourself, your family, your property. It's a real book. It's not just a PDF download, but don't buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and shipping. I only ask that you pay for the shipping. I eat the cost of the book. The book to you is free if you get it from lawofselfdefense.com/Joe.
Oh, one
And
second.
from Monday is President's Day. It's a state holiday. Are we going to have court or not?
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day.
I'm sorry.
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day. We also will adjourn, hopefully no later than 4:30 next Thursday.
All right.
Or just for that day,
Next Thursday.
next Thursday, but
And I'm going to be
court
streaming on Wednesday and Thursday
Yes.
next week when Nick is off. I'll be joining him on
Sure.
Monday and Tuesday.
And I wondered.
But
if
I'm going to be
the Attorney
streaming
General had any
here again Wednesday, Thursday. Make sure you like and subscribe so you'll be able to find me. Otherwise, you'll never find me. It's impossible.
As I stated
And if you want to
yesterday,
find me all the
we're
time,
shooting for Wednesday,
hit
and we're
locals.
still on track for that, Your
It's in
Honor.
the description. Goodlogic.locals.com. Goodlogic.locals.com.
begin to fly people in next week. So you're going to adjourn at 4:30 on Thursday, but, and not have court the following
All right.
Monday. That's, okay, that's great information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. We're in recess.
Now, there is court this Monday.
Yes.
Yes.
There is court this Monday. Yeah.
All right, Joe. Oh,
All right.
If anybody wants the hardcover book, lawselfdefense.com/gethard.
There you go. There you go. I thank you all for joining me. Great job, Joe, and thanks for egging on Ricardo the other day. I had a lot of fun egging him on. I was poking that bear when he was going after how much he hates jury trials. I was like, how do I keep this going? My sense was that you were looking to leave at that point in time. Like you were like,
you know what it was is when it's been a long day, and sometimes I feel like when a bunch of people jump on his show late in the day, I feel like he's done. He just wants to get through his super chats and go. The new people who just arrived don't know that because they haven't been there all day, but typically I'm there with them from the beginning. So I didn't want to drag out the show and keep them there because we start interrupting the super chats and talking and commenting, and it makes it a lot longer. So I just thought I'd vacate and leave the show to everyone who was still there. But I wasn't mad or anything.
No,
I thought it was a great rant.
the whole time you look like you're like, I got to get out of here. I got to go. I don't want to interrupt this is his thing. He's doing his rant. And I was like, no, I want to just pull this. And it's like, because I know it's like, I know he doesn't mean anything bad about the individuals. It's the whole concept that he had an issue with. So like, that's why that's what he was really ranting about. But anyway, we all love Nick and DUI guy and James from court. And yeah, I thank you all for joining me here today. If we're playing Clue, I wouldn't guess Alex in the kennels with the guns. That is a great way to finish up here. And those of you on Rumble, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be kicking you anywhere, but that Rumble doesn't give me that option. I am going to be sending you all over to Kurt on civil law. I urge you guys to sign up to him as well. And that's it. I'm out of here. I thank you so much. It was great spending the day with you, my brother.
Sure.
And
Me too. Have a great weekend, Joe.
You too. Take care. And to everyone out there, have a great weekend and Godspeed.